weather, COVID, etc. The fact that things have ran so smoothly in such a tight time frame, huge credit to you and all your backroom team.
No, credit only to the clubs. The clubs have rolled up their sleeves, dual clubs who were missing players because of COVID.
Three, two, one. Good afternoon and welcome to Páirc Uí Chaoimh for this very special day in the GAA calendar. It's Cork's Little All-Ireland final. In about 3 hours or so, Glen Rovers and Middleton will take to the pitch here behind me to contest the 2021 Co-op Superstores Cork Premier Senior Hurling Championship final. It's a game that's live here on the Irish Examiner with thanks to the sponsors of the championship, the Co-op Superstores. Well, for the Glen, they'll be hoping it's a case of third time lucky. They've contested the last two finals and were defeated by McKilly and Blackrock, while Middleton are chasing their first senior championship title since 2013. I'm delighted to be joined by the Chief Executive of Cork GAA, Kevin O'Donovan. Kevin, bit cold, but a wonderful kind of autumnal day. Even I know we're into winter, but the fact that we've got to this stage in the championship with everything that's going on in the country, you must be a very happy man.
Yeah, an absolutely glorious day. The sun is out. My fear all along is that we get rained out heavy a county final this late in the year. No, it's been an epic championship. If you look at our 16 county championships, we're up and running now. We've 4, 5, 6 of them played after this weekend. Today is the special day. Today is the blue ribbon event for us in our Premier Senior Hurling final and our Senior A Hurling final. Now is a double header really for the first time starting last year. So no, an epic occasion. We're expecting a big crowd. We all have to be very careful. We're hoping there'll be good behaviour with parking, with COVID and so on, and everyone sit back and relax and enjoy two great games.
Wonderful gesture by the county board as well for those HSE and frontline workers who have given so much to the country over the last 18, 19 months. Yeah,
the least we could do really. We built up a great working relationship with the HSE through the testing centre that was here last year and then the vaccination centre that was there this year. So a very small gesture on our part.
Okay, and finally, Kevin, the fact that the championships, we've seen delays in other counties, weather, COVID, etc. The fact that things have ran so smoothly in such a tight time frame, huge credit to you and all your backroom team.
No, credit only to the clubs. The clubs have rolled up their sleeves, dual clubs who were missing players because of COVID, clubs that got caught playing a couple of times during a week when divisional deadlines proved challenging. All credit to the clubs to get us to this point. We hope everyone can enjoy the big day now, knowing that we're getting to the finishing line.
Okay, Kevin, thank you so much for your time on a very busy day for you.
Thanks, Colin.
And the rest of the team. And as Kevin pointed out, the Premier Senior Final isn't the only show in town this afternoon. At 1 o'clock we have the Co-op Superstores Cork Senior A Hurling Championship Final, and that's Kanturk and Father O'Neill's, and live commentary of that game right here on the Irish Examiner as well. So, as you can imagine, the excitement, the anticipation around the Premier Senior Final has been building and building over the last number of days. So we dispatched our reporter Trace O'Callaghan and cameraman Dan Lenihan to test the atmosphere for the Glen Rovers and Middleton faithful, and they headed off to a number of the local schools late last week. We'll start off with Scullever and some big predictions, I must say, ahead of today's county final.
Delighted to be joined by Dean Brosnan here from Glen Rovers. Dean, we can see the bows around here this morning in Scoil Oliveira. Great excitement. You're telling me this is your 7th county final on Sunday? You looking forward to it?
Yeah, geez, like the buzz is unbelievable around the school as well, like, and like that's probably what makes it more special for me than probably anyone else, like, as you see the buzz in the kids from junior infants right up to 6th class. And to be fair, like, it's regardless of clubs as well, like, you know, I've 2 or 3 Pearshie fellas, and there's probably a buzz more with them having a bit of banter, and even lads there in 3rd class, and you've seen the buzz around. But I suppose we're getting fair support from all the community here in the school, like, but the buzz from the kids is probably what makes it the most special for me.
Yeah, and as I said, it's your 7th county final. You've experienced highs, you've experienced lows. 2 county final medals means you've 4 losses. The highs look after themselves. What about the lows, Dean? How do you bounce back? And particularly last year, you had a great county final with Blackrock, lost after extra time. How do you get back up again?
I suppose, like, you go back training in January afterwards, like, and it's always the goal, win, lose or draw. You always kind of have belief in yourself. But I suppose obviously the lows are, like, you're sitting, there's nothing worse than sitting in a dressing room after the match, but you kind of, as a team, you deal with it. And days afterwards, I suppose the disappointment is real. And you just kind of go through the motions, and you come back then and you're ready for January. I don't think the lows last too low. I don't think they're too low, and I don't think the highs are, like, obviously it is incredible, and the memories are stuck in your mind from 15 and 16. But, like, again, they seem so long ago to me now. Like, you know, it feels like in the very, very distant past. So it's just a case of, like, getting back on the horse every year and making sure that we're back in the county final, and more importantly, win it as well.
Talking about getting back on the horse, you had to get back on the horse this year, and your first round game against Douglas, it was a defeat for you. So I mean, you've turned it around brilliantly. Yeah,
we have, like, and I suppose, like, what people probably didn't know at the time is that we were dealing with a few COVID cases in the build-up to the Douglas game, and I think we lost 2 challenge games as a result, and obviously they're very important to prepare. But I suppose we knew who we were as a team, and we knew we had our identity, and I knew, like, I for one didn't panic after the Douglas game. I knew that's who we weren't, and it's kind of gone back to the old days where if you lost your first round game, you were in serious trouble being knocked out the next day, and or that's been the case this year. If we lost to Bishopstown, we were out. If we lost to Newtown afterwards, we were out. So we've kind of had pressure since then, and, like, momentum's a funny thing, and once the momentum gets going, you really kind of, it's very hard to stop, and kind of that's what's happened now. All of a sudden we're in a county final and preparing for Sunday.
You wear the number 10 jersey.
Yeah.
Partick wears the number
11 usually. Yeah.
What's it like to play alongside such a talented player?
He makes sure, like, he's a dream to play with, obviously. Like, in my eyes, he's the best player in the country, like, and, like, the score, like, I was only looking back at the game against SARS, and it's the space he creates, like, you know, like, he gets the ball and next thing, he's 5 yards of space and the ball is over the bar, and there's not a defender in the country that can stop him, like, once he gets the ball in hand. And, like, you might give him a dodgy pass and next thing it's over the bar. Like, he makes us look better, and, like, even his influence on the team Tuesday and Thursday is what I can't kind of put into words. Like, you know, everyone looks up to Patrick, even the fellas that have gone before him. You still look up to Patrick, like, and, like, I'm playing with Patrick now since I was 17. And, like, it's the small little subtle words that he has in your ear that kind of means so much to the players as well. Like, you know, he's telling you, right, this is what you do, shorten the hurley, you know, make sure that everything's to hand, and, like, and then he's talking to you about your position, and I'm playing next to him since I've started, and he's had a huge influence on my career, and it's the off the field stuff that's as important to his on the field stuff as well.
Yes, your career has been long enough. You've had a stint with Cork as well.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to round it off with a...
Yeah, hopefully, no, I'm not finished yet. Like, so hopefully there's more than that in me. But genuinely, I'm looking forward to Sunday, and it would mean a lot to us and the club to bring the cup home on Sunday. So that's kind of what we're focusing on more than anything at the moment.
We are very proud here in Scotland of Mr. Brosnan, our favourite player.
Points he can score from all over the grass.
Best of luck, Mr. Brosnan, from all in Belfast! Yay!
Delighted to be joined now by Damien Elliff, the Vice Principal here from Scoil Oliver. Damien, we noted that I think it's 13 players from the Glen Rovers panel went to school here. The team that's playing on Sunday went to school here.
Absolutely amazing. We're just so proud of all our past pupils. We've always watched their hurling career. We know them since they were infants. The Glen have been a great support of us to us down through the years. They allow us to use their facilities. They have sponsored us with hurleys and helmets down through the years. So we're really, really delighted that we have got 13 players on the panel on Sunday, and we wish them all the best. Absolutely. So we have Ava Cronin here, and she is Donald Cronin's daughter. And then we have the 2 Doris brothers. We have Isaac Doris, and we have Adam Doris, and they're Conor Doris's nephews. And down further, if we go down further, we have Grace Callinan here. And Grace is Graham Callinan's daughter, selector on the team and former player. And next we have Zach Keller. And Zach Keller is David Busteed's nephew. Then we have Bella Brosnan. And Bella Brosnan is Mr. Brosnan, our very own Mr. Brosnan and Dean Brosnan's niece. And we're very, very proud of Bella as well. She's a great sports player in her own right. And last but not least, we have a future star of Glen Rovers. We have Lucas Tynan, who is Dale Tynan's brother.
Okay, Dale, who's going to win on Sunday?
Glen.
Really? Are you sure?
Yeah.
By how much?
Good load, but we have to be careful with Milton.
Really? Have you seen them? Are they?
Yeah.
Really? Will they put it up to the end?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's your favourite player?
It's either my brother or Robert Downey.
Oh, really? Okay, good man. What about you? Who do you think is going to win?
I say the Glen.
Really? How many goals are they going to score?
I'd say too much, we can't count.
Oh. Very good, very good. Who's your favourite player in the Glen? Do you have one? Yeah?
Patrick Hurling.
Oh, really? That's no surprise. Why do you like Patrick?
Because when my uncle was a small ball and when my uncle was a small ball, when my uncle was a small boy,
Yes.
he used to be Patrick Hurling's best friend.
Oh, really? That's a great reason, isn't it? And who do you think is going to win?
The Glen.
Really? What do you think the score might be? Why would there be many goals?
20 to 19.
Oh, to points. You're going with points. You don't think we'll get any goals, and the Glen are going to have the big number. Is it 22? Okay. Well, here we have the Doris as well. What do you think? Who's going to win?
Glen
Obviously
Rovers.
the Glen,
Really?
I think, yeah.
I like the Glen Rovers are going to win.
Do you think so? Yeah. Are you sure? By how much would you think? Much?
13.
13 points? Oh my God, they'd be so happy if they could win by 13 points. Who's your favourite player? Do you have one? No? Conor Doris. That's no surprise, sure it isn't? Because he is your?
Uncle.
Oh, your uncle. You're very proud of him. And you? Conor as well?
Connor as well, yeah.
Yeah, and how much do you think the Glen are going to win by?
3-4 points.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be close enough.
Do you?
Yeah.
Would you be afraid of Middleton?
No, absolutely.
No. Oh wow, there's confidence. Great altogether. And well, what do you think? Who's going to win on Sunday?
The Glen.
Yeah, the Glen are going to win. And are you very proud of your daddy? Yeah. Will you go to the game? Yeah. Be shouting for who?
The Glen.
The Glen. And who's your favourite player?
My dad.
Oh, and your dad is? Donald Cronin. Donald Cronin.
Like the goat broke loose upon the prey. All the people in Cork City not afraid. Going shelter to the country, the Glen have won the county. And like the goat broke loose upon the prey. Oh, Glen, like the goat broke loose upon the prey. All the people in Cork City not afraid. Going shelter to the country, the Glen have won the county. And like the goat broke loose upon the prey. Up the Glen!
Joining me today is Paddy O'Brien. Paddy is GDA of the Cork GA. He's also chairman of the Underage in Middleton and a former selector with Middleton. Paddy, great excitement around the town this week.
Yeah, brilliant excitement. It's great for the town. There's a lot of guys here, even the kids in the school that wouldn't have been here in 2013, the last time we won it, or probably some of them wouldn't have been here since in 2018. So for those children and adults, it's great, and it's great to see the town looking so well. You know, the flags up, everything up, and ready to go, as they say.
Ready to go. It's hard to believe it's 30 years since Glen Rovers and Middleton actually met in a county final. Now, we have it all first hand here. You played in that team.
Yeah.
Smile on your face.
It's hard to believe it's 30 years ago, all right?
Yeah, you won that game.
We did.
Yeah. What can you remember about it?
I suppose for me, it was my first county final. Okay, so it was a huge occasion for me. I can remember travelling up with my brother Sean. We were going up that time there was no tunnel, so we were going up the quays, the opposite side, and looking across and seeing all the cars across in Park Equive and going, oh no, they're all coming to see us, because that day there was about 18,500 people at it. So it was a huge crowd, and for me as a 21-year-old, you know, you're looking across and saying, this is a big occasion, we've got to perform here. And look, yeah, the game itself, the scoreline was 117 to 1-8, but it was a lot closer than that. Okay. You know, we got a goal. Cork came on as a sub and got a goal for us, which probably took us over the line, and they gave us the boost because we had played with the wind in the first half and it was tight enough. So it was a great win for us because, like, for some of us, as I said, it was our first, but for some of the older guys, it was their fourth one, you know, so they had got a little bit used to it. For us, it was a huge occasion, huge occasion.
The scoreline there, Paddy, 117 to 1-8, that would be considered a low scoring result in the modern day game. How has it changed, and has it changed for the better?
Yeah, again, all change is good. Do you know what I mean? The game has come on. The game is a quicker game now. It's all like in our day, it was about winning the game. You had to go. You had physicality. You had probably a lot slower game, but you still had super hurlers like the likes of John Finton and those guys playing. You know, the class hurlers who were capable of putting the ball over the bar from whatever distance. You know, you go back, you look at John taking frees, and you just know when you look at Patrick Horgan, you say very similar. You know, they talk about a lighter sliotar. The sliotar isn't that much lighter because I have the sliotar from 1991 and it still feels the same weight as the current one. But, like, you know, it's a different game. It's quicker, it's faster. You look up and you watch the Glen forwards and the Middleton forwards on Sunday and you'll see the pace. And it's, as I said, the game now is about getting away, taking your scores, and that's, I suppose, the biggest difference in the game.
Yeah, I suppose the difference we're noticing as well this year, Paddy, was in your group, Sarsfields topped that group. You were runners up. Stars are now gone. You're in the county final. Is it a disadvantage? Does it appear to be to go straight to a semi-final?
That was all part of our plan, you see. We said we'd throw the game against Stars so we'd get that extra game along the way. No, seriously, it is to me, I suppose, now looking at it, it must be a disadvantage in some way because, like, Middleton obviously lost to Stars, but they had a very, very good championship game against the Unzone afterwards, a tough game, and I had to stand to them for the last. And likewise for the Glen had a very tough game against the McKillie, you know, and when they came up against Stars, they had the advantage of having that tough game and coming through a battle. So probably, I'd say, if you were talking to a Stars person, they would say yes, it was a disadvantage.
Okay, you're obviously going to tell me Middleton are going to win, so I'm not going to ask you that question. But where do you see the winning and the losing of the final?
The game is going to be a very, very tough game. Anytime you play Glen Rovers, it's a tough game, and you know that going up there. The winning is, I suppose, like everything else, it's going to be the old cliches. The team that will battle the hardest, the team that will chase every ball, the team that will take their scores when they become available. That's the team that's going to win the game. And it could be either one of us. There's no point in saying who's favourites, who's not favourites. This is a 50-50 game between two good teams that are going to go out there and give it everything they have.
Ben O'Connor, second year with you this year. Has made a difference coming in?
Look, there's an awful lot of good work being done by a lot of people around the club, around the age level and so on, but Ben has given it that little bit of extra. Do you know, that bit of extra to take it over, because look, some of those lads have been listening to the likes of me for a long, long time, and you know, we needed a different voice, we needed somewhere to take this to a different level, and Ben has done that. And as well as that, I suppose his backup team of Joe Fitz, Terence McCarthy and Steve Kane, all those guys have all given a contribution. And Ian Kinnifick was very unlucky a few years back. He got an injury which meant that he couldn't play senior, but he came back, and in fairness, the lads made him a selector, and he's been involved with the last couple of years with them. So it is great to see that, and look, they've given it everything they can for us to try and win on Sunday.
And I suppose the beauty of it is, I mean, it's very hard to call. A couple of points either way, you'll be hoping?
Obviously, we'll be hoping that it goes our way, you know, and that's what we'll be hoping, and hopefully everything going right, that will work out.
John Hogan, PRO of Middleton. I'd say there's great demand for tickets this week, John.
Massive demand for both tickets and for bunting and flags. The town is well dressed. Mary Quinn and the club shop has been kept busy all week with loads and loads of orders, like, you know. I think this county final is massive for the club. We were there in 2018. We last won it in 2013. And I think it's fair to say 2013 was a massive catalyst for the club. Like, we had ladies football in the club, and the GA before that, it was a catalyst for the camogie to be set up. And I think from then on, I suppose, the big developments in the club in terms of Park South, there's nearly 36 acres that are being developed. 2 pitches that are already grassed and seeded, and were partly in use this year but will be fully used next year. And onwards and upwards then in terms of full-size 3G pitch with lights and so on and so forth. So it's a massive time for the club, both in terms of on the field, and our ambitions on the field have to be matched by our ambitions off the field.
Christopher O'Cahasick, a teacher here in the Gael School. You might tell me a little bit about the school.
The school was formed in 1999, and we moved to this new building in 2016. We've a few of the players playing on Sunday now: Tommy O'Connell, Cormac Bozan, Garen Manley, Brian Saunderson in goal, Alex and Sam Quirk are also part of the panel, Keane Crowley and Paul Connaughton.
Okay, and we have some of the
We
up-and-coming
do.
players you might
Coming
introduce.
here is Eva Saunderson. She'd be sister of Brian Saunderson, who's the goalie for Middleton on Sunday. And then we have Nora O'Leary Hayes, who'll be a sister of Sean O'Leary Hayes, who's playing on Sunday, and also Ewan Quirkley, who'll be a first cousin of Sam and Alex Quirk.
And tell me, who's going to win on Sunday?
Middleton.
Do you think by how much?
It'll be close, I'd say.
Really? A couple of points?
I'd say.
Who's your favourite player? All your cousins?
Yeah, I'd say.
Well, what do you think the outcome would be on Sunday?
I think that Middleton will win by like 3 points.
Oh, very good. They'll be happy with that.
Yeah.
And who's your favourite player?
My brother.
Of course. And what do you think? What's going to happen on Sunday?
I think they're going to win by like a couple of points.
It's going to be close, is it?
Of the magpies every day, we will beat them, we will beat them. Of the magpies every day.
And our thanks to Tracy O'Callaghan and Dan Lennon and all the children and teachers for their assistance with those interviews last week. Now it's a special day as well too for Na Piarsaigh and for Avondhu, the teams from 25 years ago being honoured here this afternoon. Of course, Na Piarsaigh winning the county title in 1995, but because of COVID restrictions weren't allowed to celebrate the Jubilee last year, so the two teams are here this afternoon. A little earlier this morning, our own Patrick Mulcahy, who is commentating on the Senior A final a little later this afternoon, caught up with the two captains. Leonard Ford was the captain of Na Piarsaigh in 1995, and Aidan Kenny skippered Avondhu in 1996.
Now I'm joined by the 96 winning captain Aidan Kenny, who captained Avondhu to win over Imokilly in the all-divisional final back in 96. And Aidan, of course, from the Kilworth GA club. What a year that was for yourselves, going to a replay and winning by 2 points against a well-fancied Imokilly team on the day as well.
Absolutely, yeah, it was a great result, I suppose. Avondhu were building with a couple of years, you know, so all came to fruition on the day. We had a good tough semi-final against the Glen, went to a replay also. So I suppose that kind of gave us that bit of steel, you know, and yeah, fruitful.
And I suppose you're one of the men that can talk about the difference between the club and you're playing with your division. There's a bit of a difference, even though you still love to play the game of hurling at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, there was a bit of a difference, but, you know, just talking to the lads over the last week or two, it all seemed to come together on the year, you know. Knockcock board pumped a lot of money in, as in, like, you know, there was meals after training, after every match. Then, you know, the selectors, they were so professional at the time, you know, they drove it, and it was easy for the players to fall in behind, you know, and just row in. All the players got on well together, you know, just chatting to some of them there even last night, and they were saying, you know, we all got on so well, and that was probably, as the year went on, clubs were being knocked out, you know, so fellas, there was more coming to training, there was, you know, it was just a bit of an atmosphere around the place, and yeah.
And speaking about the two finals themselves, two very hard physical games on the day and really hard fought competition across the field.
Absolutely, absolutely. East Cork, you know, hurling how strong it is down there, and you know, they did have some big names on the team, like, you know, when you look at Don Logue, Sully, Knocklanders, Tinny Mac, you know, what they went on to do, you know, after that. But yeah, you know, it was a tough game, but it was two tough games. Great win.
I suppose you have the neutral vote here. Which way is the Sean Oak Murphy Cup going?
It's just so hard to call, you know. Like the Glens forwards, Hoggy, Kinnifick, the whole lot of them, you know. Then you have Lehan on the other side, and then I suppose if the Glens backs can hold the Middleton forwards, you'd probably give them the tip today, I suppose. But it's going to be so tight, I think.
Look, thanks for joining us today, and enjoy the Jubilee Day out on your 25th anniversary.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Patrick.
Now joined by Leonard Ford, captain of the Na Piarsaigh side from 95. And Leonard, thanks for joining us this afternoon. Look, I suppose just to reminisce, last year you couldn't come with your team. Your team are here today 26 years ago.
Yeah.
Give us a memory of the day, the 112-3 win over Avondhu.
Yeah, it's a long time ago, and like COVID hasn't helped with last year, you know. But sure, like, we have great memories of the game, and it was a tough year. We had some tough teams in opposition, the Bars in semi-final, but like on the day we just prevailed over Ballyhay, so very enjoyable day, you know, so everything turned out well.
A funny scoreline, you know, 112 to 3-1, but you were on top for a lot of the game.
We were on top for a lot of the game, I think, yeah, and like, you know, we just got the scores at crucial stages. Some very good players at the time, so, you know, we were confident enough on the day, but like, it is very hard to win a county, you know, year after year. We played a couple of divisional teams there on the way, and the club teams are very strong as well in the 90s.
And the park itself, it's changed so much in the 26 years compared to the old Park in Queeve.
Yeah, it has changed completely. We were just thinking there how soft it was on one side here, you know, but the pitch is very good here today, you know. Should make for a great game. But different times, you know, different style of hurling. But very enjoyable, you know.
It wouldn't be remiss to ask you, what do you think of today's Premier Senior final?
Well, the Glen have tradition always, and you know, in a final they'll be very hard to beat. You know, they're probably, Middleton have tradition as well, I know, but the spirit of the Glen maybe should lift through there. You know, they have some fine players, and you know, they have the main man Patrick Horgan, I suppose. Even though Middleton would have Conor Lehan, you know, it all depends probably on the freeze, and you know, it might be tight at the end, but probably go to the Glen, I'd say, you know.
And my thanks to Leonard and Aidan, who we caught up with there. 95 and 96, it's great days to be back in Páirc Uí Chaoimh, and what a day it is here for the Co-op Superstores 2020 Senior A Hurling Championship final between Kanturk and Fado O'Neill's. Well, a very warm welcome to the commentary position, Patrick Mulcahy alongside Mark Landers and Ger Cunningham. And what a day we have in store indeed. A really cold day, crowd is building, but plenty on offer for the afternoon. Before we look through the teams, let's hear about the Kanturk story a little bit deeper, because during the week Brendan O'Brien travels to the North Cork club to hear how the dual success is happening in the club, and he caught up with both managers.
It's 4 years since Kanturk won county finals in both codes, before adding Munster and All-Ireland hurling honours for good measure. Now they're back again. 2 codes, 2 county deciders.
I think if you go back to the last 2 games, there was 12 of the guys who played in the previous week in the hurling that went extra time, played outfield for us. So there were 12 of the 14 that started outfield in the match the following week instead.
What's important is the players drive this. This is what the players want. You know, they want to play the hurling and the football. You know, there is no undercurrents here, one against the other. That's not the problem. And key, as we said, keep the thing simple. You know, when there's hurling on the weekend, we train hurling that week, and when there's football on the weekend, we train football that week, that particular week. And that's just keep it simple. And what's most important, that's what the players want, and they're committed to that.
For Tim Healy and Tom Walsh, this simplicity is key to the club's success.
You know, the more meetings and the more communicate, you can muddy the water a bit, you know, and keep the thing focused on the job in hand. And for us, the job in hand this week, like, is the hurling final next Sunday, you know, and that's what our focus is for this week. And after Sunday night, we change the focus to the football, and that's the way we've operated for as Tim says, back since 2017. We went 10-11 weeks in a row, week in, week out, just change the focus, you know, keep the guys, get a good recovery session and keep them fresh, you know, rest the body and go at it again.
People can try and poison you in relation to this clash between hurling and football, but you just don't go into that zone. You understand that the most important thing here is the club, and then these are the players that you have at this moment in time, and you want those players carrying on the tradition of a dual club. As you know, it's becoming much more difficult to play dual. As Tom said, our fellas love playing it, you know, even we fellas that they prefer the hurling, and we fellas prefer the football, you know, but they cross over and they give their all, regardless of what ball is thrown in on any given Saturday or Sunday.
And many thanks to both managers who we caught up with during the week. So time is ticking, and let's start building up today's Senior A Hurling Championship final as Fado O'Neill's take on Kanturk. Momentarily we'll be hearing from Kanturk selector Paul Ahern, but firstly let's hear from Fado O'Neill's manager Robbie Dalton. Robbie, thanks very much for joining me. Look, what a year it has been for Fado O'Neill's. I know it's been a busy couple of seasons, but you know, that win over Bright Rovers last week, especially without your 3 mainstays, a great character of the team to come out on top.
Yeah, they showed great character now, Patrick, last week. They stood up to the mark, and there's a panel of 30 there, and fairness, every single one of them, they just put their heart in the line every time they play for Father Niels,
Look, I don't want to get too deep into the game, but it was very much tit for tat for a lot of stages. But you got a control of the game just before half time, and you kicked on.
Yeah, I suppose, look, when you look at the game and analyse it, Bright Rovers got a good start to the game, We kind of came back at them then, and Jason Hacker got the goal, Then the second half, then they came at us, they got the goal. And, again, we showed the character then to come back at them then, and get a couple of points after that, cancel out the goal.
And I suppose if we look at the previous form that you've had coming to that semi-final, and we'll talk about the three lads in a minute, but the draw against Newcestown to come from 5 points down late in the game, you were 2 points down against Killett to win by 4, and look, I suppose it was an impressive win over Clyne in the third game.
Yeah, I suppose, look, we were lucky enough against Newcestown at the first game. In fairness, look, for majority of the game, they were the better team, and we were lucky to get over the draw in the end. The Killett game was always going to be a banana skin, a local derby. Killett are going to be up for that game, and I mean, if you couldn't get up for a local derby like that, like there's something wrong, and again, our lads showed the character to get over the line that day, Clyne, look, again, another local derby, but we saw that through, good enough,
And look, we've mentioned about the game last week, but I suppose you're missing 3 of your real players who have shone over the last couple of years. Liam O'Driscoll with a long-term injury, Joe Melrick was missing, and your own son, Decky, who I believe picked up an injury in training the week before the match.
Yeah, the week before the match, Decky picked up an injury. Just a simple thing, really, just a freak accident. Just came off the ball, turned, and broke a small bone in his instep. But look, these things happen. You just get on with it. Ger, he's nursing the hamstring still, so hopefully, he should be, fit enough for the final. So we just have to wait and see in that. And of course, Liam with the long-term injury. But look, again, the lads show the character. It's a team, it's a panel effort, and we have a panel of 30 players, and every single one of them are ready to come on and do their part.
What has changed for Father O'Neill's over the past couple of years? Winning the Premier Intermediate Championship only a couple of years ago, getting to the All-Ireland final. Okay, it was a game you lost, but it's probably one of the best games that has ever been seen in Croke Park. And now it's still that crest of a wave, is still on a high. What has changed for the local club?
I suppose when you look at the Patrick, I suppose there's good work being put on the edge, the work being put in there. You come across a team, and I suppose 2018 we won the under-21, and that was a phenomenal feat, to win that. Most of them players are playing now today, Now, I mean, they know what it is to win, and they know how to win. So, that's the character of that team, the last couple of years, they never say die attitude, look, but, just a great bunch of lads to work with.
And I think, look, I'm not saying this now because you're his father or anything, but both Decky and George, I suppose they've taken the game to another level with Father O'Neill's, especially being on the Cork panels for the last couple of years.
Yeah, I suppose when I look at Decky and George, the amount of effort and amount of work they put in, to keep up the high standards that's expected of them, and look, it's unfortunate for them and unfortunate for us that they're not fit enough to play. But look, again, we just had to get on with things, and look, your injuries, but hopefully they'll mend and they'll be fine after that again,
So you're back in the final now, and I suppose last year's final, which was, one of a weird game, really, a very close margin, could have snuck it back at close to the death. Is this a learning curve that you're going to take out of last year's final to bring forward to today's final?
Yeah, look, I hope so, and I hope the lads will reflect on last year, and since taking over with the lads this year, like Luke, Michal, Sean, and Quinton, we said at the start of the year we want to go one step further. We're back there, and this is our opportunity to take that step more. And for the lads that's involved, like they were all involved last year, the same fellas this year again. So like they know like they need to bring it that step forward now to win Sunday,
And for that one step further, you're going to have to get over the hurdle of Kanturk, who obviously remain in both hurling and football, but they're getting back to a hurling final. This is the highest level. I don't think they've ever got to a final at this level before. So it's a big ask. Like when you mentioned of all the Walshes and all the players that they have playing dual code, I think there's 12 of a crossover. Fitness isn't going to be an issue for the Duhala side.
Oh, not at all. I mean, like they're a big physical side, Patrick. I mean, be under no illusion. Like, I mean, when Kanturk are the same as ourselves, it's a small place, it's a small pick. So, like, I mean, they will be definitely up for this game, and it's going to be hopefully a crack of a game Sunday,
Finally, what's the atmosphere been like throughout the week in Ballymacorra Ladies Bridge?
Yeah, look, I mean, there's a great local community, great local spirit here, Excuse me. But look, the place is buzzing at the moment, and hopefully we can bring it home, get over the line Sunday.
You're just looking out to get the ball thrown in and get underway.
That's it. Bring it on.
So now let's head to Kanturk and to their selector, Paul Ahern. Paul, thanks very much for joining us. I suppose similar to what we heard from Father Niels a couple of minutes ago, you got off to a good start, then a draw against Blarney, and a good win again for your final game.
Yeah, that's true, Patrick. Our first round match was actually a Friday night, a televised match there with yourselves against Blarney. So we came out with a draw. It was a good competitive start to the championship. We were happy enough with the result on the night. We saw it as a point maybe gained rather than a point lost. We progressed in onto Bandon. That was played in Coachford. We got to go through things right on the day, and came out of Coachford with 2 more points, and then obviously went to Buttevant, I suppose with the main aim of qualifying for a quarter final, and maybe some of the other things were out of our control as regards score difference. As it transpired, the way the matches turned out and the victory in Buttevant over for Moy, we saw ourselves and of course Father Niels progressed directly to semi-final. So yeah, we were happy with how the round robin stages of the championship went.
And obviously, 3 hurling games, 3 football games over a 7-week period. It's quite tough on both panels and both managements just to try and keep a handle on.
Yeah, it is. And I suppose looking in from the outside, it would seem that way. But I suppose Kanturk have experience at it at this stage, We are a dual club in the true sense. 12, 13, sometimes 14 players that are crossing over both codes. There's good structures there, and good communication, I suppose, is key between both management groups. So, there is that system in place. The players seem to feed off both, and they see it as a challenge. They seem to embrace it, and obviously when the results are going the right way, it is a positive, without a doubt.
I suppose we should speak of the semi-final. An extraordinary game. I was there myself on the night. An extraordinary game. You were down, 8 points. Paul Walsh gets sent off with 10 minutes to go. Your backs up against the wall. Noosastown are going reasonably well. Luke Meade gets selected as the sweeper. And next thing, whatever just happened, the penny starts to drop and Kanturk start to fly home.
Yeah, I suppose, to a certain extent, it was a very funny match, or strange match to try and analyse, Patrick, and sit down and look back at it and looking for where things went right and obviously where did things go wrong. It was truly a game of 4 quarters. We got off to a good start. Noosastown, I would say possibly the best drilled Noosastown team we've seen. They came back, the first quarter, 5 points to 3, the second quarter, half time, 10 points all. They outscored us 10 points to 3 in the third quarter. And then in the fourth quarter, we reversed that and outscored them 10 points to 3. Now, what happened, I suppose the players took ownership, It was obvious maybe that at least one goal was going to be needed to come back into the game. I suppose the attitude at that second water break was, it's not over till the final whistle. We're going to go out and, maybe die with our boots on if we're going to exit the championship at this stage. And the players responded, and it came from the players because even I find we find as a management team, it's even very hard to get a message into them, So these are an experienced bunch, and we have very experienced players in certain positions, and then we have youth who are tasting championship at this level maybe for the first time. And the credit must go to the players, to bring it back, to get us back into the match. I suppose then at the period of extra time, we maybe came back to 15 men, and that was an advantage to us, obviously, at that stage.
Did you think with 10 minutes to go, Paul, in the back of your own mind, subconsciously, without even talking about it, did you say, okay, geez, we're down to 14, 8 down, we're in serious trouble here?
Well, I think when the first goal came, it was a 7 or 8 point lead. It may have been back to 7 when the first goal came back. Then there's only another puck of a ball in it. And like the mantra would always be, take your points, keep chipping away at it. We've seen it in plenty of inter-county matches in recent times, 7, 8 point lead, you're never home, I suppose, till the final whistle is blown. And you have to stay going till the end. And that's the way the panel operate. They will stay going for as long as they have to. And, if you're beaten by a better team on the day, well, then you put your hands up. But once you've left it all out there and they can walk off, and, it was an unusual match. Obviously the period of extra time took on a life of its own, and goal, we got another goal early in that. It seemed to deflate Newcestown, who had put up a huge battle. That was to be expected. And, I suppose that game, nobody will talk about that game depending on how next Sunday's game go,
I know you were playing football yourselves last week, but I'm fairly certain that one or two of you were at Páirc Uí Chaoimh watching the second semi-final between O'Neill's and Bright Rovers. Talk to me about the O'Neill's team. It's going to be a big task for both sides going to a final like this.
Absolutely, it's a big occasion. I suppose it's at the start of the championship. Some of the pundits may have, predicted it. Father Neils are back there again for the second year in a row. Ourselves last year came short against Charleville, So I think, when we set our objectives at the start of the year to be to make progress on last year, we've done that. We've gone a step further. Father Neils and from their side are back exactly where they want to be. While we may have not met, I think 2012 maybe the last time we met in championship. There's a lot of parallels there, the way both clubs have progressed through the grades in the last 10, 15, 20 years. They're an East Cork team. We know that Hurling is strong down there. What we saw last Sunday, they have players in every line, in every position. They have power up the middle, and they're good stick men, and they will go out and play hurling, and fair credit to them for that.
Talk to me, and I don't want to keep it too much longer, but the hurling in football, we've heard from Tim Healy and Tom Welch earlier in the programme about the way the Jubilee is working. But what's the atmosphere like around the town of Kanturk?
Yeah, sure. It's buzzing. Maybe you saw the reaction to the win in Newcestown against Newcestown. There was a similar reaction to the win against Ahada. It gives a lift to the whole town and the hinterland, and even the other clubs around Duhala who would have a strong interest in seeing how the club from the Duhala division progress. You can see the schools have bought into it. With their Green Day tomorrow to support the team, the posters, the bunting. It just gives a lift to the whole, especially in the current climate, that everyone is going through. It's great. It's great for the people at home that can't go to the match. The fact that they'll be able to stream it, or the people away that have a connection to players or to the town itself. So there's massive credit, I suppose, to the Examiner and your partners for that. It's a great initiative. But yeah, county final day, any county final Sunday, the back end of the year in Páirc Uí Chaoimh, that's where you want to be. You hope on the day that you get a performance, that the maximum of the panel will perform to their ability. And it is a panel, it's a panel game. We saw that especially against Newcestown, where we had to introduce plenty of subs. They all contributed. So no more than Father Neils. I don't think there's going to be much in this game, and it may come down to the strength and depth of panels.
And many thanks to Robbie Dalton and to Paul Ahern, who we caught up with earlier on this afternoon. Well, what a breezy afternoon, but both teams are after making their way onto the field, and we're here in the commentary box, a quite cool area here in level 3. And I'm delighted to say that both Mark Landers and Joe Cunningham are beside me for this game. And gents, before we touch on the game itself, what an afternoon's entertainment we have here on the Irish Examiner.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic, Patrick. Delighted to be here with you and Jor and the commentary. It's a fantastic occasion, obviously. I think it's the first time ever that we've had obviously the Premier Senior Final and the Senior A Final together under one billing, and fair play to the county board. The ticket price of €20, I think, has made it a very a very good idea and a good incentive from the county board to keep the prices down and try and get the people in, get the punter paying, to come into the door and make a great atmosphere here for the players as well.
Well, John, obviously he wasn't here at last year's double billing, but when Charleville beat Ford O'Neill's in the Senior A Final.
We weren't allowed here.
John, great to see you. 'Tis a fantastic day in store.
Brilliant occasion to be here, as Mark said there, Patrick. Yeah, great finals. Two teams who have come through group stages, kind of got to the semi-final, came through on top of their respective groups. So all indications should be a great game. Kentucky are on a real roll at the moment. Also in the football scenarios. Obviously, I suppose Father O'Neill's are here from trying to atone from last year's disappointment when they came within a point of actually winning it to beaten by Charleville. So big day for them. Notice Ger Mellerick came out with no tracksuit top on his over his jersey, so heavily strapped. But if he's available for them, I think that kind of slightly twisted a small bit, but he'd be a huge addition to Father O'Neill's if he's available.
We will go through the teams momentarily, but just a touch while we have a minute or two on the Premier Senior Final. And Joe, I'm going to start with yourself. A really intriguing final between Glen Rovers and Middleton.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, after two great semi-finals, Glen, I think, will be hugely, I suppose, out to atone for the fact of third final in a row, having lost two. It's a record that nobody wants, to lose three finals in a row. And I think they've responded incredibly well. We were here for the match against Douglas when they were heavily beaten, and you'll certainly be looking at that and saying, you'll be asking questions, would Glen be coming back into the situation this year? Middleton again had a meltdown against probably SARS in their group match. Really disappointing defeat for them. Came back, got over here in zone and produced a fantastic performance to beat Blackrock the last day. So I think Middleton will be looking for an open game where they can express themselves, like you'd imagine the style that Ben O'Connor brings to the table of running off the shoulder and moving the ball. Glen will want a much tighter tactical battle, I would think, and it has all the ingredients to be a great final.
You sure do. And John mentioned, I suppose, about the Glen losing the first game. You were at the Middleton SARS game, as was I, and I suppose after that performance you were saying to yourself, geez, Middleton won't get to a final either by looking at this.
Yeah, it's been a remarkable, I would say, transformation. And I was in Midland this week a number of times just speaking to a lot of people on the street and in shops and stuff like that. Like, the common theme, I suppose, is that the performance against Blackrock was the really standout performance for the last decade. They were outstanding in that game, and they hadn't shown that form at any stage during the championship this year. So, like, to be fair, Ben came in last year, had a truncated year in terms of preparation and stuff like that with COVID. But he certainly has got the team firing now, and they are improving as the year is going on, Patrick. As John mentioned, they were very poor against SARS, and it's just one of those nights a team will have an off day, and that was certainly their off day. They toughed it out against Ayrn Zone then, and I suppose that really, I think they got great momentum from the Ayrn Zone game because, look, it was an East Cork derby and it was a very, very tight game, and that young Middleton team needed to win a tight game, I think. And then against the Rockies in the semi-final, county champions, a lot of household names in that Blackrock team as well, and I thought they were really, really good in that match. And if they have a repeat performance of that, I think they'll go a long ways to winning the county today.
OK, there's a lot more time. We can look at the match a little bit later on, but let's get started with this Senior A Hurling Championship final. And we'll start by looking at the teams in front of us, starting out with Ford O'Neill's, who go unchanged as per programme to the team that's in front of us, and unchanged to the team that beat Bright Rovers in that semi-final, 119-115. Sean O'Connor, Owen Murray and Mark O'Keefe, a central role to play in the centre-back position. Middle of the field with Daniel Harrington, after playing centre-back for the last couple of seasons, after he's now moved up into the middle of the field alongside John Mellerick. And what about that inside full forward line? They're going to have a crucial role to play this afternoon. Killian Broderick, Jason Hankard and Billy Dunn, who have scored 112 between them. Of course, Kevin O'Sullivan is in on free-taking duties, as well documented at this stage. Decky Dalton out of the equation after having an operation on his foot only a couple of weeks ago. But the interesting thing, John Mellerick has come out looking togged, so he looks fit and ready to go. As for Kanturk, well, they go unchanged to Newcestown's win after extra time. Of course, the one change that they do have is that their captain, Paul Walsh, is out of the equation after picking up a straight red card. That leaves the cousins and the brothers of the Welches, Ryan Welch, Aidan Welch, Alan and Ian and Colin, all still involved in the team. And what about the Cork under 20 star and Brian O'Sullivan? 31 points to his name in this championship to date. He could have a big bearing on the game this afternoon. Mark, we'll start with yourself with Ford O'Neill's.
Yeah, Patrick, as John mentioned earlier on, they were in the county final last year. John Mellerick missed that county final along with Daniel Harrington. So, again, Jor hasn't been named. He's and Decky Dalton is out, and obviously young Driscoll isn't available either. So, it's a great trial of Father O'Neill's, Patrick, to be back in the county final. They will fancy their chances. I think the big thing with Declan Dalton's injury is the fact that it happened a week out in advance of the Bride Rovers game, and it gave the team and it gave the management and the local people a chance to digest his loss, because he's a phenomenal loss to Father O'Neill's. He's free-taking and his general play for the team has been brilliant over the last 5 or 6 years. So for me, Patrick, I suppose the big change, Mark O'Keefe is centre-back. He was playing midfield all along, and Daniel Harrington out and he's gone out midfield. And then obviously up front, the big man, Jason Hankert, 6'6", at the edge of the square. So I'm sure himself and Ryan Walsh, who I really think is a really, really good player, there's going to be an intriguing battle there. But for me, the 5 Mellerick brothers on the panel, and I suppose Jor not starting, but they will fancy their chances today.
What about from a Kanturk point of view?
Yeah, look, from a Kanturk point of view, Mark mentioned the five Mellericks. So as you say, Patrick, all the Walshes here down in front of us as well. Looking at that team, Kanturk are sprinkled with really, really good players. Like they've good players. Mark mentioned Ryan Walsh, John McLaughlin, very good player. Larkin McLaughlin, inter-county experience. Darren Brown, the same in the Cork squad here a couple of years ago. Again, Brian O'Sullivan. They have a lot of good guys. Alan Walsh. They have a lot of good players. But what's been impressive this year, I suppose, in their comeback this year against Newcestown, when they were 8 down with a couple of minutes to go, their system is good. Frankie Flannery has come in and has changed around their system a bit. They like to play with the +1 at the back line, opening up the space in the forward line, and they've been really good. Their scoring, the scoring difference against them is very good, and I think that I saw them play. We covered the match against Blarney in the first game. They came back that day as well. So they're a formidable outfit. They're a big physical side. Play a lot like the football style, play it off the shoulder, support the man. So again, they're going in great form, having won a magnificent semi-final. So
and I suppose the big thing, like when Paul Walsh got sent off in the 50th minute, they were 8 points down, 10 minutes to go. Newcestown looked to be in complete control. Luke Meade was nominating a guy to be sent to be the free man, but they failed to close out the game. And from a Kanturk point of view, you've got to take a lot of resilience and character over that.
Absolutely. For me, like when you're 8 points up, you'd expect to go on to close it out. A couple of scores can make all the difference, but you have to give Kanturk huge credit for coming back in that game and taking the game to extra time, and that must do huge for their confidence to know that at any stage of the game today, if they go down by that same score or even a couple of points down, that they've been here before, they've done it before. They have a lot of experience. Like they've a lot of very good hurlers. They were in the minor. They were in the Premier Minor final last year, so they're building a good future in Kanturk, and I think they're if they play, they'll need a big performance today to beat Father O'Neill's, but they're actually quite capable of doing it.
Let's have a look at our referee, because he's calling in the 2 men, and this man, I suppose, actually has had an important past 10 weeks or so, because Nathan Wall has the head safety and training manager, I should say, at Cork Airport, and he's overseen the massive project of the €40 million runway out at Cork Airport. A magnificent job at the airport, and fair play to Nathan and all the team out there for pulling off a massive achievement. 2.1 kilometres, nearly 500,000 tonne of tarmac and stone and concrete inside there, and we're just watching in the toss as both captains, Darren Brown, the step-in captain for Kanturk, and Tomas Mellerick going for the toss this afternoon. Yeah. How crucial is the toss actually with this kind of a breeze, Mark?
Well, I think it's crucial, Patrick. Traditionally, teams normally like to play against it, because teams would feel the first 5 or 10 minutes of the game as a kind of a feeling out period and testing each other. So I think it's important, Patrick. But look, most important thing is that the players need to realise they need to play for 60 minutes. Some teams like to get an advantage. They like to be in front, and they can play better maybe from the front with less pressure on them. I suppose more often than not, we always nearly played against the wind. But I think the way the standards of preparation of most teams now, they will have talked about it, they will have dealt with it in advance and say, listen, if we're going to be playing against the breeze, just batten down the hatches and stuff like that. Don't let the opposition get an unassailable lead. It would be the message that would be given across to the players. You don't want to be conceding 2 or 3 goals and end up going down 13 or 14 points at half-time with a strong breeze. And I know we're up in the commentary position here, and there's a really, really fresh breeze blowing from the Blackrock end of the pitch, and you're looking at the tricolour there. I don't really know what it's like down on pitch side, because obviously the stadium is in a bowl, but certainly from up here it looks like the breeze is blowing into the city end, and it is significant at this moment in time.
Sure is, and we saw Tomas Melrick winning the toss, electing to play with the wind, or whatever wind there is, into the city end in this opening half. So Father Neil's looking to try and elect to kick on in this opening 30 minutes, something to what they done last year against Charleville.
Yeah, they did the same last year, and they'll be looking to do the same again in the first half. And again, that's where I think the Kanturk system, I think Patrick, will come into play, that you'll see a +1 back. I would expect to see a +1 back there, giving Larkhorn playing a bit deep maybe, or Brian O'Sullivan playing a bit deep, to allow a bit of space in the forward line where they may, it'll maybe suit them to carry the ball as well in the first half, and see, they'll be hoping that if that breeze is as strong on pitch side as it is up here, anything less than maybe 4 points, would be really, they'll be very happy with that. So again, I suppose Fodderies have taken the initiative here by winning the toss and saying, right, we're going after this from the start, and it's probably the right thing for them to do.
Yeah, sure, it's going to be a busy afternoon. Of course, a build-up to the big Premier Senior Hurling Final gets underway around 2:30 after the presentation of the Senior A Final. And, of course, downstairs this afternoon, we've got Shawnee McGrath for this game. We'll be catching up with Shawnee throughout the game in this Senior A Final. As both teams get ready, lads, it's time for predictions.
Yeah, Patrick, is a very, very hard one to call. Obviously the Father O'Neill's injury situation is significant. There's 3 players that they would normally be calling on and not able to. John Melrick, Young O'Driscoll and Declan Dalton. I think that kind of slightly taints my view, Patrick. I would feel, that I think with a full panel of players, I would have fancied Father O'Neill's, but I think the injuries might get them unstuck today. I think that Kanturk, after their semi-final victory against Lucestown, they're a really good club, very, very physical. I just have a slight fancy for Kanturk today, Patrick.
Yeah, again, I suppose slightly as well with Mark going with him there as well. The 2 lads, if obviously, Declan Dalton is a phenomenal loss to Father O'Neill's. They've done really, really well to get to the final without him. He got injured a couple of weeks ago. They've been without John Melrick throughout the whole campaign, so that'll be a big lift for them if he's able to perform in some shape today and be available for them. Again, Kanturk, I think their system is good. I think the way they play the game is good. They're a big team. The benefit of the semi-final victory, I'm a bit like Mark, a slight hesitant vote for Kanturk.
Okay, an interesting game as teams start to switch sides. Big day on the Irish Examiner. Double header to ensue this afternoon. First game getting underway shortly. 3 o'clock throw-in for the Glen Rovers and Middleton. A cool afternoon here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh. One of the cooler afternoons we have seen here in recent weeks. But luckily enough, the heat is going to rise over the next 3.5 hours or so as Nathan Wall gets ready to throw in this ball for the opening stages of this Co-op Superstore sponsored Cork Senior A Hurling Championship Final. And the referee is, the formations are wrong because there's at least 3 players on both sides have to be inside the 45-metre line. Funny enough, both players have gone back to meet the referee, but the referee's not going to throw the ball in from there. He's just going to get this game underway. We're underway on the auspices of Nathan Wall, and it's O'Neill's with the opening possession of the game from Paddy McMahon down to the corner and towards Billy Dunn. Dunn with a shot going across the face, looked to have been dragged in, but goes to the right hand side and out.
Yeah, very unlucky there from Billy Dunn. Great ball in from Paddy McMahon. Dunn was out in front, controlled it, took on his cornerback John McLaughlin, and from our vantage it looked like he was going to scrape over the post, but just tailed wide at the last second.
So the puck out for the first time from Grantis Benuskis. Down to the breaking ball, winning it is Joe Melrick, and they're looking for this 1-on-1 situation inside already as the Ballyhimnican pup man Dunn, and these Hurley seem to have been held. Referee says play on. I've no issue with that play. Is Dunn looking to try and turn his marker. Short pass outside to Kevin O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan snap ball Joe Melrick, one of the brothers in this team, and sending the ball to the right hand side and wide.
Yeah, good chance for Joe Melrick there. The ball was worked back from Billy Dunn, who had possession. His marker in the corner, John McLaughlin, lost to Hurley, played it back to Joe, and would have been a nice score to settle in errors, but unfortunately went wide on the same side as the previous one.
Nuskis with the puck out to the far side to Alan Sheehy. Sheehy under pressure, long ball, trying to intercept it. There was Owen Mordaway. Aidan Walsh inside there trying to fiddle up. Referee says play on, and this is the way he's going to referee this game, so it's going to be quite hard and physical as Joe Melrick clear the lines. Now inside the 45-metre line. Good tap away from Billy Dunn, but it's been won inside there by Kevin O'Sullivan. Here's Daniel Harrington, sister to the Sarah Harrington, the 2018 All-Ireland Camogie intermediate winner. Ball walked inside the full back line, but well picked up by Ryan Welch. And he does one of these soaring runs. He's done plenty of them in the semi-final. Offloading to Brian O'Sullivan, the under-20 star, playing it to the corner. Looking for Aidan Welch over on that far side. Off the right-hand side. Is this the opening score of the game? Wins holding it up, but it's going all the way in and over the bar.
Great score from Alan Walsh there. I think a great ball in. I think it was Alan Walsh, Patrick, was it? Ball went in, good ball in from good delivery. Ryan Walsh won a great ball, came out, played it off the shoulder, and a good score to settle nerves for Kanturk. Hard to see the numbers on the back of that jerseys that sometimes there. I think that's number 14. 15 is Ian Walsh.
Ian Walsh is going to get credited with the first point of the afternoon. Ball's walked down short towards John Melrick. Fails to pick it on the first occasion, and on the second occasion as Brian O'Sullivan clears the lines, sending it over towards the half-hour position. The good tackling there by the O'Neill's defenders, Mark O'Keefe and Mike Melrick, the sweeper, the Hoover, clearing the lines, but that ball's gone out over the sideline. Marshalled over there by Cathal Nolan of Bishopstown. It's going to be a line ball for Kanturk.
Yeah, and Father O'Neill's have elected to put the Hoover on Liam O'Keefe, who probably is one of Kanturk's scoring forwards. Mikey Melrick, as he was christened, is probably one of the tightest cornerbacks at senior A level in the county. He's a really, really good player.
As this line ball goes short back to the keeper Benuskis, under pressure over there from Hankard. Foul there by Hankard on the keeper. It's going to be a free out for Kanturk.
This played out, Patrick. I think the ball came in there before for the line ball. The ball went right out onto the sideline for Killian Broderick. It couldn't have been any further out to the side, so I think it'll be a tactical Father O'Neill's trying to move that ball as wide as they possibly can to get Kanturk moving.
Here is the Hoover playing a short to his brother, captain for the day, Thomas Melrick. Half blocked down on that occasion, so a bit of a ricochet. Ball over the top, and a chance now for Kanturk to go on their bike inside the 45-metre line. Working a ball inside from Brian O'Sullivan. Shot going short, saved inside by Colin Sloan. Well, there was a goal opportunity inside from a Kanturk point of view from the way of Colin Welch, but a great stop by Colin Sloan.
Yeah, fantastic save by Sloan, and was fantastic build-up play as well from Kanturk. Liam O'Keefe had won the ball, elected to play, I think, into Aidan Walsh. There were so many Walshes in the forward line, they all look the same, and it's hard as just said, to read the jerseys. But the opportunity went inside, and a great save from Sloan, who came off his line and made a fantastic save.
So it is an opportunity here for Brian O'Sullivan now to double Kanturk's lead in the opening minutes of this Senior A hurling final. O'Sullivan going in, and the umpire is going for the flag. Lead is doubled to 2 points.
Yeah, good response from Brian O'Sullivan. Even a great save from Colin Sloan. I know Ian Walsh should be disappointed with the fact that he gave Colin Sloan an opportunity to block the ball. He might have been better off to take him on and maybe try just back the ball into the net. But good response. Brian O'Sullivan putting the ball over the bar, and from the resultant puck out, the ball has been gone over the sideline.
Ball over towards that far side of the field. An opportunity here for Ian Walsh in the red helmet. Sending that ball in, is going against the wind. It's been tailed in though. It's gone in and over the bar. Well, I can tell you the first score of the game went to Colin Welch, Brian O'Sullivan, and now Ian Walsh getting himself on the score sheet.
And the thing about it, Patrick, is that all the scores have been very good, and like I suppose that was out on the sideline and it scraped, and you could see from Colin Sloan it was definitely outside the post when it was struck, but it drifted in certainly over the path, and you were just looking for small little pointers. The first two opportunities fell to Father O'Neill's, and they were narrowly wide, and Kanturk have got 3-2 from play.
Thomas Melrick half blocked down there as Paddy McMahon comes onto the breaking ball. Melrick again under pressure, and it gives an opportunity for John Brown to pick up possession. Lines cleared and it's going long inside and towards the full forward line as Kanturk race out the possession. And here's Alan Walsh. He's got on his bike. He's burnt Sean O'Connor. There's an opportunity to go up there across the square. Is there an opportunity still? Yes, it's in the back of the net. Finished to the back of the net, and Kanturk with the only breakthrough.
Yeah, and it's probably just symptomatic, Patrick, of the way the game is going. Kanturk are certainly on the ball an awful lot more than Father O'Neill's. They worked it up a lot. I think there's a long clearance from Larkin McLaughlin. Fell to one of the Kanturk players inside.
Callum Walsh, he did really well out in front of his man. Turned his man. You know, was very unselfish. Passed it across the square to Colin Walsh. Colin Walsh, and he tapped it into the net. So great goal from Kanturk's point of view. They worked it well. Early ball, as Mark said, in from Larkin, and plenty of space inside.
Colin Welch with 1-1 already to his tally. Kanturk with a massive start, 1-3 to no score in the opening 7 minutes of this Senior A final. And here's Colin Sloan. O'Neill's now need a big reply here as Daniel Harrington winning the puck out. Back outside to Joe Melrick. Long ball, but just straight down top of Larkin McLaughlin. McLaughlin goes long looking for route one, and Kanturk fancy their chances here. But breaking the ball down is Sean O'Connor winning possession. Inside to Mark O'Keefe, a two-time Immokalee winner, played inside to Hanker. Hanker with a great block inside there on the big stature of the Father O'Neill's man's going to break outside to the Billy Dunn, but there was a foul there on Hanker as he was first trying to receive ball, and it's going to be a 20-yard free for Father O'Neill's.
Yeah, and Jason is a real target man for Father O'Neill's. Had won the ball, turned onto his right-hand side, looked like a tap over, and a fantastic block from Ryan Walsh at full-back. A player I'm really interested to see how he'll get on today. But it's very noticeable, Patrick, as well, that Nathan Wall is letting the game develop. He hasn't blown his whistle on, and I don't know, it's the first or second free in the game. It's nearly 8 minutes old, so that's great as well. I think all the players know exactly what's going on.
It's a poor effort there from Kevin O'Sullivan. It's easily stopped by the keeper. It gives an opportunity from Brian O'Sullivan from his half-back line as Kanturk allowing space in the half-forward line. Mark O'Keefe really missed it on the first occasion, but he got it on the second bite of the cherry. Walked it up to Kevin O'Sullivan from the halfway line. Long ball, looking inside, looking for one of the Melricks inside, but Killian Brodick it was, who just left it skate out right. And it's going to be a Kanturk puck out.
Defensively, I'd say Kanturk as well are setting up. They've actually, Mark mentioned about the block down. I think that's the third or fourth time that they've blocked the ball down. So they're working really hard, and their core elements of the game, the hooking and blocking, are very good at the moment.
Darren Brown with a ball into the 45-metre line, but well, it was half clear by Owen Motherway, but he got blocked down, and an opportunity here for Kanturk. Is it turning inside the near upright? It's not. It's a wide ball from Larkin McLaughlin.
Yeah, just if Larkin had looked up there, one of the guys from one of the Kanturk corner forward, Liam O'Keefe, had gone inside, and if he was able to just pop it over the top, he might have been chancing for another goal.
Puck out deep into Kanturk territory. Rob Cullinan tried to break onto the ball. Clash ball is going to be sideline for O'Neill's.
You know, I suppose you'll be questioning now the decision to play with whatever slight breezes there now. You find yourself a goal and 3 points down. It's a mountain to climb for Father O'Neill's now at this moment in time, and you know, hoping to get into the game as early as possible, but that's the way the game has gone.
Snapshot around the body here from Kevin O'Sullivan. Well, that was a great ball back to the wing forward, and he duly converted a score.
Excellent score, yeah. Scored it badly needed. Patrick at this stage, you know, taking 10 minutes to get into, nearly 10 minutes to score the first one, and out from the sideline under pressure, having missed the last free. He'd be delighted now to put that one over the bar to bring his confidence back up.
Puck out down to this near side as Kanturk fighting for possession, but the Hoover is inside on Mike Melrick. Absolutely eccentric defender. Back to Kevin O'Sullivan. Long ball to the corner, looking for Hankered, but that ball squirting too long, going down left and wide.
They'll be disappointed with that now, because they need to get themselves into the game. You know, keep the scoreboard ticking over, stay in the game, don't start conceding more scores. But you'd have to say that Kanturk all over the field are pretty much on top.
Gnuskis with the puck out. Good hand from Mark O'Keefe just to stop the ball going to a Kanturk man. There was a late hand, a late tackle. Nothing malicious, I thought, but we might catch a replay in a moment.
Yeah, I agree. I think he went in to block the ball. I think the intent was to block. He may have caught Mark O'Keefe's hand, but I don't think there was anything malicious in that. I think he made a genuine attempt to kind of flick the ball away.
Possibly flicked, yeah.
Just missed him and caught him in the face guard.
Caught him in the face guard, yeah. No intention, 100%.
Pick up a yellow card for his troubles, just for dangerous play. I think he will too. You can't blame the referee in that occasion because he's caught him on the face guard.
I think it's harsh. I think if he gives a yellow card for it, I think he did intend to play the ball. He went to play the ball. He finished up, he hitting the helmet. I don't think or the face guard. I don't think there was anything malicious in that.
And like, if he got the ball, is he going to give him a yellow card for it? No, he's not.
That was very harsh.
So, and we saw it in the replay there. He was very unlucky there that he nearly actually got the ball at the same time. So it's a very harsh yellow.
The free out by the 65-metre line now from Kevin O'Sullivan gives him an opportunity to get 2 scores in a matter of minutes. First one coming from play, and this one from a free, and goes in and converts the score. And that's a big score now from an O'Neill's point of view.
That's way better now. That's exactly what they need. They need to settle down. They're just, I suppose, a little bit nervy, and the first 2 shots could have went over the bar, and the Kanturk opportunities did go over the bar. But they're back in the game now.
And they're back in it here because O'Sullivan's got possession once again. Offloads outside to Daniel Harrington. Man with pedigree and speed. Long ball inside. But Benuskis controlled inside on the man who took over from Anthony Nash. Looks composed indeed. Remember, Kanturk have not conceded a goal in this championship so far. Can they hold out on that record to go with a full clean sheet throughout the championship? As that ball just missed timed over the line there by Kevin O'Sullivan. And it's a Kanturk line ball.
Yeah, and that's an incredible stat, Patrick, to think after 4 championship matches that they have conceded no goal during the season. Like, they have scored 780 during the course of the season, which is roughly works out at about 220. O'Neill's have scored 681, which works out at a goal and a half and 20 points. So there's nothing between the teams on the scoring front. But certainly it's the Kanturk defence is the major thing. They've only conceded 69 points, whereas Fallon O'Neill's have conceded 757.
A bit of a falcon there off the head of Lorcan O'Neill. Referee acknowledging, and now he says there was a late trip there. And it's going to be a free out for Ford O'Neill's. So another opportunity for Kevin O'Sullivan, this time from inside his own 65-metre line. Of course, Ford O'Neill's having 3 wins and a draw in this championship so far after drawing to Newcestown the opening game, coming from 5 points behind, defeating Killa in round 2 and Cloyne in round 3. Of course, having that epic win over Bride Rovers in the semi-final, missing the likes of Decky Dalton, and they haven't seen Joe Melrick since that All-Ireland intermediate final against Tullaroan in January 2020. A long time to be without a calibre of a player like Melrick. A chance here now for Kevin O'Sullivan to reduce the margin to a 1-score game, and he does that indeed.
And that is a fantastic score from Kevin O'Sullivan, and it's no mean feat to be up there with size Decky and Dalton, because Decky is a fantastic free taker as well. Great credit to the club to have 2 brilliant free takers.
Super catch over on the far side of the field as the ball's walked into the centre to Lorcan O'Neill. Play continues on. Chance for Brian O'Sullivan. Looking to double his tally from play. Umpires look at it, they agree, and they go for the white flag.
Yeah, great score from Brian O'Sullivan there in the middle of the field, playing quite deep. He's named at number 10, but playing quite deep in that row in front of the half-back line. Got a lovely pass from Liam O'Keefe, and from the middle of the field, stuck it over the bar.
Puck out from Sloan. Chance for Darren Brown to try and clear the lines. Switches play to the far side to Aidan Walsh. Walsh under pressure now from Mark O'Keefe, who picked his pocket cleanly. Plays the ball outside to Thomas Melrick from his own 65. 3-man full forward line. Billy Dunn trying to win the ball. Just vaguely, and I mean vaguely, touched away by Darren Brown. Gives Kanturk a chance to clear the line. So Lorcan McLaughlin losing the runner there was Liam O'Keefe. O'Keefe off the left-hand side. O'Keefe with the shot, and O'Keefe with the score. And extending the lead back out to 5 points once again.
Yeah, and great play again. Darren Brown, a centre-back, is starting to get a foothold in the game, and Lorcan McLaughlin in the middle of the field is after pucking an ocean of ball after 15 minutes. He's really rolling back the years for his club. Great ball into O'Keefe, who came out first time and over the bar.
Puck from Sloan down the centre of the park, with Brian O'Sullivan winning on that occasion, and Kanturk have really clogged up the half-back line, but Ian Walsh has been pinned for over-carrying the ball. had prior opportunity. In fact, it's actually bobbling the ball is what he's been done for. And it's going to be a free for Ford O'Neill's.
Yeah, he looked like that he played the ball from his hand to the hurley.
Yeah, I think the way...
Very quick, but maybe the referee didn't like it.
I think the way Nathan, a lot of players, you see him nowadays, that they don't release the ball from out of their hand onto the hurley. They kind of play it against the boss of the hurley. And obviously he was explaining there to Ian Walsh what he blew him for. I thought at one stage he looked as if it was over carrying the ball, because he was trying to look up inside to see who was inside to play. But he played it. He didn't kind of release the ball from the hand. And I think that's what Nathan Ward blew him for.
So an opportunity here for Kevin O'Sullivan before the water break to reduce the margin to a 4-point game.
And off camera, Patrick, we're just looking down here at John Melrick is out doing a warm-up. He seems to be moving pretty okay. Is there an opportunity here that they will be calling on him sooner rather than later?
Well, we'll stick with the play for the moment as Kevin O'Sullivan hitting this ball in, and he converts the score. Kanturk 1-5, Ford O'Neill's 4 points. And for the first time this afternoon, let's go downstairs and let's hear the thoughts of Shawnee McGrath.
Hi, Patrick. Yeah, very good game, very entertaining stuff. Listening to Mark and Ger there, I concur with all their points. I suppose Lough McLaughlin has been very, very busy. Brian O'Sullivan the same. And then inside, the Walshes, it's the Walshes show, I suppose, really. A great goal from Colin. He was a minor there in 2019. He's an excellent player, great finish. And a goal in the point is a very good return. But in fairness to Ford O'Neill's, they're eking their way back into it. After a bad free from Kevin O'Sullivan, he settled down. I saw him here against Bride Rovers last day, and his exhibition of free taking that day was exemplary. So he settled down. He's got a great score from play, 2 excellent frees. And I think if they can get Mark O'Keefe and fellas like Billy Dunn into the game and just get their main players busy, I suppose the half-back line from Kanturk is really on top. John Brown, Darren Brown, and Lough O'Neill are really, really dominant. So if they can start breaking that stranglehold, and get themselves into the game in the half-forward line from Ford O'Neill's perspective, and as Mark said earlier, with the win, they need to start getting scores on the board. But very entertaining game, very, very enjoyable so far.
So 1-5 to 4 points, lads. It's an interesting game, and Ford O'Neill's now need to try and pick up the tempo in the second quarter.
Yeah, they do. They've come back into the game quite well. You know what I mean? They were 1-3 to no score down. They've got the last 4 scores. I know 3 of them were from frees. But again, you'd like to see maybe more direct ball into Hankert to see how we'd get on if we can, rather than putting the ball out to the corner flag. So again, Dave, we're looking below. Obviously, Jeremy Mellick is the guy we're talking about, because obviously the quality player that he is. But it's a bit of a risk coming, a situation. A guy hasn't played in such a long time, bringing him on in a county final on a cold day, with his hamstring heavily strapped. Like, it's a bit of a gamble this early in the game, maybe.
So we restart the clock for the second quarter of this Senior Hurling Championship final. And a chance for Kanturk. Well, at one stage, Aidan Walsh was inside there, trying to win the ball. Darren Brown now. There's a boot from a Ford O'Neill's man, and John Melrick, I should say. And a chance now for Thomas Melrick to go long ball inside 101, looking for Hankert. Ball's broken down, kicked by Hankert. Oh, it was close, but kicked over the bar.
Yeah, and as just said, if a few more opportunities come in there, he's a big unit. He's a great hand. He's really, really fit. He is a big opportunity for Ford O'Neill's, but half back line.
Yeah, I think at this stage now that just into quarter 2 after the water break, if they can get it back to close to level, or point or 2 either side of it, I think they'll be reasonably happy having started poorly.
Good catch from Mark O'Keefe. Ball outside to Kevin O'Sullivan, switching the play to the far side of the field. Rob Cullinan isolated, but the ball just worked outside to the captain for the day, Thomas Melrick. Ball being walked in, but going across the face of goal, and remains a goal between the sides.
Yeah, it was a good opportunity there now from Thomas, and you would expect him to score it. Like Ford needs to take all those opportunities when they present themselves, and they're really, really back into it. And Mark O'Keefe is starting to get a foothold as well as centre back.
Going to the centre of the field, clash the ash between the 2 O'Neill's men, and this time Kanturk have broke out with the breaking ball. Darren Brown pops the ball to Lough McLaughlin, running on outside. Is that Lough O'Neill over that far side of the field? He's walking out of a half-forward position, but that ball going to the left-hand side and wide.
And it levels up the 2 scoring opportunities on both sides. Both players would have been disappointed with that they didn't convert the opportunity. So that has leveled that out there.
Puck out down towards this near side. One inside there by Ian Walsh. Low ball inside the full forward line, looking for Alan Walsh. Back outside to Ian. First time, no look shot. going in, but going across the face of goal, left and wide.
Probably poor choice of shot there from Ian Walsh. Again in the side, one of the Kentucky players, I think it was Colin Walsh, had got into the full forward position and was inside 1-to-1. And Ian was right on the sideline, and maybe better off to maybe hit the ball at the edge of the square in a 1-to-1 situation.
Puck out from Sloan to the centre of the field. And this time again, Kanturk winning a lot of those breaking balls, but it was a bit slow from Ian Walsh, who just got away with it to get the touch away outside to Aidan. Gone on his bike up towards the 45-metre line, shortens the grip of the Hurley, and Aidan Walsh getting himself on the score sheet this afternoon.
That's a very, very good score. You know, and he looks as though he has the legs on Mark O'Keefe as well at centre back, but any high ball that's come down between himself and Mark O'Keefe has a great jewel there in the centre back, centre forward position at the moment.
Definitely one to keep an eye on for the afternoon as Kanturk extend the lead out to 4 points. Good catch from Daniel Harrington. Half blocked down though. Gives an opportunity for Darren Brown to get on his bike. Long ball inside towards the full forward line, but just under pressure inside here, and a chance of a score from one of the Welches. That's Colin Welch on this occasion, going to the right hand side and wide for Kanturk's 5th wide of this game.
I'm disappointed with that. Patrick, he won a great ball, came out from behind, flicked the ball away and onto his favourite right hand, turned, and he knew straight away, kind of hit it off the back foot, slightly off balance, and would have been another good score for him to get, but they're still creating the chances.
O'Neill's with 4 wides of their own in this opening half so far as Ian Walsh plays a ball inside to the full forward line again. Aidan Walsh looking for his 2nd score of the game, and it's just crept inside that near upright.
Yes, and he has had a magnificent second quarter so far. He's really 2 great scores, both of them off his left hand side, and has extended the lead out to 5 points for Kanturk.
And in the action of scoring, he actually snapped his Hurley in half, so had to get a replacement off camera as Colin Sloan with the puck out down towards this near side, and Kanturk with the better of the exchanges here in this opening half. This is the Co-op Superstores Senior A Hurling Championship final live on the Irish Examiners. Brian O'Sullivan kicks the ball forward, went to go for a knee flick on the run, still keeps it in front of him, doing very well. No flicky it behind him. O'Sullivan still in control, close control for that matter. Great ball across the 45, and well, thought chance there for Colin Welch, but Daniel Harrington went to clean up the pieces. An outside ball to Mark O'Keefe to Thomas Melrick. Melrick just pops the ball over the top to that far side of the field. A chance over there for Killian Broderick, looking to get himself on the score sheet. Long ball inside the square. How good, he did get it, touching it. Play continues on, the ball squirted out. It's gone out for a 65. Well, something similar to the goal last week, Ger Cunningham. Hankered, nearly got a flick in.
I actually don't think it was hankered, Pat. I think it was off Ryan Walsh. Ryan Walsh's hand, I think, was nearly going for an OG, and Brantis made an unbelievable save with his hand. I think that's an absolutely top-class save, because a deflected ball is so hard to block, and I think it went off Ryan Walsh's hand, but that was a brilliant save.
And the big call here, substitution going to be happening in front of us. Joe Melrick, he's going to be making an introduction to this game. First time in 22 months we'll see the Cork ace in action for Ford O'Neill's. It's a long time in the waiting, but turning attention to the centre of the field. Kevin O'Sullivan with the shot, Kevin O'Sullivan with the score, and a massive change here. John Melrick has been withdrawn for the older brother, Joe. How big of a thing is this from a Ford O'Neill's point of view?
It's big. Patrick is massive, to be honest with you, because he, himself and Declan Dalton are the 2 key players on the Father O'Neill's team. Decky had no chance, but Jor is into it now, and I think could have a massive influence in this game.
This goes to show, Patrick, as well, I suppose, their decision to bring him on like after 23 minutes. They're 4 points down, playing with a strong wind. Obviously, they feel at this stage they need to be staying in the game. They can't afford to go down too much more. So the big call to bring him on at this stage.
Well, he got his first run out there as he picked the ball to hand pass it back, and now he's organising defences. Kanturk now trying to clear the lines. There's a bit of a ropey pass to Alan Sheehy, but Sheehy did very well to get away from the shackles of the Ford O'Neill's defender, and Sheehy still moving forward, offloading to Ian Walsh to the far side of the field now. Lorcan McLaughlin, long ball inside. Alan Walsh has been held inside, and it looks a referee acknowledges it, plays the ball on. Here's Conor Walsh with a shot and goal. Oh, Joe Melrick! His second touch of the game is to save a certain goal.
Certainly a great opportunity there for one of the Welshers to put another goal and another ball past Sloan and goals. And a savage interception from Melrick.
And turning from defensive to attack, Joe Melrick looking for Hankett inside. Goal opportunity on Rob Cullinan and a goal! Buries it to the back of the net. And now look at the influence of Joe Melrick.
Unbelievable. Coming from defence out, Joe Melrick with the turnover at the far end. Ball down the field, ball in. Breaking ball from Hankett into Rob Cullinan. And what was impressive, Patrick, and he kept on going. He was under pressure to be hooked, but a brilliant batter ball into the corner of the net, giving Grant just absolutely no chance. A big score for Father O'Neill's and the one they really needed.
It's Daniel Harrington winning the batting ball, and now the Father O'Neill's tails are up here on Páirc Uí Chaoimh. It's Darren Brown now in possession from his own 65. Long ball, 2-on-2 situation. The Kanturk man briefly had it for a moment. He might have a second opportunity. Alan Walsh under pressure inside there, but here comes out with it Owen Motherway, and Motherway clearing the lines long, down straight on top of the spare man back there, Darren Brown. Brown ball to this near side, over the head of Loughlin O'Neill, or over Aidan Walsh I should say. It's a line ball for Father O'Neill's.
Alan Walsh inside there, Mark has an opportunity. He's not just getting the ball, he's getting there, but it's just not sticking into his hand. He's a big danger inside there. If he can catch that ball inside there, he's a fair handful. So it's brought Father O'Neill's door right back into the game, and the score they badly needed. And here comes Hankard now.
Hankard ball inside the 13-metre line, under pressure, crossed the 21-metre line, but just couldn't pick out an O'Neill's player. But the Kanturk mistake has allowed an opportunity. Killian Broderick! Oh, what a
Going into the season so far, Patrick, in the Senior A Championship, fantastic. Hankett is causing all kinds of troubles to Kanturk. Ball into the corner, across the Broderick first time. The ball was slipped by the Kanturk defender, and Broderick top right hand corner. Magnificent goal.
Well, now what can Kanturk do? Remember, Kanturk didn't concede a goal in their 4 games of championship so far. They've conceded a pair of goals in a matter of minutes. Under pressure here now. Kanturk looking to try and get a good response after conceding those 2 goals. Motherway inside there defensively, he's being harried and hassled as Alan Walsh is inside there, and a push to back, and Frankie Flannery on the line is livid with the call.
Yeah, it just goes to show that definitely, even though he's only touched the ball twice, the influence of Ger Melrick has come on, and he you know, at one end of the field helped to potentially stop a goal going in with a brilliant flick over. And now all of a sudden, within the space of a couple of minutes, the ball has gone in. Brilliant goal from Killian Broderick there. We were right behind it.
Yeah.
And top corner, mistake from John Brown, just not gathering the ball. Killian Broderick took it on. Had a fast little glance to see what the story was. Top corner of the net. Brilliant goal.
Free taken by Sloan off the Kanturk man. O'Neill's line ball. And now the small little 50-50 calls, which are not technical calls, they're fact calls, are going the way of Father O'Neill's.
Yeah, the game was swung, Patrick, and there's a big swing, and there's no doubt that John Melrick's influence in this game has had a big significant part to play in it as well.
Kevin O'Sullivan, he's already scored a sideline in the semi-final against Bride Rovers. This one just going that little bit too far for a wide ball.
Just I think from Kanturk's point of view now, just to settle down 3 or 4 minutes before half-time, if they can, you know, another score or 2, it will set them to get back into game. They'll be rocked by the 2 goals because they were looking really good. Their forward line with the Welches above there, the 4 of them in there, had an opportunity. So if they can get a score here from Aidan Walsh, should be a big part.
Shot going in from Aidan Walsh, who was under all sorts of pressure there from Mark O'Keefe, and sent the ball left and wide. He's furious with the decision, but it is going down as a wide ball.
Yeah, like when you think that Kanturk were 1-3-0 score up, Patrick, after 6 minutes, they've only got 4 points. Aidan Walsh has got a couple of them, but it is really down to the Father O'Neill's team that they're starting to get a foothold all over the place at the moment.
Daniel Harrington climbing highest on that occasion. As Joe Melrick just gets a small touch, and that gives an opportunity for Harrington. Here is Joe Melrick. Brilliant hook inside there from Liam O'Keefe. Turning over possession from a possible score from a Father O'Neill's point of view. A chance for Conor Walsh to take on the marker. Great solo, Conor Walsh, pull first time, back to the net, and Kanturk retake the lead.
All down to Liam O'Keefe's flick over here from Ger Melrick, going to take a shot at goal. Came in with the flick, flicked it away. ball into Colin Walsh, and he's a handful insider, took his man on, and at the second attempt flicked it past into the corner.
Well, this game has everything, Patrick. It's brilliant to be here, and I'm sure everybody watching at home or abroad. You mentioned Martin Kelly and his wife Hazel in New Zealand. They contacted me last night and said they would be watching in. Fantastic game here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh.
Well, it's a real physical encounter as Hanker climbed highest inside the full forward line, but good close control here from Ryan Welch on one of these soaring runs, but he's just left it behind him occasionally, and Welch pulled a hand when he was trying to dispossess Killian Broderick, and now it's an opportunity to level up this game.
Yeah, but great hassling from Broderick. That's the most important thing there, Ryan Welch. It looked like he was going to tear up the field, and Broderick stayed on his heels, dispossessed him, and has won his free for a team. Fantastic play from Killian Broderick.
Additional time, 1 minute to be added on, and Kevin O'Sullivan, who's already got 5 points in this game. Of course, the last 3 scores in this game have been 3 goals, and a chance for O'Sullivan now to level up this game. And what an entertaining Co-op Superstores Cork Senior A Hurling Championship final this has been. Chance for O'Sullivan with the shot, and O'Sullivan with the free, O'Sullivan with the score.
No mistake, Patrick. Just when you were mentioning the 3 goals in quick succession, when I was listening to the name of the goalkeeper, Bunuskus, I thought it was the Euros I was at for a second.
He had no chance with the 2 goals, Mark.
No,
Absolutely, he's been fantastic,
he?
top class. He had really started very well, so no fault to his at all.
Puck out down to the centre as something has happened off the ball. Nathan Wall has said stop the play for a moment.
Yeah.
Something has happened.
No, it's Mark O'Keefe was clearing the ball, and the Kanturk player went into batted, and he missed the bat, and he got the tail of the hurley. Nothing malicious at all, in a pure accident.
Yeah, helmet off straight away.
But he is hurt. Yeah. He is hurt, all right, definitely.
So this is just going to take the sting out of the half-time, right before half-time here. And it is a Kanturk possession by the looks of it. But what a game this has been so far as we catch this replay, Mark.
Yeah, I think Mark O'Keefe had won it, yeah. That's exactly it, yeah. He came in, he went to bat, missed the hurley, and he just got the tail of the hurley. Again, nothing malicious whatsoever in it. But certainly, I think this Liam O'Keefe is the guy. He might have got the tail of the hurley in the side of the ear or something like that. A pretty sore thing, Patrick, because and I'm sure the players are probably warm, but it's freezing here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh at the moment, even though there's glorious sunshine here.
Well, I tell you, the heat in the field is quite intense so far here, Joe Cunningham.
Yeah, fantastic. Last second quarter here, we spoke about Father and Lee's getting back into the game. 4 points down, and at the water break time, they've come back now and have levelled it. And I think they'll be, even though they've played with whatever wind is there in the first half, they'll go in at half time quite happy with the way things have turned for them. They've settled into the game, and if they go in at half time, you point up, point down our level, they'll be more than happy.
So to conclude the opening half, clash ball thrown in by Nathan Wall. Can either side take a lead at the start? For the start of the second half, as Brian O'Sullivan taking through 2 tackles, pops the ball over the top, and no clear contact for the clash ball.
He definitely overcarried that. He had a chance to clear the ball. He should turn and maybe he went back into the tackle. 3 or 4 Father O'Neill players surrounded him, and he went with an attempt of a hand pass and kind of tried to hand pass it over his head. There was no contact, and it was a throw. So nice free for Kevin O'Sullivan. He's really struck the ball really well. He's got 6 points so far after missing the first one, and to be a big boost for him to go in at half time ahead if he can put this one over the bar.
After going 1-3 to no score down after 7 minutes, at the end of the 3rd minute of injury time, an opportunity for O'Sullivan to take the lead, which looked unlikely. He doesn't take it though, and that's the second free he has missed short, and that is going to be the half-time here in the Co-op Superstores Cork Senior A Hurling Championship final. We were level at the start of the game, we're level at half-time. What an entertaining opening half.
Oh, it's been a brilliant, absolutely brilliant advertisement for her. Fantastic standard. 4 goals as well. A couple of more brilliant goals, particularly Killian Broderick's one was fantastic. The game has been really well handled by Nathan Watt. He's a major contributor to it as well. It has everything, Patrick. Really, really brilliant game.
Very enjoyable so far, Patrick. You say, as Mark said, some great score. Great to see goals going in. As you say, Kanturk came into this game with no goals conceded, but they were rocked by two brilliant goals. So everything so far. I suppose, looking at Father O'Neill's, they were, I suppose, in a situation last year, something similar, where in a tight game with Charleville, and they came out on the wrong side of a defeat. So hopefully their experience from their point of view to get them over the line this time will be very important. Kanturk will probably go into half-time happy and unhappy, because obviously they had a brilliant start to the game. They were 6 points up, going really well, and now they've been rocked back to be level at half-time, where they would have expected to go into at least 2 or 3 or 4 points up. So interesting dynamic in both half-time dressing rooms.
Well, it's interesting indeed, and for some more half-time analysis, let's go downstairs to the sideline to Shawnee McGrath and Colm O'Connor.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Yes, the Cork minor and under-20 teams coming out onto the pitch here, being honoured for their achievements over the past 12 months. Shawnee, what were we saying? 1-3 to no score after 6 or 7 minutes, and we were already putting the ribbons on the Jim Forbes Trophy behind us for Kanturk. What changed?
Well, I think Father O'Neill's just basically upped the ante. I think their big players started to come into the game, and they started to pepper more ball into their full forward line. Hanker's a little bit unorthodox. Ger mentioned him in the commentary there earlier. He kicked the ball over the bar, and he was kind of involved in the goal as well that Culnan finished expertly. So I think they got more regular ball into their full forward line, and they settled down. Even though Mark O'Keefe is struggling a bit as well on Aidan Walsh, at times he's winning ball, he's mopping it up, and he's giving good delivery. And certainly without doubt the introduction of Ger Mellerick has completely changed the game. It looked a small bit rusty there when he was easily blocked, but outside of that he expertly flicked the ball away when Colin Walsh was through, dispossessed him. So his 2 plays, you could say, were influential, one in particular which led to a goal. So the introduction of Ger, the general up in the ante, I suppose, for Father O'Neill, it's a bit more energy in their play, and maybe, I suppose, without being terribly obvious, their half forward line starting to get on top a little bit in that last quarter. The Kanturk half back line was completely dominant. They were getting some fantastic delivery out, and while Mark O'Keefe wasn't lying deep, and you could be critical of that when there was so much ball going into the Kanturk full forward line, you'd ought to be critical maybe of your half forward line on the other side not working hard enough. So I think they worked harder. They meant that the result of that was that the ball wasn't coming out regularly from the Kanturk half-back line. Putting pressure on their half-back line meant that the Kanturk full-forward line wasn't getting it. So I think it was a combination of things, and it's turned into a rip-roaring tie. And as you said, 1-3 to no score. Looked like there was only going to be one winner, and to outscore them 2-7 to 1-4, albeit they have to win, was a fantastic sort of last 15 minutes.
Crucial score, though, from a Kanturk perspective, was that second goal from Colin Walsh, because all the momentum was with Father O'Neill's after Ger Mellerick's introduction, those 2 goals, but then Walsh scoring his second goal, and what a vital goal it could prove to be.
Absolutely. I remember Colin a couple of years ago. He was a minor in 2019. His cousin was there as well, Tommy Walsh. It's the real Walsh show in that full forward line, or in the forward line in general. But he's an excellent player, and I think if you look at the way he was soloing it as well, he kind of soloed at an angle. He put the hurley away from his body. It meant that the corner back couldn't get at him, and then he brought the hurley back in again in the same movement. But an excellent finish. I think he might have been half hooked and doubled on it then on the ground. So it was a brilliant goal. He's on 2-1. He's been busy, and it was, as you said, for a team that were dominant, then found themselves behind. It was a great score to go in at half-time with the win to come, and it sets them up it sets the game up actually for a huge second half.
And just finally on that point, because we're here at pitch level, talk to us about that wind, about that breeze. How much of a factor do you think it's going to be?
I'm not so sure. I never really buy into the whole wind thing. I think actually at times it can be easier to play against the wind. I think it's easier maybe as a forward, because maybe balls aren't overhit. I think when you're playing with the wind, especially when you're half back, you have a tendency to drive the ball because you have the wind with you, and you feel you can drive it long and score from 60 or 70 yards. So as a corner forward, I think sometimes it's easier, because the half back is going to have a tendency maybe to lob it into you and give you a chance. I never really buy much into the wind. Mark referenced the cold. It is quite cold, but it's championship, it's county final day. I don't think any fellow will feel the cold, and I don't think the wind will have much bearing. The intensity of this game is really up now. I think it'll be a rip-roaring second half.
Okay, it's plenty hot down here on the sideline, and just off camera, just walking past us here, Kevin's going to take in the shot. Some wonderful scenes here of our minor and under-20 stars.
Hi, Jack.
And we can see Jack Hallan amongst them there, and a few hellos there for Shawnee McGrath, and a few big cheers from the crowd here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh. A wonderful occasion, I'd say, the 2 squads being paraded here around, and magical moments for them. Okay, second half still to come in the Co-op Superstores Cork Senior A Hurling Championship Final, all to play for. But let's go back up to the gantry and back to Patrick Mulcahy.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Colm. Interesting words from Shawnee McGrath there, but great to see, lads, both sides, the minors and the under-20s, being honoured here this afternoon.
Oh, this is absolutely brilliant, and actually just looking at Conor O'Callaghan there, a tough day for him today, having been beaten in the Junior County Championship yesterday, but from Tariff coming unstuck against Ballygiblin. But fantastic to see the work that's going on at underage, 220s and a minor All-Ireland hurling. The most important thing now, Patrick, is that those panels of players are kept together. That you're looking at the future of Cork hurling walking in front of us in the cameras at the moment, and brilliant to see Cork teams back winning hurling titles.
Yeah, great to see the trophies here with the captains, joint captains with the minors, and the under-20s with the trophies, and obviously I think they were presented with their All-Ireland medals earlier on. So a great day for them to be going home with with the badge of honour inside in their pocket. Their medals are hard earned, and the All-Ireland medals don't come around too often. We haven't had a few in Cork for a while, so absolutely brilliant to see both teams here today with the cups, and the hard work now starts for those guys to get forward to make the next step up, to both from the minors to get to the 20s and the 20s to step up onto the senior squads.
And of course some of the under-20 squads from the 2020 panel and 2021 panel are part of our game later on this afternoon. Sam Cork and Owen Downey both are part of the Middleton and Glen squads.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Yeah, brilliant to see them guys coming through. Like they were a huge part of those teams last year. So that's the next step up. Playing county finals is brilliant for them as well. It'll be a great experience to learn to play against some top class players. So it's absolutely a great incentive, great idea for the teams to be paraded here today.
And just mentioning Owen Downey, had to believe he's playing Hartley hurling with Christians as well. So he's after a very, very busy season, and he's a fantastic prospect as well.
Okay, let's turn our attentions back to the game here, and half-time, level pegging. Where are both sides at from a Father Neil's point of view? What do they need to do to move forward?
I'd say, Patrick, keep it going, to be honest with it. They were totally out of it for the first probably 10 minutes. They were 1-5 to 4 points down after the first water break, but they have dominated the second quarter, I would say. And definitely John Melrick's introduction has had a big boost in the team, but the team in general, I think, have played a lot better as well. Mikey Melrick has got on a lot of ball as well, and Tom Melrick as well. And then obviously the goals they got, I suppose Broderick's goal was a magnificent score. It would bring the plaudits from both sides of from both sets of supporters here today. But I think in general, for Father O'Neill's, just lads, we don't know what happened in the first 10 minutes. You weren't in it, but they have dominated the second quarter, and it's just a case of do the same again now for the next. But they probably have to take it quarter by quarter. So go out and win the third quarter now, and we thought he'd get it at the water break.
And as the river dance has been sprung around us here, Joe Cuddium, where do Kanturk go? Are they dancing their way across through the O'Neill's defence again?
I'd say if you asked me that question, I suppose 20 minutes into the game, Patrick, you would say yeah, absolutely. They were really flying it. They'd got a lot of their scores from play. They were looking comfortable, looking good, looking solid all over the pitch. And then the tsunami of goals, the 2 goals that went in from Father O'Neill's really rocked them back. But again, I think if you said to them before the match that they went in a half-time level, having played against the wind, they'd be quite happy. Most of their scores have come from play, which is quite the opposite to Father O'Neill's, where a lot of their scores have come from frees. So I think overall Kanturk should be happy as to where they are at half time. You know what I mean? They had a couple of bats, they had a couple of mistakes that led to goals, but overall I think they're well in the game, playing quite well. The Walshes inside, I think Alan and Colin have got, they're Aidan as well. They're all on the score sheet. They'll be looking quite comfortable, and I think if they can, first 10 minutes up to the water break, I think in the second half will be a huge turning point in the game to see where it goes from here. Obviously, Father O'Neill's have turned it around from being 1-3 to 0 down to win the second one. They scored 2-7. So all to play for. Both teams will be in the half time with looking at the different aspects of it. So all the ingredients for a great second half.
And referee Nathan Wall just blowing the whistle to get teams out of the dressing rooms.
But the big thing, Patrick, is the standard of hurling is very, very good, and the commitment on both teams is unquestionable. I think both sets of players have been brilliant now, to be fair, and great credit due to the management. I see Sean Prendergast is training Father O'Neill's and Frankie Flannery is training Kanturk. I think to have 2 teams to be hurling at the level they're hurling and what they're producing on the field of play is magnificent, down to the coaching of the men involved.
So both teams back onto the field. Looks like we're going to be going unchanged to the end of the first half. This Co-op Superstores Cork Senior Hurling Championship final. If we do go to a draw, we'll be going to a replay, which will more than likely to take place next week. Of course, depending on Cantork's involvement in football, as we've seen a little bit earlier on, as Nathan Wall of Ballincollig throws in the ball for the second half here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh. Our first of our double header this afternoon. Aidan Walsh, long ball, snapshot, long from the 65, going towards the edge of the square. Ball going left and wide.
Yes, and you know, Cantork do play through the lines, Patrick. That was probably a first time that Aidan Walsh struck a ball from 70 or 80 yards into the full forward line, but they play an awful lot of short possession and carrying the ball, more a football style, I suppose, in some respects. But you know, certainly Faro needs to throw them out of that fluent stride in the last 15 minutes.
That's probably a temptation too, Mark, if you're playing with the wind too, that you might think that the wind can help you. You know, the wind is not going to win the game for you. And again, if the opportunity is on.
Well, there's a small mistake here, because Alan Sheehy receiving possession free in the centre of the field, and Alan Sheehy getting the scoreboard up and running for this second half.
Yeah, and a very, very good score, Patrick, and John alluded to it at half time, that a lot of the scores that Cantork have come from play.
As the ball poked out short to this near sideline, great flick away there by the goal scorer in the first half, Colin Welch. Chance now for O'Neill's just to try and settle things back down once again. Great atmosphere here. Around 10,000 people expected on Páirc Uí Chaoimh this afternoon for this double header. Great scene after what we had only 200 people last year, as this line ball goes short to Aidan Walsh, who just scoops the ball outside to lock on O'Neill. But great flick away there by the O'Neill's defenders, but Aidan Walsh was first to reply to it, shortens the grip of the Hurley, cross the face of goal, but it goes inside that near upright.
Excellent score from Aidan Walsh there again. It looked to be he was turned over under pressure off the right side, couldn't get it away, but won the ball again and shortened the Hurley, and off his right side, that's his third point from play. Big score for Cantork.
You'd be half questioning, Patrick, whether Faro O'Neill's might be better off to bring Daniel Harrington back to centre back and move Mark O'Keefe out to the middle of the field, because both players are quite capable of playing in both positions.
Thomas Mellerick, the ball's gone out to the right hand side and wide. Thomas Mellerick with the shot, but it's gone right and wide. So the first time in this second half we'll see the Cantork keeper Biganuskas.
Slight adjustment as well on the Cantork side. Aidan Walsh seems to be going on to left half forward here as well, and has taken Mark O'Keefe out of centre back.
This is off shot underneath us as the ball goes long from Brian O'Sullivan, this time kicked away by the O'Neill's defender in Owen Motherway, and a clearance from Mark O'Keefe finding Billy Dunn inside. The man from Ballyhemnican Ladies Bridge, the Ballyhemnican Bolt, sticks the score over the bar.
First score of the game from Billy Dunn in the second half, but he's going to be hugely important to Faro O'Neill's, I feel, if they're going to, you know, he's taken the mantle from Declan Dalton in relation to being the star man of that forward line, and I think Billy Dunn will really have to get on the ball and being able to take his scores will be a big part in the second half for Faro O'Neill's.
Cantork winning the breaking ball off that. Brian O'Sullivan, the under 20 star, he just missed a parade of his own, but he's looking to try and parade himself around Páirc Uí Chaoimh here.
Yeah, be disappointed with that, no, Patrick, because a player of his quality should be tapping that ball over the bar, or certainly steadying himself. He hit it on the run, which isn't a problem, but he should be nailing that opportunity.
Also put it on the near side mark as well, near post, like we're looking at putting it on the far post to give himself a chance.
Puck out down to the centre of the park. Ball outside towards Ian Walsh. Chance for Cantork on the run here. Shot going all the way in short off the crossbar. Oh, there was a close effort there. But Colin Sloan just seeing it off the top of the crossbar from the shot from Ryan Walsh. And O'Neill's looking to try and turn the fence into attack, but not if Lorcan McLaughlin can allow it. Along with his midfield partner Sheehy. Ball over towards that far side. Mispicked by Ian Walsh, and a chance for O'Neill's through Thomas Mellerick. Long ball inside towards the full forward line, but just the wind held it up on that occasion, and Cantork just stopping the run of the Faro O'Neill's men as the ball just flicks out. Chance for Paddy McMahon, but Cantork in there fighting for it. Ball's ended up the floor, play continues on. Liam Cashman is back there. He's been under pressure from Hankert, squirts back through towards John Brown, steadies the ship, and the clearance completed by Lorcan McLaughlin. Going towards the full forward line. 1-on-1 situation, Alan Walsh just slipping to the floor. Scoring 3 goals in this championship before this game. Walked outside to Colin Walsh, shortens the grip of the Hurley. across the face of goal, left and wide.
That's Kanturk's third wide, Patrick, now the second half, so they've become quite wasteful. I think Faro Needs have hit 5 wides in total. But I mean, some of those scores, some of those opportunities need to be converted.
Ball down towards this near sideline, well picked up here by Thomas Mellor, the captain of the side. It's turning in, and it turns into level the game once again at 2-9 apiece.
Excellent score there from Thomas Mellor. He had missed a couple before that, but seems to be gone over. He seems to have gone into midfield at the moment, and he was on lock-on with Loughlin, and they created a 2-1 situation from the puck out, and he won the ball, and on the sideline, curled in lovely here in front of us. So great score for Thomas Mellor.
What you find is that Daniel Harrington has actually gone back, wing back, I think, Judd as well, in a direct swap with Thomas Mellor.
Yeah, you mentioned that earlier on. That's maybe that's something that they should have considered. And both Melloric's now playing in midfield, and this game is quite tight. Nothing to bit of luck here and there. You saw the last one from the shot from Ryan Walsh coming off the crossbar. These things, county finals can be won in small things.
Yeah, so what we see now is that Thomas Mellor has gone from wing back out to Mark Loughlin in the middle of the field. Daniel Harrington has gone back wing back to pick up Brian O'Sullivan, but Brian O'Sullivan is playing kind of as a third midfielder, stroking his own half back line at the moment, so he's drifting all over the field, and Daniel Harrington is picking him up. And then you have John Mellerick in the middle of the field picking up Loughlin O'Neill, who's named a wing back but playing midfield.
So a chance for Kevin O'Sullivan to take the lead once again, and he does that. It's O'Neill's 2-10, Kanturk 2-9. So O'Sullivan's first action of the second half, converting another free. His 7th point of the game, 6th from place ball. Puck out to the far side, free catch for the Kanturk man in the centre of the park. Shot going in, it's going to the left-hand side and wide from Aidan Walsh.
Yeah, off his weaker left-hand side, won the ball from the puck out, and looked up. There wasn't seem to be much movement inside, and again they're shooting from a lot more from distance this half. Maybe they think that the wind will help them, so that was a disappointing wide from Aidan. He'll be disappointed with that. Great
and against
score
the
again.
wind here, O'Neill's are taking the scruff of the game by the neck, and Daniel Harrington converting a long-range score.
Yeah, fantastic score from Harrington. Faro Needs certainly have settled in the second half. Kanturk hit 4 wides in succession. So certainly the game is swinging towards O'Neill at this moment. O'Neill's at this moment in time. Fantastic score from Daniel Harrington.
And Daniel Harrington going to climb highest, just bats it down, but the Kanturk men have come away with it as Liam O'Keefe fouled in the centre of the field. And elementary free for Kanturk to take from the centre of the park.
Some ironic cheers as well, I think, from the crowd. I think, Patrick, that I think maybe if you're from the Kanturk supporters, maybe they feel they haven't got too much from the free taking point of view here. So chance here now for Brian Walsh in the middle, right dead centre in the middle of the field. They really need this one to go over the bar to bring them back into the game.
It is going to be Brian O'Sullivan who's going to be taking this one right underneath the dash on the shade of the south stand here on Páirc Uí Chaoimh. Beautiful day for hurling. Hasn't caught that well though. It's gone left and wide, and those errors are going to add up towards the end of the game.
That's pressure now, Patrick. I think that's 5 in a row that they've hit wide. But when you're free taker, you need to get yourself back into the game. That you'll be hoping to knock a ball over the bar like that.
Ball batted down by Lorcan McLaughlin on the far side, which is knocked out over the line there by, looks like Joe Mellerick. It'll be a sideline ball for Kanturk over on that far side of the field in front of the decently packed north stand this afternoon. He took a bit of chalk out of the line there as he struck that line ball. Paddy McMahon getting a hurley in there. So is Billy Dunn, putting Liam Cashman under pressure. Chance for Alan Sheehy now. He's been harried and hassled, but there was just too much hassling there by Billy Dunn, grabbing both hands as the free is taken quickly. And the tempo to this second half starting to rise a little bit more as Brian O'Sullivan playing it low inside to Alan Walsh into the low full forward line. Turns back on the left. Walsh looking to reduce the margin. He hasn't failed to do so.
That's 6 in a row, Mark.
Yeah, it's incredible. That was probably the easiest opportunity so far, Joe.
Yeah, easy one for him. Great ball in for Brian O'Sullivan. Alan Walsh, who's good to get it, but again, very disappointed. Under little pressure from the defender, struck the ball wide on the same side. So very disappointing with that.
Sean O'Connor now getting himself a long ball up the field, and the fight for possession there deep in Kanturk territory. But again, Kanturk coming away with it. And Sheehy clearing the lines to Brian O'Sullivan, who's playing quite a deep role for Kanturk. Again, finding the full forward inside, Alan Walsh, being closely marshalled by Sean O'Connor. Referee says play on. It's Joe Merrick now picking possession from Joe, the brother, and sending it long to Kanturk territory. Well caught inside there though by Aidan Walsh, it looks like.
Darren Brown,
John
yeah.
Brown, in fact,
Darren
sorry.
Brown, yeah, great catching him. Here's Aidan Walsh now.
Now here is Aidan Walsh. Aidan working his way inside. Ball outside to Lorcan O'Neill, the man who picked up a yellow card in the second half. Shortens the grip of the Hurley, finding Liam O'Keefe. O'Keefe 1-on-1 with the Hoover Melrick. Well, O'Keefe finds enough room to get the score and finds himself getting a score while O'Neill's are making a change in front of us. It's Ryan Keneally coming on for Paddy McMahon.
That was a score that was badly needed, and it's quite obvious there that Aidan Walsh looked like he was fouled, wasn't getting any free from the referee. Aidan Walsh had allowed the game to develop, in fairness. Ball went into O'Keefe, and he showed a lovely shimmy. Liam O'Keefe knocked the ball over the bat. A badly needed score for Kanturk.
The possession down to this near side. Sheehy willingly puck out. Here's Aidan Walsh from his own 65. Long range shot. Aidan Walsh, long ball going right and going wide.
Again, a 1-to-1 inside there. You'll wonder, like Alan Walsh inside there, also Colin Walsh, the two of them inside there, 1-to-1 with their men. Aidan, it's a long way out. It looked the shot looked to be on target as it left us Hurley, but you'd wonder, these wides are beginning to mount up. Would we be better off to play the ball 1-on-1 inside and try to create a score inside with two dangerous full forwards?
These Cork men now still remain in the 1-point lead. First time pull from Thomas Melrick down the line, but just gone too far over the end line. Another wide against Fodder O'Neill's.
And I guess 7 wides for Kanturk, Patrick, in the first 11 minutes of the second half. Like, it's a dramatic amount of wides, and as Josh said, maybe they'd be better off to start playing the ball in, because they are getting a bit of success. They're playing a 2-man inside line. We're just looking down at the moment, and you can see there's 2 of their full forward players are inside the small parallelogram, so they are trying to create space in front of the house, but it is the delivery of ball that needs to be important, needs to be played in front of the lads, and not going for crazy shots from long distances out.
Good sideline ball into the centre of the park to find Lorcan O'Neill under pressure. Joe Melrick getting another Hurley in there, as he always has done, for especially wearing the Cork jersey this year, as Brian O'Sullivan met with a heavy shoulder from Thomas Melrick. And a chance now for Kanturk to go on the attack once again. There's Owen Motherway and Colin Welch fighting inside there. Ball walking the way through to the full forward line. Here is Alan Walsh. Luke's man outside in Aidan. Just dummies outside. Melrick sold to Candy. Took the shot at leisure and stitched the ball over the bar.
Excellent score there, Mark. As you said, the ball went in. They played the ball inside that time to Colin Walsh, or Alan Walsh. Won the ball. Wasn't selfish. He knew he was at a difficult angle. Played it back out to Aidan Walsh. Slipped, and I think the slip took Joe Melrick out of the game and turned off his right hand, put a lovely ball over the bar.
Level game once again as we come to the closure of this third quarter. Long ball inside, touched by Hancock, dangerous, chance opportunity, balls inside the 6-yard box. But Kanturk are going to clear their lines, and that could be a lucky escape they're going to get away from us. Well, under pressure inside there was Thomas Melrick, and Aidan Walsh just fed the ball off to Brian O'Sullivan, faced up against Melrick. Is this an opportunity for Kanturk to take the lead? Fading left and goes right, I should say, and goes to the right and wide. We remain a level game.
Yeah, level game, Patrick, and there's like still nothing in it between the two teams. It'd be impossible to call a winner at this stage. It's probably easier to suggest maybe that the game might finish a draw. We can see off camera at the moment now that John Melrick is down. He's feeling a hamstring, and I can tell you, if he goes off, it's going to be a big blow to O'Neill's. But no, you know the Melricks as well as I do now. The last thing he'll be doing is going off if he can help it.
It'll take a lot for that man to go off the field, like he knows at this stage. Obviously, he's under, he hasn't played in such a long time. But if that hamstring can last up, he will keep going.
Ball worked on by Thomas Melrick and towards the full forward line, looking for Killian Broderick. Ball inside. Kanturk again coming away, and Ryan Welch under all sorts of pressure, the hassling, and Nathan Wall has been very consistent in this game this afternoon. Colin Welch, he took the bounce of the ball. He's 1-on-1 with Sloan. Welch with a shot, and Welch buries it to the back of the net. A third goal for Kanturk this afternoon. 2 of them going to the name of Colin Welch.
Yeah, we spoke about the ball going in again. They're a threat inside on 1-to-1. They're very dangerous when they move the ball. And again, turned to his right hand. Lovely low shot, bang into the corner. Good goal for Kanturk.
His possession goes to the other end, and can O'Neill's get a reply out of this as Daniel Harrington digging low, finding deep into the pockets, down in towards Thomas Melrick. Here's the substitute, Ryan Keneally, into the corner. O'Neill's need to bury it with a back of a score of some description, but they're not going to do so as Rob Cullinan was dispossessed there, and a chance for Darren Brown to try and clear the lines. Doesn't clear it successfully. It was up towards the Hoover and the halfway line. Mike Melrick just offloading the ball over towards the far side of the field. Shot going in here from an O'Neill's point of view, but trailing to the left-hand side and wide.
I think it's also worth mentioning as well, Mark, as well, I think Larkin is turning the years back today. I think he really is having a great game in the middle of the field, working back, helping out his defence. They're not making it easy for us in Kanturk. They have two midfielders with two red helmets, so it's not easy to see which is which, but I think Larkin has been a really big part in Kanturk's performance today.
So the water break was going to be called, but it's not. It's going to continue on. Kanturk are making a substitution here because Ian Walsh is making his way off the field. Daniel O'Connell is coming in. We're going to finish out this third quarter with one more phase of play.
Yeah, there's a big turnaround, I'd have to say. Like, you know, Father Neath had led by 2 points in the 11 minutes, and now they find themselves a goal down. So a big turnaround for Kanturk, but maybe they've hit a lot of wides, but they have a lot of possession.
Another opportunity here for Kanturk to try and clear the lines. Under pressure from Ryan Keneally, there was Darren Brown, but found a man out in front of him. Brian O'Sullivan just dinks the ball over the top, but Mark O'Keefe just too clever for Aidan Walsh on that occasion. And O'Keefe finds two O'Neill's men and couldn't get the ball to either of the two of them as Ryan Walsh goes on one of these searing runs. Oh, what a tackle by Thomas Melrick, with a touch away from Walsh, kept the ball in front of him, and there could be another opportunity of a goal inside here. Ryan Walsh went to be greedy, go for the score for himself, and that gave the opportunity for the Hoover to come in, or Owen Murray I should say, to come in and try and clear the lines, and he wins a free from the 21 metre line.
Great defending there from Father O'Neill's. Ryan Walsh, as you say, Patrick, had chances maybe to lay it off, but kept trying to score himself. Earlier on, Aidan Walsh was out here loose after he won possession for the first time. Great defending by Owen Murray, keeps Father O'Neill's right in this game. One score game.
Murray takes the free himself, but what a catch inside by Larkin McLaughlin. And just offloads the ball to Liam O'Keefe. Dummies right, shimmies left. 2-on-1 situation for Kanturk downside there as Colin Walsh races out to possession. But Owen Murray just flicked it out forward in front of him. And the chance of Daniel O'Connell, he's been bottled up inside there. And Daniel Harrington has dispossessed him. Here's the Hoover Melrick. Inside in the bottom of the ruck. He's probably the smallest player in the field, but he's the most nimble player undoubtedly. As Daniel Harrington is throwing the ball up, getting a touch to it, and Mike Melrick breaking away out of the ruck. We're into the 48th minute of the Senior A Hurling Championship final. And it's a sideline ball for Kanturk.
Yeah, but the other thing, Pat, is the intensity of the game has not dropped one jot since the start. It's fantastic. And we're a nice bit away, but the tackles, the ferociousness, the fitness levels of the teams are brilliant. It's a fantastic game of hurling.
Larkin McLaughlin to Brian O'Sullivan. Back to McLaughlin, who plays it back outside to his cornerback, Liam Cashman. Long ball, one-on-one situation, caught by Alan Walsh, offload the ball, nearly got it to O'Connell, still has an opportunity for a score. Can he extend it? He can't. Another poor wide from the Kanturk point of view, but it is at the three-quarter time, Kanturk taking a 1-goal lead. Let's go downstairs and hear the thoughts of Shawnee McGrath.
Yeah, Patrick. Again, a game that's ebbing and flowing. Like at one stage in that second half, it looked like Father O'Neill's were taken off. Daniel Harrington got a superb score, a real inspirational score here under the south stand. But I suppose that midfield duo, like of Kanturk, have been busy all day. The likes of Larkin McLaughlin, Alan Sheehy, who's not getting many mentions, is on the ball, and Brian O'Sullivan, I think, is a bit of a revelation as well. The last one over the top was intercepted by Mark O'Keefe, but in general, his mopping up and his delivery inside is brilliant, and balls going in like into that full forward line, like at times their touch was off a little bit for Kanturk, but once they do get it in the danger zone and turn their man, just like, you know, what's Colin Walsh's finish for his third goal, like when the ball is going in with that regularity, they definitely have the full forward or the full back line of Father O'Neill's under first pressure. So the dominance, maybe just 5 minutes there to the end of the break from, as I said, you know, the likes of Larkin McLaughlin, Brian O'Sullivan and Alan Sheehy has just started to turn the tide back in Kanturk's favour. But what's notable here as well down the sideline is that the intensity of the wind seems to have picked up, and I think that's probably contributed a bit to Kanturk's inaccuracy. They had some very, very bad wides. Shots that, as they left the Hurling, looked like they were going over as you're looking here on the sideline, and just tailed off in the end. I think the wind has picked up a bit, but in fairness to Colin Walsh, he's turned the tide again in Kanturk's favour, and here we go with 15 to go.
15 minutes to go, Mark Landers. Kanturk with the goal lead, but so many wides, 8 in that second,
it's
third
incredible.
quarter.
It's incredible. They have a huge amount of possession, and they've won the third quarter, a goal and 4 points to 4 points, but they've crucially hit 8 wides party to 1. So that would seem to me that Kanturk have a huge amount of possession. Father O'Neill's are still well in the game. There's only a goal in it, and we have seen from Father O'Neill's in the first half what they can do. So this game is a long ways from over, but Kanturk, I would say, are possibly in the driving seat.
Colin Sloan with the puck out to start this fourth quarter. Over towards the far side of the field. Can O'Neill's get a score to start those? Mark O'Keefe blocked down there by, looks like, Lorcan McLaughlin and Alan Sheehy doing a lot of donkey work in the middle of the field as Thomas Melrick plays it back to Daniel Harrington. Back towards Jordan Melrick, looking to try and find space inside the full forward line. Long ball inside. An opportunity here for Rob Cullinane, but great block inside there by the Kanturk man McLaughlin. Lorcan McLaughlin picking out a man in space, and Daniel O'Connell, a second opportunity from O'Connell, and he makes no mistake on this effort.
Yeah, but it's way better play, and in fairness to McLaughlin, picked out, I think it was a Brian O'Sullivan that got Daniel O'Connell. And I suppose he was looking at game, set and match before the water break. He got the opportunity, but fumbled it, and he's done great to get a point and put Kanturk 4 points up.
This ball goes inside to the full forward line. A bit of an outrageous shot from Colin Welch over the left shoulder, but going left and wide for the 9th wide jar.
Yeah, but again, good play from Alan Sheehy. He won the ball and didn't even attempt to go for the score, look for the man inside. And Colin Walsh at that stage, it's when it comes off, they look absolutely brilliant scores. But again, over the shoulders when he had the beating of his man. So again, I'd say Kanturk have started the last quarter really well.
Ball walked down from Mikey Melrick to Daniel Harrington with a great flick away there by Lorcan O'Neill, or by Ryan Walsh even. And Brian O'Sullivan just scoops the ball over up to find Ryan Walsh. Aidan Walsh, square ball to the triangle, looking for the runner inside. That was Liam O'Keefe, who kept on the loop off the outside of Daniel O'Connell. And what a score from Liam O'Keefe! And they've now kicked into a 5-point lead.
Yeah, good play all round again. They were composure on the ball between the Kanturk players in the middle of the field. And Daniel O'Connell, who's made an impact since he's come on, the ball came across to him. Instead of getting the ball himself, just laid it off. Nice little pass to Liam O'Keefe, and as he struck it, his hand was in the air. He knew it was going over the bar. So Kanturk now really going to drive on from here. So we're asking questions at the moment of Father O'Neill's whether they can come back or not. A free here for Kanturk won by Aidan Walsh, and an opportunity for Brian Sullivan maybe if he takes it, or maybe Lorcan might take this one. With a chance here now to put 6 points between the two teams.
Lorcan McLaughlin looking to change the sliotar, and change the sliotar has happened for some reason or another.
He's like at Wimbledon here. He's about three balls in his hands, and he's flicking one. Picked the best one and flicked the other two away.
But the funny thing is, Joe, that he wanted to free.
Yeah,
absolutely. Came over and he claimed it himself. He wanted to strike that ball himself. He's saying, I'm having a really good game. I'm going to do the right thing with it.
It looks like he's going to do the right thing, and picks up Colin Walsh absolutely efficiently, going across the face of goal though, going right and wide. Great ball, great thinking from McLaughlin.
Yeah, but sure, he's years of experience. He's just a fantastic man, fantastic player. He's one of those real key cornerstone men that you want in your club, that man Lorcan McLaughlin.
Puck out from Sloan, and O'Neill's now need scores in a quick way as Rob Cullinane just flicks it back to Daniel Harrington. Ball to the corner, picks up Melrick. He doesn't usually go for shots, but just fades out, and the wind probably just pulling that left and wide.
Yeah, the other move as well, lads, that I think has influenced the game is Ryan Walsh has gone out left half back here to take up Rob Cullinane. They've made that switch early on, and he's in the game quite a bit, and he's towering forward.
Poor pick out there, and a chance now for Killian Broderick. He's going in, a goal, goes for a shot. Over the top of the crossbar. Could have been a second rasper from Broderick.
Yeah, these are mistakes like that when you're 5 or 6 points ahead. He went short, was intercepted, but in fairness to him, he's gone long here again.
He's gone long on this occasion. The chance now for O'Neill's to try and clear their lines. There's 2 O'Neill's men inside her. One of those is Joe Melrick, man who got a goal earlier in this championship. Under pressure, pops the ball outside, finding Owen Motherway, who clears the lines. Down top of a free man, Ryan Keneally underneath that one, but got squeezed out of it there by 2 Kanturk players. And a chance now for Darren Brown from his own half-back line. Resets the catch count, shortens the grip, sends it long. 2-on-2 situation. Again, another flick on from Alan Walsh. He's in there everywhere at the moment. And then now a free in. There's a foul on Alan Walsh, and he's having some second half here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh.
And in the context of the game, I think that was a kind of an easy enough free that Nathan Wall blew for, kind of maybe for a bit of the jersey being pulled or the hand being pulled back. But I think the Kanturk half-back line here, plus Lorcan McLaughlin, really are kind of dominating the game here. Darren Brown is very solid. Ryan Walsh on the left. Alan Sheehy on the right. Lorcan is playing there as well. So it's, to me, that triangle or that diamond of players having a big influence in this game. They're stopping the ball going into the full forward line of Father O'Neill. So that's Kanturk on five ahead now again.
As Brian O'Sullivan converts that free mark.
Yeah, and like I mentioned at the third water or the second water break, that Kanturk had gone into the driving seat, and Jordan's quite right. I think Darren Brown and Ryan Walsh in the half-back and Lorcan McLaughlin have been really, really dominant in the second half.
That's a good score from Mark O'Keefe to reduce the margin back down to 4 points. And you can't really rule out this dogged O'Neill's team so far. It's the Kanturk keeper down towards his near side, picked up by Joe Melrick, and a frontal charge by the Kanturk man. And it's going to be a free for O'Neill's from their own 45.
In fairness to Father O'Neill's, they're hanging in there. It was a great score by Mark O'Keefe to keep them within 2 scores of the game. As you said, Kanturk have had a lot of play, a lot of possession, but still, with the bones of maybe 8 or 9 minutes to go, it's still a 2-score game.
Very much all to play for. Long ball in towards the full forward line. The clash of players inside there, but it's Kanturk who are going to break away with it on this occasion. As referee's going to stop play because there's 2 players.
Rob Conlan, I think, and Lorcan McLaughlin. I think Lorcan was standing in under the long free that was coming in. And Hankert had come out to try and catch it and probably collided into his back, I would suspect. Nasty enough, normal, again, nothing malicious in it, but just probably nasty enough, I'd say. Hanker's a huge man. He might have got a knee in the back or a push in the back or something like that,
Yeah, it could be Alan Sheehy, in fact, who's the man that is down. They're just being checked out by the Kanturk doctors.
It's Lorcan, all right. The red helmets are confusing us, Patrick.
Yeah.
2 red helmets in midfield. It's
if you were McLaughlin, you're right, Jar.
Yeah, if you were Father O'Neill's, Mark, would you look at doing something this is? Is there anything they can do to try? They probably need a goal, or 4 or 5 points against that wind is not going to be easy to get.
Yeah, I think, Joe, they need to start getting a lot more possession in their own half-back line to get the ball into Hankert. I think he's the one fella that might change the game for them.
Ball's worked inside, a chance for Kanturk, pulled first time, but Colin Slow now trying to break away out of the fence and works the ball outside. O'Neill's now 4 points at a deficit and over 4.5 minutes left in this one. As that ball gone out over the sideline, it's another chance for O'Neill's from a sideline.
The big men like Mark O'Keefe, I think, has gone up into the forward line now as well.
Oh, heavy hit there on Thomas Melrick as the play continues on. Alan Sheehy walking the ball to the corner over towards Alan Welsh, but he's been stopped brilliantly over there by Sean O'Connor. And Sean O'Connor's, after winning a free defensively, doing some superb defensive work back there from a Father O'Neill's point of view.
So it looks like Father O'Neill's have thrown the last dice, I would say. Mark O'Keefe has gone into the full forward line with Hankert. They seem to be playing 2 on the inside line, but they need to get possession out of the midfielder half-back to get that ball up there. At the moment, Kanturk are owning the ball, and they'll probably, I'd say, a bit like the Cork ladies footballers, they'll be hanging on to possession as much as possible and not giving it away.
As the hands in the north stand raise as the ball walks into the sun. Daniel O'Connell under pressure. Joe Melrick winning the breaking ball, trying to break out of the tackle. Turns back outside towards Joe Melrick. Long ball, but found the Kanturk man in the middle of the field. Walked it to Aidan Walsh. Ryan's inside there trying to work hard, but Killian Broderick winning the dirty ball. Cleared in by Kevin O'Sullivan. 1-on-1 inside. Hankert nearly got a hand to it. Pulled first time by Mark O'Keefe, but a bit of a laboured effort on that occasion. And that's an opportunity, and the ball goes out for the right hand side and wide. O'Neill's are looking dangerous as the ball goes in, Jar.
Yeah, they are. That was a good chance for Hankert. The ball landed kind of on top of him, but good defending from John Brown inside there, where batted the ball away, broke to Mark O'Keefe, didn't make a great connection with it. easy enough save inside for Grantis, and again, this is wearing down the time. I think Ford O'Neill's need to get a score. They need to get some momentum. They need a score or two to get back into it.
Ball gone out over the sideline. You caught in shot moments ago. Cian Clernan on the sideline getting ready to come in. And the fourth official now looks like he is going to make that. Well, he was in the moment. Diarmuid Corwin catch this play first before the substitution is made. Not the greatest pass from Kevin O'Sullivan, but a good pick up by Joe Melrick. Shortens the grip of the Hurley. He was half hooked on that occasion. And a chance for Darren Brown to break out of the fence. Thought about going for the shot. Thought better of it. Popped the ball inside to Aidan Walsh. Walsh with a long range shot. And Aidan Walsh goes pushing Kanturk into a 5-point lead.
That could be the turning the insurance score from Kanturk's point of view again. Jerry Melrick came up the field. Again, probably showing a bit of rustiness that he hasn't played for a while. Hit the ball in. Darren Brown, who's been really, really impressive and solid at centre-back, came out. Passed it through down to Aidan Walsh, and off his right side again, a really, really inspirational score from Walsh.
Cian Clernan coming on for Alan Walsh with 2 minutes left on the clock. And we're going to be hitting additional time shortly as Brian O'Sullivan looking to try and put the nail into the Ford O'Neill's coffin. Ball walked inside towards the full forward line, and he's only on with a matter of minutes. And Cian Clernan getting himself onto the score sheet for the Senior A final.
But again, if they play the ball in properly into the full forward line inside, I think without playing those long shots, they're very dangerous inside. They've got two big men who are getting the possession, laying it off. Nice easy score there.
A good check here from Lorcan O'Neill. By just going to pull it to the right hand side and wide. We will be starting injury time shortly here, gents.
Yeah, and I suppose the big thing for me is that Kanturk has started to convert the possession that they've had, Patrick, and they've gone into a 6 points lead now, and they certainly have one hand in the cup. O'Neill's certainly need to get a goal to get themselves back into this game, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
As Brian O'Sullivan goes for another long range shot. 6 points the margin.
Yeah, so looking down, Patrick, I see Declan Dodd sitting down in front of me here, and he's looking down, you know, what Ford O'Neill's would do to have him inside in the full forward line today for them. He's been a phenomenal loss for them, you know, so it's an awful pity that injury actually robbed him of playing today.
Daniel O'Connell with an opportunity of a shot. O'Connell sending this ball in, but going to the left hand side and wide. Will be getting the attention of both our co-commentators shortly, who will be deciding on the Co-op Superstores man of the match for the Senior A Hurling Championship final. As Joe Melrick going for the Hail Mary, long ball inside. Here's Hankard, the man stitched 6'3" in stature, takes a touch, trying to break through the fence under all sorts of pressure. Hankard, 3-4 Kanturk men squeezing him out of it, and a chance to try and break away here from Aidan Walsh, helping his defence all the way back there. Brian O'Sullivan clearing the lines, switch play, 1-on-1 situation, looking for Cian Clernan. The defenders have done very, very well there. Sean O'Connor and the Melricks all trying to clear their lines. Still, Joe Melrick under pressure, plays it back to the Hoover, Mike Melrick. Mike, well, he's been dispossessed once again. And a chance for Kanturk. They have a hand on the trophy. Are they going to get a second hand on the cup? Ball walked in short. In towards the Kanturk forward. The hand is going in the air, but it's going to the left-hand side and wide from Liam O'Keefe. As Kanturk making a further substitution. Mark Healy coming into play. It's Daniel O'Connell making a brief introduction to this final. You see coming off here as 2 minutes of additional time has been awarded. We're into the second minute of those. Lads, we're going to have to start thinking Co-op Superstores Senior A Hurling Championship final man of the match.
Difficult, very difficult call today from obviously from a Kanturk point of view with their performance. We'll be giving it to one of their players. You look at Colin Walsh, who's after getting 3 goals, Darren Brown, Ryan Walsh. Just saying to mark off here there, I'm having difficulty deciding, but I think Larkin for me has been outstanding. Aidan Walsh has got 5 points, so it's probably down to one of them, but for me I go for Larkin for his performance in the middle of the field.
Yeah, I concur with everything that Joe said there now. It's hard to believe it, man.
Goal opportunity and the first time back in the net. Oh, to finish it off to the back, but Nathan Wall pulled it. He pulled for the free first, and the goal won't stand. Would have been some finish, but Mark, to finish your point.
Yeah, like, it's hard to believe that a man who's got 3 goals in the county final won't get man in the match. Or Aidan Walsh, and I want to say this, it is a heartbreaking decision between Aidan and Larkin. Both of them have been brilliant. If there was 2 men in the match, I don't know that anyone had to share the glass, because Aidan Walsh has been outstanding as well, 5 points on play. But from the get-go, for me, Larkin McLaughlin has hurled an ocean of ball today for his club. I thought he's been outstanding.
So Larkin McLaughlin is our Co-op Superstores Senior A Hurling Championship Final man of the match. Now we will be getting an interview with him and the post-match reaction. With a chance here for Brian O'Sullivan to wrap up this final in its entirety. And the under-20 start, well, what a year he's after having. And this is to round it out in a hurling point of view. Of course, they're in a Premier Intermediate Football Championship final in a couple of weeks. But O'Sullivan to tack on a further score to make it his 9th I make it in the game. And they've extended the lead to 7 points. And it's all over! It's all over! And Kanturk have the first leg of the double in the bag. And they're playing Premier Senior Hurling for 2022. 317 to 213 winners over for O'Neill's.
It's heartbreaking for Father O'Neill's, Patrick. Their second county final in a row to come unstuck. Ultimately, I'd say the loss of Declan Dalton and maybe not having Joe Mellerick for a full 60 minutes has certainly didn't help their causes. Same as last year, they were missing Daniel Harrington and Joe Mellerick for the final. But look, today is all about Kanturk. In fairness, a great start to the game. Then Father O'Neill's took over. Father O'Neill's went 2 points up into the second half, and they certainly looked like they had one hand in the cup. But the possession ultimately has paid off because Kanturk, even though they hit, I think, something like 15 wides in the second half, they've ended up scoring 317. I said their scoring average for the year was 220. That adds up to the same thing. They put it on the scoreboard where it mattered most, and ultimately that is the main reason why they're victors today.
Yeah, excellent performance from Kanturk, and they could be delighted with their performance today. You know, to do it on the final day is always very rewarding. They've played well all year. I saw them play early on the year. I think their system suits them down to the ground. They've got a couple of big men inside: Alan Walsh, Colin Walsh, Aidan Walsh. They're all able to hurl, but they're all very big men with a good hand as well. But I think the system that they play, Brian O'Sullivan playing deep, and when they get the ball, instead of going for the pot shots probably that they went after half time there, allowing for the 7 or 8 wides, I think they were well on top. They started really well. Father O'Neill's showed great heart, great character to come back in, coinciding with the introduction of Jerry Mellerick. But I think overall, if you were to take the context of the whole game, certainly I think Kanturk were the better side, and that's the first half of a potential double, and they'll be playing senior hurling next year.
Well, let's go down to the sideline because we have our man of the match here down on the touchline. Let's join Colin O'Connor.
Yes, indeed, we do have our man of the match, Larkin McLaughlin, and John O'Gorman, the chairman of Dairy Gold, is about to present the all-important piece of crystal to Larkin. And we're delighted. Thank you very much, John. And Dairy Gold, of course, sponsors of the Co-op Superstores Championship. Larkin, you look like a man that enjoyed his Sunday afternoon there.
Yeah, not bad. Any day you win a county, I suppose it's a good day's work. But tough battle again. Like we know what to expect coming in. A lot of lads, a bit of nerves coming into football last weekend. You just don't know how you'd fire in the day. But Declan Dalton was a big loss for them. Let's not make any bones about that. But we performed well in patches. I thought we heard some good stuff. They got a run us there in the first half. They thought we were in a spot of bother. They got 2 excellent goals, top class goals. It rattled us a bit, but lads kind of regrouped again, and it's the same all year. And even at my age, you just go into games knowing you're going to the well again. So thank God, look, we grounded out again, showed a bit of character there at the end, and held out. A lot of experience in the team as well helped. A bit, a couple of young fellas there. Colin exceptional again, getting goals there. Just that outlet ball to go direct in, it takes so much pressure off us instead of, previously we were trying to work the ball through the lines continuously, but now we've an out and out long option, so that's great. It just takes the pressure off us all fellas, really.
Okay, Larkin, well done to you, and you've the football to look forward to in 2 weeks' time. Go off there out with your teammates and celebrate. We're going to head back over to the chairman of the county board behind us. Mark Sheehan is about to present the Jim Forbes trophy there to our victorious captain. So, Shawnee, as we said, after those blistering opening minutes, it looked to be all Kanturk. Then back came Father O'Neill's, and then, as we said, that goal from Colin was absolutely crucial, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it won't be any different in the senior game. Colin, I suppose you're looking for your big players to step up and really contribute, and Larkin referenced it there, I suppose. Look, in fairness, I don't think there's a club in the county would have done what Father O'Neill's did to get to the final this year, missing, John Mellerick really was coming in carrying a huge injury, and he didn't really have a huge impact on the game, but I mean, it would have been very, very difficult for him to do anything otherwise. And Dickie Dalton was a massive loss as well, but in fairness, the big players for Kanturk were exceptional. I thought Aidan Walsh as well had a brilliant game. He got points, and Brian Sullivan, I referenced him, Alan Shee, but Loughlin, none more so than Loughlin. He's been an incredible servant over the last number of years, and he's been a great player through the years too. So he really gave leadership, and that for Kanturk really troubled the Father O'Neill's full back line all day. And when Father O'Neill's got on top of it for a while, it was because the regularity of ball wasn't regular pace, right angles. I think Colin Walsh and co were absolutely incredible. It was a victory well deserved, but just again to reference the fairness of Father O'Neill's with Dickie Dalton and most of the year, fair play to them. It was a great effort out of them, and very, very, very much hard lines in the end.
Okay, well, the presentation just going on, and I'm going to run up here, and we're going to just try and get some of the words from the victorious captain and pick it up on our secondary microphone just up here alongside Mark Sheehan.
As well, yeah. Tá áthas an domhnúram, agus mór an ordum, an Cornshaw Glacka, son imróí, Luke takeíochta, Luke badistíochta, agus Luke doríochta, Kanturk! Look, before I begin, that one is it? Keep the examiner one up. Perfect. Look, before I begin, I just want to acknowledge the group of players below there and the management team for all their effort over the last 18 months. Through lockdowns, through COVID, look, they left no stone unturned. And it's just unbelievable that we got over the line today, lads. So thanks a million for everything that you've done over the last 18 months. Well done, boys. Firstly, just want to thank the ground staff here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh and the Cork County Board. Look, I thought the playing surface today was in absolutely immaculate condition. It was like a carpet to hurl on, really, and it was a joy to play hurling on. So thanks a million, Cork County Board and the ground staff here. Next, I want to thank Nate Waugh, his team of officials, the linesmen, the umpires, the fourth official. Look, I thought they did a super job today. There was a great ebb and flow to the game, and I thought it added to a great spectacle. So thanks a million, Nate, and your team. And to our long-term sponsors, 2 Weeks Super Value and Michael 2 Week of Kanturk. Look, thanks for everything that you've done for us over the years, whether it's sponsoring new sets of jerseys or just supplying sandwiches and milks for after training. Look, you've been unbelievable towards us, so thanks a million, Michael 2 Week and your family. To our new sponsor that came aboard this year, and to our chairman especially, Kieran Fitzgerald of Fitzgerald Insurances. Thanks a million, lads. Cheers, bye. Next on to our management team, to our selectors. Firstly, to Donagh Dwan. Look, Donagh, thanks a million for everything you've done over the last decade for us as a player and as a manager. Thanks a million, boy. On to Paul Ahern from Mr. O'Brien's club in County Clare. Paul, look, you've an unbelievable knowledge of the game. You've had a great thing to our backroom team this year, and thanks a million for all your effort over the last 12 months. So, Paul, thanks a million. To our manager, Tom Walsh. Look, he's moved heaven and earth over the last decade to organise things behind the scenes, bringing on board the best coaches and the best managers in the county. So, Tom, thanks a million for everything that you've done. On to the main man next, the man from Carrigtwohill, Frankie Flannery. Thanks a million, Frankie. Look, wherever this man has gone, he's had unbelievable success, whether it's blowing Wexford with Order to Bala, blowing East Cork with Russell Rovers, or above our near neighbours, Milford, Camogie. Look, he's been absolutely super wherever he's gone, and hopefully hold on to you again for next year for the 2022 campaign. Frankie, thanks a million. On to our backroom team then, to Colin Toohey, our S&C. Look, sorry us with programmes there over the last 12 to 18 months through lockdowns and through COVID. Colin, thanks a million. To our doctor, Brian O'Connell. Brian, thanks for sorting out any major illnesses and injuries there over the last 4 or 5 years. So, Brian, thanks a million. To our physio, Dave England. Dave, there's no better man in the business to sort out any niggles. So, Dave, thanks a million for everything that you've done for us. To our statsman and analyst, Seanie O'Donnell from Gary Spillane in County Limerick. Look, Seanie's been involved with the Limerick senior hurlers over the last 4 or 5 years. We wouldn't be standing up here without him today. So, Seanie, thanks a million wherever you are. Cheers. Man, Seanie. To the main man in the backroom team, Jackie Carroll. Look, there's no job too big or too small for this man, whether it's collecting stickers and footballs after training or washing jerseys and bibs and things. Look, this man is unbelievable. He's always there at every single training throughout the year, and look, you're just, it's unbelievable to have you part of the backroom team. So Jackie, thanks a million. Look, I'll finish up there now shortly. 2 seconds. Just to finish up, I wanted to pass on my commiserations to Father O'Neill's. Look, a couple of months ago we were standing in the exact same boots as you were after losing to Knockgreen in the Premier Community football final. Look, we know how it feels, boys. I suppose we just use that defeat to fuel us going into this campaign this year in 2021, and hopefully you can do the same. Look, I want to pass on my best wishes to Decky as well. Decky thought, look, it was unfortunate what happened there a couple of weeks ago, but lads, it was an unbelievable battle there today, and hopefully our paths will cross again over the next couple of years. Father O'Neill's, hip hip, hooray, hip hip, hip hip. Cheers, lads. Lastly, we finish up. Thanks very much to the Kanturk supporters. Look, we can't wait to share the victory with you back in Kanturk later on, so thanks a million for all your support throughout the year, helping us get over the line there in both semi-finals this year especially. Lads, you're unbelievable, and I couldn't ask for any more. Kanturk Kaboo!
Congratulations.
The first leg of the double in the bag, the second leg to go, and disappointment and heartbreak from a Father O'Neill's point of view. But now, time to turn our attention to the Premier Senior Hurling Championship final. It's Glen Rovers versus Middleton. And let's get the team talks underway. We'll be looking through the teams very shortly indeed. But Owen Cormacan in the past week or so has gone to both camps to catch up with both team managers and players, and let's see how Middleton and Glen Rovers are preparing ahead of the big senior hurling final.
Ian Lynham, Glen Rovers manager, 6 days out from the county final. Any injuries to report or a clean bill of health ahead of this weekend?
Matt Douglas is out. Matt didn't play in the semi-final against Stars. He broke his hand against O'Kelly, so it'll be touch and go whether he makes any appearance on Sunday.
Okay. A last minute call, you'll give him every chance before?
We give him every chance. We're training twice this week. Whether he'll even make that or not, I'm not too sure. But we give him every chance to make an appearance on Sunday.
Okay. Beside that, preparations have gone well since the semi-final win over Stars?
Yeah, I suppose at this stage of the year it's just about taking over. You're not going to get for this fit at this time of the year. It's just about taking over and keeping the eye in, and hopefully not pick up any more injuries in the meantime.
Your path to the final, it was a difficult one. There was plenty of obstacles thrown at you along the way.
There was really poor performance against Douglas the first day, and that put us in a bit of a hole, to be honest. Like we had 2 games left, we had to win both of them, simple as that. We went up against Bishopstown in the second game, started really well, went 5 or 6 points up, had a man sent off, again backs to the wall stuff, but the lads showed great character, kept plugging away, even with 14 men, and we got over with 3 or 4 points in the end. And after that then up against Newtown down in Mourne. I suppose at the start of the campaign, before we played any games, we would hope we get something out of the first 2 games, that we wouldn't be depending on something against Newtown from up in Mourne. This is a really tough place to play against a really tough team, and we got over that by a point as well in a game that in all honesty could have went either way.
You mentioned character. Was it character alone that got the Glen back to a 3rd consecutive final, or what factors do you see that this team has shown over the last number of weeks?
Character is a major one. I suppose defensively we've been reasonably miserly. We've only conceded 2 goals in the 5 games we played. But again, the last day losing Patrick against O'Kelly, the lads stepped up. But they're a really experienced team. Like, a lot of these guys are in their 6th final in 8 years. Some of them we even played in 2010. So we do have an experienced team that are full of character.
You've mentioned the defence there, and they'll absolutely need to be on their toes again. That 2nd semi-final but the first semi-final even before you, we saw Middleton get 4 goals. You've been forewarned as to the attacking threat that Middleton have.
Well, we shouted out, they have some excellent players, especially in the forward line. Cormac Puzang, Luca Farrell, some great players. But again, 4 goals. I mean, well taken goals. A couple of them were fortuitous. A couple of defenders collided at one stage, but the opportunities were there and they took them. And they were full credit for the result in the end.
Okay. The semi-final, your own semi-final against Irish, what most pleased you in terms of eking out a result there?
I suppose looking at the start of the game, we went 3 points down. They had a goal chance. I mean, that could have been a turning point in the game. They were 3-0 up, they had a goal chance, they could have went 6-0 up, and it might have been a different game after that. But we stuck at it, we came back, we went in a point down at half time, and we knew if we kept it close, we get chances towards the end, and if we were good enough to take them, then we get over the line, and that's the way it turned out.
For this group of players, it's remarkable consistency they've shown. As you said, third final in a row. And there was 3 more in the middle of the last decade, and some even played at the beginning of the last decade. They deserve credit for coming back year after year after year.
Yeah, it's tough year after year. I mean, it's not an easy championship to win. It's not an easy championship to even get the semi-finals in, and they've shown great consistency over the last number of years. And to play their third final in a row is a testament to that.
What do you think? The 2 final defeats of the last few days, is that in any way a factor in this week, or do you think it would provide motivation for the lads, and the feeling that they felt in the final was they went to the last two finals and you're leaving empty-handed, that they don't want that again?
Well, they certainly don't want it again, but it's not something that we mention. I know at the back of their minds they're thinking back on it, and it's something that they don't want to see in the third year in a row. But it's probably a motivating factor for the lads. But again, as I said, we don't mention it. We're just looking forward, not backwards.
Right. How much are you impressing upon them? We've touched on the remarkable consistency. You don't know when the next county final might come, so when you have one in front of you, you absolutely take it with both hands.
I actually only mentioned that to them yesterday. I said, lads, don't take this for granted. Just my own career, I was lucky enough to be a sub in the 89 final, and it was 26 years before we won a county again after that. So I just said to them yesterday not to take it for granted. It's not something that will or does come around every year, and even though we've been lucky enough to be in the last 3 finals, it's not something you take for granted.
This team, in fairness, is probably been branded, an ageing team. But if you actually study the team sheet, there's been a lot of young lads who've come in this year, maybe last year. I'm thinking of Owen Downey. What have they brought to the table, and how important is their seamless introduction into the first team?
It's been really important. I mean, we have some experienced players. Owen coming in. I think Owen was only minor last year. He's only 18 years of age. He's done his leaving cert. He's been Harty with Christians. Great young fella, and he just slots in. I mean, we played our first league game this year against Blackrock, and we were going on whether we throw him in or not, but we had a couple of injuries the same night, so we decided to start him, and he was a revelation. These big occasions just don't seem to affect him, which is a great testament to him.
This weekend, what do you think it'll take to get over the line, or what's going to be baseline requirements?
Look, I suppose a performance first and foremost, and as in any final, you need a small bit of luck. But look, if we perform, we'll be in with a chance, and if we don't manage to get a bit of luck along the way, then again, that might just about get us over the line if we're lucky.
Terence McCarthy, Middleton selector, any injuries arising out of the Blackrock?
No, fortunately no. I suppose we had the Harty Cup game there on Wednesday where Keirbox played, and thankfully we got through that. And no, all fine since the Blackrock game, thankfully.
Delighted to be back in a county final after 4 years?
Yeah, 2018 against the McKillie. Yeah, so obviously before that it was back in 2013. So I think someone said it was our 15th final. Seemingly we won 7. So I stand to be corrected in that. So obviously, 1884, 1886 Middleton founded. It's nice to be back in one, obviously.
I'm very pleased with the manner in which you got there.
Yeah, I suppose everyone's speaking about the manner in which we played, obviously getting the scores on the board. Obviously, we and everybody else has been looking at what we conceded as well, so still room to look at it, but obviously thrilled to beat the worthy champions of 2020 in Blackrock.
Was that the performance management felt this team was capable of, but hadn't produced since the 2018 season, perhaps?
Yeah, it was a bit of a soundbite for the weeks leading up to the match, to be quite honest with you. I wouldn't say that we didn't get any kudos for beating Erin's Owen, a team we very much respect and a team who had bothered a lot of teams in the last few years. We felt it was a good performance, and that gave us a bit of confidence, and then we felt we had to add some goals to equate to what we felt Blackrock would come with, and to get the 4 goals over their 3. I suppose that was a fantastic performance, yes.
It's a performance equal to the talent in this team.
Yes, I suppose a lot of the time Middleton has been spoken about potential. Ger and I are involved since 2017, where we were beaten by a fantastic team in UCC up in Park Arena, and even losing it in an early round, we were still talked about. We went followed on with 18 to get to a final. 19 we were very disappointed in losing to McKilly up in Carrytool, and the players themselves acknowledged that was a poor performance. And I suppose we had 12 weeks with Ben O'Connor last year, and I think we were in about week 24, 25 with him this year, and I think you can see his stamp on the team, and when he's been given time, added to the guys' talent. It seems to be a good package, but obviously we have to get the prize now to fully stamp Ben's great coaching.
Last season you spoke there, there was a condensed championship, you were early fallers. Did that disappointment carry into this season, or was there any motivation from last season in failing to progress beyond the group stage in what you've done this year?
Yeah, I suppose subconsciously it was. We very much looked at it as one game at a time. There's nothing strange in that we played SARS in the first game last year and we lost, so we were off to a poor footing. We played Carrytool first and the Piercing second this year, and we got the 2 wins under the belt, so I suppose there was that sense of relief. But we didn't talk much about the Douglas game. We probably did over the winter leading up to it, but once we got back in May, we just put it to bed. It was just a new year.
Just going back to the recent semi-final, Conor was his usual brilliant self with 10 points. How encouraging was it to see all of those around him stand up, and in Ross and Luke and Sam at the field, and even going back to Tommy at centre back, that it was so much more than a one-man show, even if Conor was outstanding on the day.
Yeah, I suppose that's the final part of your comment there. I suppose Conor was outstanding, and then to have guys to follow in with it, again, and they're young guys. It's great for the club to see that kind of, I suppose, young players coming in and doing that kind of job, when we'll see guys now going to a county final at 16, 17, 9, they'll have an opportunity to get onto this team in a couple of years' time. But yeah, it definitely lightened the load for Conor as well, to be fair to him. He's carried us in so many matches, so yeah, it was great.
What's going to take to get over the line, bridge the gap to 2013?
Yeah, I suppose aggression, high tackle rate, intensity, all the words, the buzz, cliche words, the stats don't tell a lie in any team when they win, when you look at tackle count, but we're very well aware that Glen Rovers are above, saying the exact same thing for their players.
Is 8 years a long time in Middleton to be without a county title?
What I mentioned there, we have 7 in our history, so I suppose probably not, but up to 2013, when they were led by Peter Smith, it was 21 years, I believe, so back to 1991. So 91 to 2013, we'd take it in 2021 with an 8-year gap.
Want to capitalise on the talent that you do have at your disposal at present, because there is a lot of talent in every line of this team.
Yeah, and look, I think having lived in this COVID world, you just don't know where guys are going to be next year. A lot of these guys are having just finished college and jobs and haven't travelled for the last couple of years. You just really have to capitalise on the day. You see it in the county level there at football with this guy Oisin Mullins, 21, probably Mayo relying on him to be the future, and he takes off and does what he does for himself and builds a career in Australia. So you have to take your opportunities when they come around.
Finally, Terence, your final opponents, in any way surprised to see them come through to the decider? I know it's their 3rd consecutive decider, but they're under pressure from the first weekend when they lost to Douglas and weren't fancied in a couple of matches, but showing, I suppose, the true spirit of the Glen. They've weaved a path all the way to the final.
Yes, I suppose similar to ourselves in that we lost to SARS. I suppose a different time of the round robin section. They lost their first game. I was personally at the match against McKilly, and I suppose in fact I would say that the semi-final was a replica of it. They just stuck in at it. They were 5 points 2 down. They felt that was a good. They hadn't a high scoring SARS team against them. I'm sure they'll be happy if they can keep the scores down, but it's up to us to manage the game, and look at our expectations. But no, you'd never be surprised if we did Glen being in the final. They're probably the highest appearances in the finals. It's the 3rd final in a row, I believe, so couldn't be surprised.
Welcome back to Páirc Uí Chaoimh as the 1995 na Piercing team are being awarded and presented to us on the field, and I'm delighted to say that Mark and Ger hang on to us for the moment for this Premier Senior Hurling final. Lads, let's get this preview underway. Joe, I'm going to start with you because we'll be going down to the sideline shortly. An interesting final ahead.
Yeah, all ingredients for a great final, Patrick. Both teams were very impressive in the semi-finals. Obviously, we started with Middleton, who, put on a fantastic performance. I suppose their best so far this year, and they'll probably have to produce something similar to win today. But it was a really impressive all-round performance, and it'll give them great confidence going in today. They're up against a formidable team in Glen Rovers who've been, they know this day inside out. This is their third final in a row, so they'll be out to atone for the last 2 years if possible, but to make sure that they're going to win today. So all the ingredients, I think that Glen will be looking for a tight game. Middleton are kind of a free-flowing, fast team in the style of Ben O'Connor. So all the ingredients should be a great game. We'll be hoping for a great game of hurling to finish off the year. It's been a great year of hurling. So just looking forward from a neutral point of view to a great game of hurling.
A stat I made up during the week, I think it's 27 goals, 1,000 and something like 52 points scored in championship already. Like, this has been a revolutionary championship from a Cork point of view, what we've seen across all 9 grades of hurling and football this year, Mark. But I suppose we saw it in the Senior A final how competitive it was, and again in this final it's going to be really competitive again.
We're expecting a really competitive final, Patrick. Both teams are here on merit, and as Josh said, both teams were outstanding in the semi-final as well. It's great credit due to the county board. They've taken off a lot of stick along the way. There was 4 matches played in Cork yesterday. The junior county, 2 intermediate finals. They were all decided yesterday. And then there was a semi-final. Castlelyons beat Ballinasig by a point as well. And 2 county finals today. So that takes a huge amount of organisation. But across the board, you'd have to say that the standards are rising. It will take time, and we saw the level that Cork have got to get to with the All-Ireland final last year and the performance out of Limerick. So I said it 2 years ago that it would take us a decade to get back to the level. I hope it won't be that long, and I'm really enthused with the fact that our minors and our 220 winning teams were presented as well here today. But the most important thing is that those lads are minded now. There's 50 players there that were good enough to bring back All-Ireland medals to Cork this year. Those, like what Limerick done with the Cian Lynches, the Sean Finns, that era of kids that they'll beat in the minor final but won under 21 the following year. We need to take a leaf out of that Limerick book now to mind those youngsters and bring them forward to senior. And we certainly have the talent in the county to be winning All-Ireland senior medals, but I think it starts with club, Patrick, and that's why the revolutionary decisions that Kevin O'Donovan in the main has made to bring in the group formats has been huge, I think, for club hurling. And relegation again, that's a big thing as well. Relegation and promotion, because that ultimately decides what level you should be at. And there's no hard luck stories if you're relegated, because you're more than likely to have been beaten in probably 4 matches during the course of the season.
Great to see the Barrack Street Band on shot as well in front of us. Joe Cunningham, let's start off with some of these matchups, because there's some big matchups across the field.
Yeah, there is on both sides. Obviously interesting, I suppose, looking at it from a Glen point of view. You have to start that with Patrick Horgan inside at full forward. Looking at Middleton, what will they do? Will they change around their team? Will they put Sean O'Leary Hayes in full back? Put Luke Deneen, who's been their solid full back all through the year. Will they move him? Tommy O'Connell at centre back is going to come up against different play. Mark Dooley is he wing forward?
Luke Horgan. It could be a variety of players.
But there's some intriguing matchups again on the other side. Stephen McDonnell inside there, marking Cormac Bozang, who's been really impressive for Middleton this year. What they do with Conor Lehan, will they leave Brian Moyle and stick on Conor Lehan? Will they put Rob Downey across at him? Interesting matchups there we'll see at the start of the game. But as you said, there's some great battles there. There's great battles all over the pitch, I suppose. Looking midfield, some of the young fellas coming through, as Mark said, Sam Quirk coming through, Owen Downey coming through as well. Great to see them playing in the county finals today. Great to see the crowds back in, compared to last year. We can't see the stand underneath us, but they say that it's fairly full. We looked across at the north stand, 80%, 90% full as well. So it's a great day, as Mark said, for Cork hurling, for these two teams especially, have coming through their group stages, came through their pathways. 2 best teams are in the final, and looking forward to a great game.
Sure are indeed. We'll be going through the teams very, very shortly. I suppose, Mark, both forwards are going to have a big bearing in this game, and the way both teams are going to play, as in how much space they're going to leave inside in the full forward lines.
Yeah, well, look, it's well documented. Look, at Patrick Horgan is probably the best forward in Cork at this moment in time, and has been for probably the last decade. He's an outstanding player. If he gets fed enough ball, enough correct ball, he will convert it. And it is a big ask out of Middleton as to who's going to mark him. Will they leave Luke Deneen, the number 3 who's named in the programme, or will they move Sean O'Leary Hayes in there? That's the biggest decision there. On the Middleton side, I suppose Conor Lehane, his form has been pretty good coming into the final, but he needs to produce another performance like he produced in the semi-final, Patrick, as he was outstanding then. But I suppose Cormac Bouzang and Luke Farrell have been outstanding as well this year. Cormac Bouzang is scoring at will, and Luke Farrell gets through a huge amount of possession, but probably needs to convert more of the opportunities that he gets. So for me, I think Midland have 3 really good scoring forwards at this moment in time, and if they get enough possession into that full forward line, I think they could do an awful lot of damage. But I also think that the Glen backs are slightly stronger in the overall context. I have a feeling that the Glen backs are stronger than the Midland backs. I think Owen Downey, Rob Downey and Brian Moylan have been outstanding all year, the 3 of them in particular. And if there was probably a player of the year at the moment, I think Rob Downey would be getting it. So, in the overall context, I think, Patrick, we've a great final ahead, and you just have to wait and see how it'll develop. And I suppose the one person we need to mention is Mark Maher as the referee as well. It's a big game for Mark as well. And Nathan Walsh had a huge influence in the first game. He kept the game going, left the momentum build. And you know how I described it as it was a county final. There was a fair bit of hard hitting, hard tackling in the county final. And I hope that Mark Maher will give a good performance as well. I've no doubt he will. But again, let's hope that the game will flow.
Okay, it's time for me to move out of the seat, because new commentary team coming in for this Cork Co-op Superstores Cork Premier Senior Hurling Championship Final for 2021. The commentary team of Shawnee McGrath, Mark Lanners, and they're being led by this afternoon Colm O'Connor.
Thank you very much, as always, Patrick, for your assistance, and great job on calling an exciting opening game here this afternoon. Well, Shawnee, we had plenty of fiery incidents down there in the opening game. We've heard so much about the joy, the spectacle that is Cork's Little All-Ireland. I'll tell you, there is some buzz here this afternoon, isn't there?
Yeah, it's been, we've been out here since about 12 o'clock, Colm, and the atmosphere has been building since. So with the first game thrown in at 1 o'clock, it really whet the appetite. As a game, as a spectacle, the hurling was crisp. It was very, very good, and the touch and the control and the scores were of the highest calibre, I suppose. And in fairness, it went right down to the wire. I think Kanturk were probably deserved winners and just about got there. But I mentioned in the commentary earlier, in fairness to Father O'Neill's, with 2 huge players missing for the bulk of the year, and Ger Millerick did his best when he came on, but the injury obviously took its toll. In fairness, there's great credit due to the club to get to the final and to compete so well. But for this one, yeah, the atmosphere is brilliant. I just, from sideline moving up through, met a couple of the pals and all that from the Glen on the way up, and there's great enthusiasm, there's great interest obviously, and there's nerves there. There's everything you get with a championship game, the interest, as I said, the nerves and all that combined. So here's hoping we'll get a great contest. It's cold down pitch side, Colm, and I think the wind has actually picked up as well. I mentioned that as well in the second half. I noticed the wind was that bit stronger in the Senior A final. Will that have a bearing? Who knows? Maybe with the free takers, it'll be a bit challenging, but here's hoping we get a great contest.
Just on that point there, Mark, Shawnee's talking about nerves. Just looking through the teams, a number of the Glen side, a 7th county final. For some of the Middleton lads, this is the first appearance ever. And you've got, like in goal, Brian Saunderson, he's only 18 years of age. You've got a wing back, should I say, in Kiervak Smith. He's 17. He's going to school. He's in secondary school. He's playing Harty Cup. Like, how much of a factor is that on a day like today?
Yeah, it is a factor, but I suppose you'd have to say that an awful lot of the Midland lads have played an awful lot of underage, and they have a lot of success, but a senior final takes on a life of its own, there's no doubt about it. And just, you mentioned Brian Saunderson, he's in goals there. And just a shout out for Tommy Wallace, who's out farming in Australia, I think. He's for a couple of years. He'd probably be the goalkeeper if he was at home. And just to say hello to him, same as I suppose your old buddy John Fitzgibbon, Shawnee. I think Kieran is home from the States for the county final. You know, fantastic to see that kind of commitment from people. But, you know, I suppose the live streaming is a big thing, Colm, as well. Like, you know, we're hitting people all over the country here today, obviously particularly in Cork. But there are people that are out foreign that can't be here today. And I think this is magnificent that the live streaming is free to them to be able to watch it. So wherever you are, this is our little All-Ireland here in Cork, and we're very, very proud of it. And we have two, you know, real kingpins of hurling playing here today, and there's a massive, massive crowd. And fair play to the county board as well. I think €20 is a fair amount. It's not, you know, it is financially viable for people to come here today, I think, you know, because like most people are bringing the kids to see their local heroes playing and stuff like that. So I think just everything has gone tip-top, Colm, and it's just brilliant to be here, because just remember, it's only a short time ago that we weren't allowed to go to matches. We didn't witness last year's county final between the Glen and Blackrock, which was a cracker of a game. And I'm delighted that the people have voted with their feet here today, and there's a huge, huge crowd here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh today.
Teams in formation for the parade. Shawnee, I can remember back to your days in Cork colours. You always looked to be the most relaxed man ever in a parade. I'm not sure about you, Mark, but what's it like out there?
It's nerve-wracking, Colm. There's no question or doubt about it. And you know, you asked Mark the question about kind of young lads and all that. Sometimes it's easier when you're younger. I mean, when you go through both sets of teams, both panels, if Conor Doris comes on today, he could play his 60th championship game for the Glen. I think Patrick Horgan is playing his 81st or his 82nd. Dean Brosnan is probably on his 58. And on the Middleton side, you know, Luke Farrell is on 55 or 56, and Conor Lehan is getting close to 50. So while there's youth and there's fellas that maybe only playing their second and third championship game, by God, there's plenty of experience there as well. And I can tell you, the lads that are on 50 plus championship games are every bit as nervous now today as they are, I'd say, on their first game. And I think as you get older as well, Colm, you know, I mean, the seeds of doubt maybe start planting a bit more, in the injury in your calf and your hamstring that might be tweaked a bit. You start overthinking it maybe a little bit. And I often read columns about, you know, famous players in all codes, soccer and all other games, rugby. They often said that the earlier games in your career were the best and the easiest. So look, nerves are part and parcel, and it's just who can handle that occasion best and maybe handle the nerves. But you know, after the first couple of minutes, when you get your first 2 or 3 touches, you're into the fray of it, and you'll be hoping that the nerves and that will dissipate.
Okay, I suppose, is it too simplistic to say 2 names that we just need to keep an eye out for and that are going to dictate an awful lot of what happens this afternoon? Patrick Horgan and Conor Lehan?
Yeah, it possibly is. I think Hoggy, you know, to be fair to him, has been outstanding. Connor's form would need to be as good as what it is. He was brilliant in the semi-final, and he needs to produce that performance for Midland, I think, to win today. The last time they won it, he scored, I think, 3-10, you know, and a lot of that from play. He was absolutely majestic. But I think there's more to Middleton, to be fair. I do think that the aforementioned Luke O'Farrell and Cormac Buzang have had fierce form as well this year. And then Tommy O'Connell and Sam Kirk, for me, they are 2 outstanding prospects from a Cork perspective. They've been really, really good. Tommy O'Connell in particular was outstanding against the Glen, you know, against the Rockies in the semi-final. But I think overall, Colm, you know, county finals of a strange way, that some player out of the blue can have one of those fantastic games, and we just have to wait and see how it'll play out.
Okay, time now for the Barrack Street Band and Oran Naveen. can feel the atmosphere up here. It's one of the few things we can feel in the cold, though.
It is freezing. There's some people that are it is freezing here, even though there's a lovely sun and the pitch is in great order, but it's actually very, very cold.
I don't think there'll be too many people having sympathy for us, though, this afternoon up here on county final day, and we're off and running. Our match referee is Mark Maher this afternoon. First county final for the man from the bars, and as Mark pointed out, it'll be interesting to see what sort of approach he will take. Nathan taking a free-flowing approach in that opening game, and the match all the better for it.
Yeah, and the big thing is that Patrick Horgan obviously named as centre forward, has gone in full forward, and he's been picked up by Luke Deneen in a two-man. Simon Kennefic is inside there as well, will be marked by Owen Maloney.
So there'll be switches aplenty as this game gets underway, and a shot at nothing, and an early easy first touch for Brian Saunderson, the young man. He's only 18 years of age, has impressed hugely in this championship, but poor clearance on that side, and it's been returned with interest from distance, but dropping right into the goalkeeper's hands yet again, and a nice pass out by him out as far as Paul Hockney. First time down, but it's taken up with the spare man now down in that corner there for Blackrock, but Middleton still having possession out with the aforementioned Conor Lehane, and Lehane off his left from 65 yards, and the opening score of the afternoon.
Brilliant score, and great score from Conor. I'll get him into the game early. And just back to Mark's point as regards Patrick Horgan's positioning, is noteworthy as well that Ben hasn't gone with an extra man back. He's going man on man. That seems to be very much his tactic. We played Charleville when he was involved with them 2 years ago, and he did the same. He had Alan Dennehy on Patrick, and he just left it as is. So interesting. A lot of fellas will play a man in front of him just to cut out the through ball in, and it's interesting that's just going to be man on man approach.
The opening score of the afternoon going the way of Middleton. Top of each other here. Glenn trying to forage something out here on the centre of the field, all a bit messy, and touch on the ground, and it's going to be a free, the opening free of the afternoon, and Conor Lehane standing over it, and a second opportunity for him to add to his tally with the opening point after about 2 minutes.
And like, if he converts the opportunity, Colm, it'll be just the start that Middleton would want. A young team, hadn't been in a county final in 2018 and 13 before that. So, Glen are playing in their third county final, having previously lost the two, and there'll be a lot of pressure on the Glen as well, not to lose 3 finals in a row.
And Conor Lehane is after nailing that, of course. No stranger to big scores on county final day. 210 he posted back in 2013, but the radar very, very much in with the talismanic wing forward for Middleton. Cathal Hickey, one of those men that we mentioned, playing in a 7th county final this afternoon. Fine ball down by him to pick out his wing forward down there. It's the Glen going backwards and being dropped in and around the danger zone. Luke Deneen is under that one. They're working it out here, or trying to work it out here with the wing back Cormac Walsh. He's lost it. Tommy O'Connell coming in to assist, and it's after being touched out off Patrick Horgan, I think, in the end, and gone out for the first sideline of the game.
Just back to the puck out, Colm, I think that's probably what Mark Dooley is in for. I mean, he was a huge loss the last day. Calvin Healy deputised well and had a good game, but Mark Early is very, very strong, and while the hand, is just back, I think. He had a bad injury on the hand against Tim O'Kelly. His ability to win aerial ball is huge, and it gives Cathal Hickey a great opportunity from puckouts to find him.
Cormac Walsh didn't get a good clearance on that one. It's Dean Brosnan working back all the way back. Adam Lynch has gone back to his other corner to Dooling. There's a chance opening up here for Mark Dooley, gone backwards, and the shot, the opening effort from Glen Rovers' perspective, and gone wide.
You're disappointed with that. A very, very good ball into Simon Kennefic, closely marked by Owen Maloney. The ball was funneled back out to Dooley, and he'd be disappointed not to have converted it.
Kind of a little bit messy, bit nervous in these opening exchanges. That's Paul Hockney chasing after there's Kiervis Knecht. Eventually being foraged out by Luke Deneen, and there's a foot race on there. Should be Stephen McDonald is going to get out there. and McDonald to look to get a bit of a push in the back, I think, as he was going out to that one. It's going to be a sideline anyway.
Yeah, in fairness to Middleton defence, they've started well. That's probably where Ben has done most of the repairs, I suppose. Like, he's got Luke Deneen in from last year's team, Kieran Smith, and he's brought Tommy O'Connell and Cormac Walsh back from the forward. So he's done huge repair work on his defence, and they've started well.
And sideline actually going the way of Middleton, and the point going the way of Middleton. 3 points in the opening 4.5 minutes. And Middleton very much in the ascendancy in these opening exchanges.
Yeah, and like we saw in the Senior A final previously, Kanturk started like a bat out of hell, 1-3 to no score after 6 minutes, and Middleton is starting something similar here.
Conalhan trying to work his way onto it, but it's breaking away from him. And it's certainly going to be a free for a heavy tackle on the in-rushing Glenman. And you'd expect Patrick Horgan to make the trip out for this one.
Yes. Interesting now against the wind, I suppose. I was interested to see how Conor would hit the free with the wind at times in that first half. Father O'Neill struggled with that swirling wind, so it'll be interesting now to see how Patrick does here against a reasonably strong breeze.
As we said down pitch side in the opening half, there is quite a strong breeze all right down there. Horgan shot unerring, as you would expect, and the opening score of the afternoon for Glen Rovers being greeted with a loud cheer. 6 minutes gone. Ball finding its way all the way towards Rob Downey. He's returned it with interest in around the edge of the square. There's a foot race on with the goalkeeper coming out far out to try on to Mark Dooley, and Dooley's, after taking an effort, has driven it wide.
Yeah, and the Middleton puck out isn't going exactly to plan, Colm. Like the same as the last day, they all bunch and break from centre forward, and in fairness to the midfield and half back line for the Glen, they're reading it well, and they've won the last couple of puck outs from Breen Saunderson's.
Conalhan trying to bring it up, not coming up for him. Downey on top of it. It's a broken free again, so Conalhan has a bit of space in front of him, and Lahan from 60 yards. Lahan, has he got it? Yes, he has. And that's his third point of the afternoon.
Yeah, and a breaking ball, a ball that failed to come up first time, and whatever rucker the ball went into it, just kicked out and went into his pat. He's picked it and struck it. A really lively start from Conalhan.
Cathal Hickey with the puck out in the Co-op Superstores Cork Premier Senior Hurling Championship final, being brought to you in association with the Co-op Superstores, the sponsors of the championship. Great hook there to deny from Luke Horgan, but Paul Hockney's after recycling it. Hockney having an effort, not looking on and driving it wide, but is it a sluggish Glen start, Shawnee, or is the Ben O'Connor game plan working?
I think it's a mix of both. I think the game in general is kind of sluggish, to be honest, Colin. I don't think Middleton are shooting the lights out either, albeit they're 4-1 up. It's just the game hasn't really taken off yet. Maybe it needs an incident or a flashy goal or something to spark it to life. I'm not condoning anything now, mind you.
Well, I think Middleton want to keep the ball, Shawnee, moving as fast as possible, I would suggest, whereas the Glen will probably want to maybe slow it down slightly.
I think so, Mark. And we did Glen winning games, by scoring 115 and 116, simply because their defence is so good and tough and tight. So you're right, they want a quick, expansive, open game. Middleton do, without doubt.
Paul Hockney getting on quite a lot of ball. That was him there taking the delivery from Rob Downey. It's Sean O'Mara in the corner. A lot of pushing and pulling. It's as we said, it's kind of struggling to get momentum going here this afternoon in these opening exchanges, but that's not going to count a jot to Middleton when you're producing a score like that out of nothing, Mark.
It's a fantastic score now, and there was a lot of pressure on, particularly on the shot, but even in the build-up play to it as well, and a magnificent score. I think Middleton have had 5 shots at goal. I think it was Sean O'Mara, who got it. And that's a shot in the arm now for Middleton.
And Mark, his third possession, he could be one of those players you mentioned earlier, it's early doors, but one of those players coming from nowhere. That's his third possession already.
And we were questioning whether the nervousness of a first county final was going to affect some of these Middleton players. That's Tommy O'Connell, the man 21, having a shot, driving it wide. He's a student in UCC. Of course, there's underage experience with Cork as well, as have quite a number of the players on show here this afternoon. Eventually, Glen winning some clean possession at midfield, but losing it again. That was Dean Brosnan who lost it. It's walked off in there towards the corner forward. Trying to barrel his way through. Must be Luke Horgan, and is brought down. And it's going to be a free end to Glen Rovers, and no doubt Patrick Horgan is going to stroll over and take this one.
And just prior to that, Colin, I was just going to reference how well the Middleton half-back line were doing. But in fairness, an old stalwart of ours, Dean Brosnan, came up and won a fantastic puck out cleanly from the air and ended up kind of dispossessing it then from the Middleton half-back, and ended up going to the Glenfell forward line. But Dean has been a great stalwart, and while it was probably only his first possession, it was a very important one.
Yeah, another important score from Patrick Horgan, slotting that one over. 5 points to 2 with 10 minutes elapsed. Water break coming up in about 5 minutes time. We've got TJ Ryan down with Ger and Patrick for the sideline reporting duties this afternoon in the second game. Shot coming off there, but referee spotting a late pull, and it's going to be a free, and it looks to be Paul Hockney is the man that's going to be going into the book for that.
Brian Moylan had won a very good ball and was coming forward, and it looked at Paul, went out to, I suppose, dispossess them, but he used his hurling. He seems to have broken the hurling in the clash. McMahon's going to put him into the book for it.
Brian Moylan showing no ill effects, it must be said. He's strolled back into his wing-back position, scored a couple of hugely important long-range points against Immakilly. And yeah, first yellow card of the afternoon is going to the Middleton midfielder, Paul Hockney.
I don't think Patrick will be in any rush to take the free either. Whatever bit of a breeze is there, it seems to be favouring, I think, Middleton possibly in the first half.
So Patrick Horgan standing about 10 yards beyond midfield. Huge strike of a ball. And a huge cheer from the Glen Rovers fans.
Great score, and exactly what they need, Colin, because I don't think the Glen are playing particularly well. So far, you would say it's kind of all Middleton. So to be tipping over and getting those valuable frees, that's a huge score for Glen.
Looked in under a bit of pressure there, but eventually Middleton clearing it down. But there's about 3 Glen men under it. Rob Downey was one of those. It's gone back to the goalkeeper, Cathal Hickey. Spacing it out, he was looking for Downey. Moylan was there as well. And Downey going a fantastic ball all the way down from him in towards his wing forward, Luke Horgan. And Horgan should have done better.
Yeah, poor wide. I mean, Luke would have been very, very happy with the space he created. A great delivery from Rob Downey, a great clearance. But yeah, Luke probably should have steadied himself and scored, so he'll be disappointed with that.
Great play by Conor Lahan to keep the ball in play there right along the sideline, but it's the Glen who've won it back with Pa White. Pa White making a bit of space for himself, but just the angle letting him down. But huge work yet again by Conor Lahan to keep that ball in play.
I think he'd be disappointed that, he had Conor on his left-hand shoulder. He could have just popped it. Conor had nobody on him, and probably the incorrect decision to go for his own score. He would have been better off to pass to Lahan.
Conor Hickey, powerful puck out. That bit of a breeze admittedly behind him, but still it's found its way to Sam Quirk. Connection with his dad Cormac, who was playing back when Middleton defeated the Glen all of 30 years ago. And a shot coming in there, shot trailing off wide.
But the bad wides, like this is a county final, they're poor wides now in anyone's estimation, and like they just need to settle up a small bit because they have plenty of possession, but that's their 4th wide, but those particular 2 shots should have been over the bar.
How costly or otherwise will those prove to be later this afternoon at about 20 past 4 or so? That's Kiervac Smith, 17 years of age, playing Harty Cup with Middleton CBS, and now playing in a county final here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh. Rob Downey hoovering it all up there, cleaning up as you'd expect of a man of his calibre. Great ball, eventually finding its way in towards midfielder Adam O'Donovan. It's half blocked down. Kiervac Smith is back on it again. Plays it nice and short. That's a wonderful piece of hurling there to pick out Pa White. Had that bad miss a few moments ago, has shaken off that one and has put that over from 60 yards.
Great score from Pa. We saw the last game as well, Colm, the goal he got against Blackrock. And Dave Noonan just maybe misplaced something there. His touch was off a little bit, and I didn't mention it before the game, but I think that midfield duo of Sam Cork and Paul Hockney versus Adam O'Donovan and Dave Noonan could have a huge bearing yet. Like Dave and Adam aren't high scorers. Hockney and Sam Cork have scored probably 11 or 12 points today in the championship, so I do think that midfield sector is going to have a huge bearing yet in this game.
Goalkeeper going right down the centre with his puck out on this occasion. Paul Hockney with the yellow helmet and the yellow card was there to collect it. The delivery down in towards the corner though had overrun and gone out for a sideline. Well marshalled there by the cornerback for the Glen down there. I think it was Adam Lynch eventually that was standing over it. Gone out. Pa White is back on it, trying to funnel it back towards Conor Lahan. Instead it's his centre forward, I think Ross O'Regan, that's going to have a pop. Ross O'Regan has had a pop, as he was.
Great score.
And the funny thing is that 5 of the 6 Midland forwards have scored so far, and their forward that's really on form all year. Cormac Buzang is the only fellow who hasn't scored yet, but there's no ball has gone into him yet. There's no trial of him yet.
And even if he had a bad wide, Mark, you could see his touch was razor sharp earlier, so I think it's only a matter of time, but it's an interesting stat.
Yeah, as we're coming up on the first water break of the game, it's Middleton who lead 7 points to 3 against Glen Rovers, and Cormac Walsh, the wing back, racing down towards Conor Lahan. This is great offloading, hurling. Ross O'Regan having another pop, and Ross O'Regan having another score back to back in as many minutes.
Great interplay between the Midland players, and in fairness to Lahan, looked like he was going to have a pop. Saw Ross O'Regan, made the right decision, popped the ball to the man in a better position, and he made no mistake in front of the goals.
And I think a lot of people in Middleton would have been questioning Cormac Walsh's positioning in the backs this year, Mark, when he'd been so good over the last number of years in the forwards, but he's had a fantastic year, and as you said, a great run and a great offload and a brilliant score in the end.
Then struggling to gain a foothold in these opening exchanges, but really no need to panic, or is there? As there's a chance opening up there with the corner forward, Luke O'Farrell. O'Farrell being pulled back, the shot eventually coming off, and it's going to be pulled back anyway for the free. But for a second there, danger here.
Yeah, the Glen just don't seem to have gotten it right yet with their puck outs. I mentioned Mark Dooley earlier, they're kind of mixing between short and long stuff, and they're just not getting it right. And the Middleton sort of midfield and half-backs are dominant to date, and Luke had a goal chance on his mind there, or he had a goal in mind, say. The ref had signalled early that he was going to give the free, but the Glen are just hanging in there a little bit.
But also good play by Mark Mayorshani, because he allowed the game to develop. He gave him the opportunity that if the goal scoring opportunity did present himself, he was going to give it to him.
Conor Lahan doing what Conor Lahan does best, straight in front of the goals, and it's pushed it out to 9 points to 3 with our first water break, and it's time for us to head down pit side to join our commentary team who are down there: Patrick Mulcahy, TJ Ryan and Ger Cunningham.
Down from pit side here, lads, it's a different game from watching it above. Really impressed with Middleton in the first half. They started the game really well. They've scored 9 points in the first half. I think they've got 7 from play, and it's just their energy around the pitch. They've really started really well. They're sharp. They're looking really sharp today. The Glen on the other side, myself and TJ were just saying they're struggling to get into the game. The puck outs, as Shawnee said, they're going up to the half forward line. Kyle Hickey likes to go long for a lot of the puck outs, but they're struggling to get the ball into the full forward line. I don't think Patrick Horgan has got a ball from play yet.
Yeah, spot on, Ger. Let's see the effect of the water break here. The Glen would definitely have been crying out for it, struggling all over the field, can't get their hands on the ball. Middleton completely on top. I agree with Shawnee, their half back line, beautiful platform, nice ball going in. 5 forwards scoring from play already. They'll be delighted with that. And the other thing is their key players playing well. Lahan especially, 2 from play, 2 from frees. They'll be delighted with that.
Yeah, absolutely. So great start again. So we'll put you hand you back up to the commentary team for the second quarter.
And thanks as always to Ger and TJ down there pit side, and we'll be rejoining them for the second half. You go along with those few points. That half back line of Middleton have been hugely impressive, haven't they?
Yeah, they're very good now, in fairness. Shawnee mentioned about Cormac Walsh. He's been a forward all his life. He's gone back, and he has a bit of toe, which is the most important thing. But Tommy O'Connell, centre back, has been a revelation all year, and Sean O'Leary Hayes and himself and Doody, they're having a great battle over in the far wing.
So, second quarter underway after the water break. And let's see, will it be a momentum maker or a momentum killer from a Middleton perspective? Can the Glen funnel something back after that little suspiog? Well, they need to get on the ball, and that's what they're doing there now at the moment. And we're shot into space, and there's a foot race out to it, right out towards the corner. Shot in there towards Simon Kennefick that got it off, and the shot eventually from Patrick Horgan, and gone over the bar. And Kennefick showed some pace on his way rushing out for that one.
Exactly, and that's exactly what the Glen need to do. They need to get busy around midfield. Adam O'Donovan with a snappy shot. He didn't even look up, but when you put a ball outside and they're going man on man, it means there's not a spare man. So it's a foot race, as you said yourself there, and Kennefick has ferocious pace. And in fairness, that's the one thing Simon has worked on in his game, not just shooting aimlessly from corner flag job. He gave a brilliant ball across, and a bit like Cormac Bazang's touch earlier, Patrick's touch was razor sharp and a great score. But for the Glen to get back into the game now, they just need to get busy around midfield and pepper that ball into the Glen full forward line.
And possibly the half back line, Shawnee, which has been their launching pad all year. Brian Moylan and the two Downies, they are actually struggling at the moment with the middle and half forward line as well. Lehan, Ross O'Regan and Sean O'Mara are really, really busy and have put the scores on the board as well.
Yeah. Fine ball by Brian Saunderson to pick out Conor Lehan. That's a wonderful puck out, and that is a wonderful shot by the wing forward Conor Lehan. We talked about him in the pre-match. Well,
his form is carrying his semi-final form through to the final now. 5 points, 3 from play. A magnificent start in the first 20 minutes for Conor.
So big gut check now for Glen, because every time they manage to get some bit of a foothold, Middleton come back down and negate it again. Brian Moylan got in there towards the corner. It's Dean Brosnan, I think, that's chasing in after that. He's opting to go all the way back, and the shot eventually coming in from distance, but dropping into the goalkeeper's arms. That was a poor attempt in the end. Cormac Walsh. Ball sticking just inside the sideline, but there's a heavy shoulder out, and it's Adam Lynch who gets the shoulder from Cormac Bosang, and the referee deeming it is a sideline, and it's going to be a Middleton ball down there.
You know, Colm, just into half time, I'd be tempted maybe to bring Patrick out for a little bit, just to try and break that Middleton half back line and try and get a bit more busyness into the half forward line from a Glen's perspective.
Cormac Bosang's ball sitting around 14 yards out, and it's going to be a free out, and it's going to be Cathal Hickey who's going to come out and take that one. Mark, I think you're suffering from a mild hypothermia, are you, at this stage? You're shivering here alongside me.
We got the brand vest today.
Okay, well, hopefully what's going to come over the next while is going to warm things up on that far side. It's Glen Rovers attacking. Looks to be Owen Downey's taken through 2 tackles, bursting through, loses the ball, picking it back up again, trying to get a shot off in the end. Has he got a point? He has got a point. That's wonderful play there by Glen Rovers, considering the pressure that they were under to produce that one.
Fantastic score from Downey. Made about a 50-yard run, had lost the ball, haven't offloaded, but got it back and did really, really well to put the ball over the bar. A badly needed score for the Glen.
Hugely badly needed. Now it's gone with Pa White down there. Pa White on the 14-yard line. Pa White with the shot. Oh, great block by the full back there to pull it away, and great clearance in the end by Adam O'Donovan, pumping it down. White has some acceleration on him.
He should have parted. Sean O'Mara, I think, was, but he should have parted. There was a loose man inside. It would have been a great result for Midland to get a goal.
And that's a super effort, is it? No, it isn't. Patrick Horgan for a second there. It looked like he'd flipped it over his shoulder, but not happy with the destination, and drives wide.
Sorry, Colin. It's the one thing that the Glen can't afford to do now is concede a goal at this stage, because Middleton are certainly in the driving seat. They're doing all the hurling at the moment, and a goal would be a huge score in this game.
Big Downey yet again, out as far as Dean Brosnan. Dean working it right in towards the corner. Mark Dooley coming out for it, but great play by the cornerback down there. That's Owen Maloney.
He's put more pace in it, Dean, though. Like, there's a lofty kind of a ball. Lash it in.
That's the advice from Shawnee there. Luke O'Farrell gone back to bring in Pa White, and Pa White from 40 odd yards. This man's on fire today.
Yeah, he was good the last day. In fairness, he got a brilliant goal. He won a ball out of around midfield, ran at the Blackrock defence and scored a great goal, and gave it a pass earlier as well in the game to Cormac Bazang. And today he started brightly. I think that's his second, yeah?
Colin Hickey. Good ball yet again, but yet again there's seems to be like a swarm of Middleton players, like black and white bees. Ross O'Regan from the sideline. He's not going to manage that. He's not going to manage that. He's proven me wrong, and he has.
Well, when you're on song, pair-wise, Ross O'Regan, 5 points between them. You'll be quite happy after 23 minutes on the scoreboard to think that you 5 points from those two lads. That's fantastic from both of them.
Wonderful interplay between that half-forward line as well too, and there's a bang there on Dean Brosnan. I think was the wing-back Cormac Walsh that connected with him. He's gone to ground. Nothing sinister with it. I think it just caught him a little late.
Yeah, and just while they're checking him, I think that's a fierce interesting point from Mark, because like if you look at Ross O'Regan, Pa White and Sean O'Mara, they'd remind you sort of say Luke Horgan, maybe Mark Dooley and Liam Collin from the Glen. They're not heavy scorers. You'll expect to get Lehan to get 3 or 4, Hoggy to get 3 or 4. If that trio versus the Glen trio, say, chip in with the 3 or 4, they could be the deciding scores as well. And Mark was right, in this first half, Middleton have got more from those 3.
6 points.
Versus the Glen, where there's no return.
That's a massive return, and I suppose we would have mentioned Conor Lehane, Luke Farrell and Cormac Bazang as the 3 Middleton forwards that would be doing an awful lot of the scoring, and up pop the other 3 boys who have 6 points from play in the first. Hey, we want to get a bit of the action, is probably what they're saying to us.
Yeah, great return.
The resultant free from that foul on Dean Brosnan, converted by Patrick Horgan, and all importantly as well that Dean is back on his feet and back into his wing forward berth. That's a wonderful piece of fielding by Lehane. He's here, there and everywhere, isn't he? Sam Quirk, he's going to go back and bring Lehane back into play. Lehane from just outside halfway.
Yeah, vintage.
Colm, that's a serious score, but like, I don't know whether it is the Ben O'Connor influence. I've seen aspects of Connor's play in the last 12 months where his distribution has improved immeasurably. He's not just hitting the ball to get the flashy score. Today already he's thrown around 3 or 4 brilliant balls, and by throwing it around, creating space for himself and then getting the receiving pass, that's how that score was achieved.
Yeah, I think you mentioned in the semi-final when we were doing it that it would take a bit of time for the Ben O'Connor influence to bed in. Well, it certainly has now.
Yeah, and he's got a mix. He's using a bit of Newtown stuff. But what I love about his style of play is it's very traditional, man on man, no real sweeper stuff. Trust the players in front of you, and that's maybe why the likes of Ross O'Regan and these fellas are revelling.
Eventually it's found by Liam Collin, but poor ball by him. Can only pick out Tommy O'Connell. O'Connell going right across the field all the way towards Sean O'Mara, the man who's in UCC. He's 23 and he's moving at pace, and Sean O'Mara the shot from out in the wing, and Sean O'Mara with the score, and Sean O'Mara pushing Middleton 14-6 ahead.
Yeah, it's a brilliant performance from Middleton so far. 25 minutes gone on the clock and they have 14 points, and I think they have 12 of them from play. It's been a magnificent performance so far from the Magpies.
Absolutely incredible performance, but we will never ever write off Glen Rovers in county final day. Ball dropping in on top of the corner forward. There was Luke O'Farrell being pulled back. Referee didn't think so anyway, but Middleton still haven't given up the ghost of trying to get the ball out. Eventually it's Robert Downey who's forced to turn left and right and eventually get the shot off, and took a heavy blow as well too, just as he did, and the ball gone out over the sideline here, and it's going to be Cormac Walsh taking the sideline. Good connection by Walsh, and he's got a man all in space and all the time in the world, and that man, well, when you give him that kind of space, that kind of latitude, there can only be one result if his name is Conor Lehane.
Yeah, incredible score. And just to go back to the earlier incident there, I know some of the Middleton lads might have felt it was a free, but I think the general punter likes to see the game moving. I noticed last night with Davy Copson, earlier with Nathan Wall, and today with Mark O'Mara, the referees seem to be letting the game go an awful lot more and maybe not calling for those frees which 12 months ago were being given.
You're watching the Co-op Superstores Cork Premier Senior Hurling Championship Final. There's a battle for possession here, and there's a goal, and it's Patrick Horgan who's after putting it into the back of the net. A high ball in on top of Horgan and the full-back Luke Deneen, and all the strength of Patrick Horgan, all the guile, all the experience, shook the man off, and just rolled it in.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and he took his time. He stayed on his feet, which is the big thing. And the ball bobbled for him, and he had the patience. Just touch it, flicked it himself, and put it into the back of the net.
Well, what sort of a reply can Middleton muster from Sean O'Mara? It's a wide. You're watching the Co-op Superstores Cork Premier Senior Hurling Championship final being brought to you live and exclusive and for free right here on the Irish Examiner website this afternoon, with thanks to the Co-op Superstores, sponsors of the championship. 27 minutes elapsed here. 1-6 to Glen Rovers, 15 points to Middleton. Glen Rovers now, their tails are up after that wonderful piece of magic by Patrick Horgan, and he's won a free straight in front of the goals.
Well, Middleton will be disappointed because they had a chance to score. You'll always say after a big score, get the next one, and then they had a dispossession when they were probably in pole position to get a second score, so they'll be disappointed with that. But look, there's no magic formula to the way that Glen play, really. If Patrick's inside, get it to him. He's sitting the half forward line, try and find him. Today he's played all his whatever 28 minutes inside in the full forward line. They probably haven't hit him enough. I think Luke Deneen probably would have been disappointed as well. He seemed to be in control. When it came to the ground, there was only going to be one winner, and Patrick used his guile and definitely, you mentioned it yourself, Colin, ferocious strength to finish, and this is a big score now, kind of a 4-point swing.
Yeah, well, Luke Deneen, his nickname is the Bull, but he was after meeting a bigger bull there and was horsed out of it by Patrick Horgan, and from that range there was only going to be one result as he rolled it into the net. And all the class that you would expect from Patrick Horgan coming to the surface on county final day, and it's definitely added an extra pep into the Glen Rovers step here. That's Patrick Horgan collecting the ball from Downey. He's opted to go short. He's got a runner inside him, but it looked to be Tommy O'Connell that spotted the danger. First time ball by him in towards the corner. There's a foot race on here, but I'd say David Dooling is going to be the odds on favourite to get there, and he's going to bring back his goalkeeper Cathal Hickey. Hickey has options out here now, and he's left. He was aiming for Rob Downey, but overcooked it slightly. Oh, that's a lovely piece of magic there by Lehan. It's not going to end in a score though, is it? Is it? Is it? Ross O'Regan got the score, but I think you have to say Conor Lehan was the instigator there.
Yeah, pop pass. I don't think it's in the playlist anywhere. Colin, if you're training underage.
I was about to say, it was with your under 8s if you saw some young fella doing that.
But they got the right result from it.
Absolutely incredible, and Ross O'Regan applying the finish, but all the hard work being done by Lehan. Now, here come Glen Rovers yet again. Pitch opening up for Dean Brosnan. Still Dean Brosnan on the 21, being forced to go backwards and then forwards, and then Dean Brosnan getting the shot off. The man is playing in his 7th county final. He has all that experience, and he showed it there.
That was a great score. I mean, if you chart back kind of Dean's scoring averages, he's after 58 or 59 championship games, he's 2 points a game average, which is a very, very good average. He's a brilliant player. He's a great old warrior, and that was just a score out of total determination and resilience, really. He kept at it.
Owen Downey getting the shot off. Ball dropping down. There's a bit of a pull there on Luke Horgan, and I'm sure that's going to result in a free. Yes, it is. Mark Maher.
And the correct free for Mark Maher, and to be fair to him, 30 minutes gone, and we haven't mentioned the referee once, and that is because he's having a fantastic game himself. Both teams are going at it, hammers and tongs as well. It probably is an easy enough game to play, but Mark Maher has contributed to the game so far in a very positive outlook.
Patrick Horgan standing over the free here. And Patrick Horgan adding to his personal tally this afternoon. It's now 1 goal and 9 to 16 points. We're heading at 31.5 minutes, and we're also heading to the half-time break. That first half flew, lads, for the opening few minutes. A bit like the earlier game, Shawnee, that we were down pitch side for. A blistering start, and then the opponents managing to settle and claw their way back in, and again, as we saw with the first game, a goal at the right time as well too, proving crucial.
Yeah, not maybe as dramatic as the first game in that Kanturk had all the play, and then Father O'Neill's wormed their way back into a kind of a 2-7 situation at half time. yes, the Glen have got the goal and they've brought it back to a 4-point game. But I mean, the reality is, I suppose, at the moment, Middleton are 7, 8, 9, even 10 points better than the Glen, but the goal just sort of keeps them in it, and Patrick's strength and ability to win frees also sort of keeps the Glen scoreboard ticking over. But without question, the Glen need to start getting more of a threat from the other forwards. Dean Brosnan has tried very, very hard. I think Luke needs to come into the game, Mark Dooley needs to come into the game, Liam Collin. And look, Simon has shown flashes. I don't think he's got enough ball. Simon has shown flashes that when he gets it, he can make something happen. But you know, the Middleton Sexton are much more stronger and better and much more forceful, and you know, basically it's about putting scores on the board. Middleton are doing it better with much more regularity than the Glen.
Yeah, and like you know, you'd have to say, like, there's only 4 points in it, and Middleton has done all the hurling. I mean, the Glen will be delighted going into the dressing room at half time. They say, lads, we haven't even showed up, and we're within striking distance. So it's going to be met for a very interesting second half.
Okay, time for us to go down pitch side to Ger Cunningham, TJ Ryan. But first, we're going to head down and catch up with Patrick Mulcahy, who's down there pitch side for us right now. Patrick.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Colm. Half time, and an interesting game so far. TJ and Ger Cunningham beside me. And TJ, I suppose, Middleton got off to an absolute flyer, but 14 points out of 16 from play. It's an extraordinary start.
Absolutely flying it, yeah. They'll be delighted with their first half performance. Their key players, as I said already, are in the game. That half forward line really, really key at the moment. Like Lahan flying it, that last score there. When those things happen in the county final, when you pop a pass over your head and the centre forward nails it, them kind of things tell you it's your day.
And I suppose the goal then came from absolutely nothing, just a long ball, 1-1 between Dineen and Hoggy, and Hoggy, as he does, finding the back of the net.
Yeah, you just can't take your eye off of Patrick for a minute. Ball went in, kind of a ball to nothing really. The two of them seemed to be grappling for the ball. The ball just seemed to break between the goalkeeper and the fullback, whether some sort of, the ball just broke to the left of Patrick Horgan. Didn't panic, saw the ball and just flicked it into the net. As I say, he hadn't been in the game from play up to that, but some unbelievable pieces of skill then after that to bring them back into the game. You know, how they're only 4 points down, Patrick, after being out of the game in the first half. Middleton have done all the hurling and they're only going in 4 points down, but Middleton have been so impressive in that first half. 11 points, I think, from their half-forward line, and that's the Glen's big line. You know, the two Downies, Brian Moyle, and they're their leaders of the team. So Middleton will be delighted with that performance in the first half.
And there were some outrageous scores, but the one in front of us from Ross O'Regan here on the left flank was a brilliant score.
Yeah, Ross O'Regan's was definitely the pick of him. That's his 4th from play, and like we said already, 4 from play, 5 from play from Lan, 4 from Ross O'Regan, 2 from Pa White. The Glen will have to get a hold on these guys if they want to get back in the game. If they want to close them down, I think they have to pick up Lan, Tyser, and they need more from their own forwards. Like outside of Hoggy, the rest of them aren't in the game.
What do the Glen have to do from here now to try and get back into it and get into a lead?
They seem to be struggling on their own puck out. Can't seem to get any decent ball into the inside line. Like as Ger said there, Hoggy got a goal from nothing, but nothing else really nice went in from a full forward line. So they need more ball in.
And like from a Glen point of view, only 3 points from play, so they're not offering enough.
Yeah, they're struggling. Like I think Middleton were certainly in top in the half back line there. They were winning all the breaking ball. The 3 across the half back line, 2 in midfield, and then the impressive half forward that we spoke about. The Glen are struggling. They're relying on kind of on breaking play, some loose play, and you know, playing quite direct at times. But again, they've scored 1-9, Hoggy has got 1-7, 1-6. You know what I mean? The other forwards are not in the game as much, whereas Middleton, like their spread of scores, the only forward that hasn't scored for Middleton is Luke O'Farrell. You know, so the Middleton's forwards are on strong. Again, sometimes when you play in the so-called with the wind down against them in the second half, that might suit Middleton as well, because they're creating an awful lot of space. There's an awful lot of movement going on down here, and again, they'll be delighted with their first half. The first 10 or 12 minutes here, Patrick, in the second half, I think will decide a long way how this game is going to work out.
Is it still Middleton's to lose, or have the Glen more to offer in the second half?
Well, the Glen, by their own standards, haven't played to the level that they'd be disappointed with. They've been just slightly off the pace. Middleton have been so impressive, so I think Middleton will need to get back now to, sometimes when you break at half time, you reassess. The big challenge now for Middleton is to go again to play to the same level that they did in the first half. The Glen, if they can get some momentum going, get the ball in, get a couple of scores, try bring the game back down to maybe by the second water break back to level pegging, then we have a game.
TJ, your thoughts?
I just agree with Jared there. Like, Middleton have 16 points on the board, 14 of them from play, which is a phenomenal return in 30 minutes. Can they keep that up? I suppose if they can, they'll definitely win. But for me, if the Glen are going to get back in this game, their half-back line is key. They have to close down Lahan and Ross O'Regan. They're kind of interplaying there, moving from 10-11. Rob Downey's under pressure with Lahan's movement. For me, that's going to have to be fixed.
Well, a lot to play for. It's still Middleton by 4 points. But as we look at the crowd and everyone in anticipation of the second half, let's hand it back upstairs to Shawnee, Mark and Colm.
Thanks as always, Patrick, and thanks to TJ and to Ger. Just out on pitch at the moment, the 1996 Avondhu side, county champions, the Jubilee team being honoured as we speak. You remember that all too well, Mark?
I certainly do. Thanks for reminding me. I was captain of the McKilly team that day. That lost after the replay narrowly to Avondhu. Played fantastic hurling, led by Jack Russell, captain by Aberton Kenny, and Conor Hannon was the man of the match. Colm on that day, I don't think he played in the drawn game and played in the replay at full back. And Mark, one of our top men, Jimmy Smithy, that day, and he ended up getting the man of the match. So, but you know what? They were fantastic champions. Fergal McCormick was on that team at centre forward, midfield. He was brilliant. Brian O'Driscoll as well. Johnny Welch from Mallow. You know, a couple of lads in Newtown, a young man by the name of Pat Mulcahy was on that team as well. So went on to win counties with his beloved Newtown Chandram. But it was a fantastic occasion. 2 divisional teams in the final. It's the only time there was 2 divisional two teams. But I can remember it like yesterday. But we went on, lucky enough, we went on to win 2 counties after us in 97 and 98. And we would have always said that loss probably hardened us up significantly to give us the will to go on after being beaten.
Okay, just want to mention as well, and we touched on it beforehand, the crowd here this afternoon. Shawnee, just looking across here, when was the last time that you were able to sit up here and look and see that kind of an attendance? Wonderful to see.
It's fantastic, Colm, and I think Mark has been referencing it for a while, like getting the 2 games on. He said a couple of weeks ago, like having the curtain raiser has been a big game, and you know, the senior A game was absolutely brilliant, 2 top-class teams in it. But yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, we've been through so much, and it feels like there could be more to come, maybe with the Christmas coming and announcements maybe imminent. But for now, we're in the here and the now. Today is fantastic, it's magical, and look, the big teams like Middleton and the Glen and the big players involved will always bring, you know, obviously supporters from each club, the relevant club or specific club, say, but the neutral as well coming down to see the big players in action. We mentioned it last day in the semi-final. Like, it's grand to come down and see the big players, but they don't always perform. But to come down and to see Lehan scoring and creating, to see Ross O'Regan scoring, to see, you know, fellas like Luke O'Farrell, Cormac Bazang, all these fellas really doing their stuff. And then on the other side to see Patrick Horgan, Rob Downey and all these guys. Look, it's absolutely brilliant. So yeah, it's fantastic. More of it. No Colm for the next couple of years, in fairness, because you know we've been gasping for action in general because of COVID. But it's brilliant to see our Cork hurling really back to form.
And just to add to what Shawnee has said, a huge touch from the county board to offer 1,000 free tickets to the frontline workers who have done a magnificent job for this country over the last 2 years. You know, there isn't a person out there who hasn't been affected, I'd say, by COVID. You know, and just to remember the people that have lost their lives due to COVID as well. And I think there's a very sincere gesture by the county board to give 1,000 tickets, and there's another 1,000 tickets for the football final as well next weekend. So, you know, fair play. And I suppose the people have voted with their feet here at Colm today by turning out the huge numbers that they have turned out. And, you know, they have been, I suppose, we're 3/4 of the way through the programme today, but the Senior A final was a really good game for any neutral that was at the game. Obviously, if your father on Eels or your Kentucky, you have a vested interest and you're going to be nervous and stuff like that. But for the neutrals, it was a really good game. And you know what was brilliant as well is that the best players were playing out of their skin. So Aidan Walsh, Lough McLaughlin, John Melrick, when he came on, they were absolutely brilliant. And it's great to see, you know, that the quality players are also producing it for their clubs as well. And we're also seeing that now in the senior match as well. Particularly Conor Lahan has been outstanding so far in the game. And Patrick Horgan has been very good with limited supply of ball, I would suggest.
Okay, Middleton back out on the pitch. I don't know, is it a bit of a psychological warfare, Glen, or back out maybe to a longer team speech? Shawnee, TJ there and Ger, I think, concurred as well. The half-back line for Glen going to be vital to try and shut down Lahan and company.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes then you can target a half-back line and saying they're not doing well enough. But I think the ball maybe from the Glen forwards is a bit easy coming out, say, from the Middleton backs. They're clearing the ball without too much pressure. So the Glen needs to up the ante in a couple of stakes. The scoring stakes in the forward line and also the work rate. If the work rate is good, the ball coming out is going to be poor. That gives our half-back line, the Glen half-back line, a better chance.
The floodlights are on. Who's going to be shining in about half an hour's time in the Co-op Superstores Cork Premier Senior Hurling Championship Final game, live and exclusive and free here on the Irish Examiner, with thanks to the Co-op Superstores, the sponsors of the championship. Two Middleton lads getting in each other's way, and it's allowing Adam Lynch to clear it down with interest, but he can only pick out a Middleton man, and that's Sean O'Mara. He's lost possession though, and it's coming out here in front of us. A bit of a foot race, is all kind of a bit broken, as we saw in the opening few minutes as well. Lahan trying to get himself down, and at Owen Downey has possession, being forced to go back and bring in his full-back, big Stephen McDonald. He's gone to ground, and eventually he's been blown up for over-carrying.
That's huge now. That's a huge decision.
A bit tough on him.
I think tough on him, but like, if you're a Middleton mentor or a Middleton supporter, you're thrilled that your forwards are hassling and turning the ball over and then getting a free in a scoring position. So big call.
But it's not the first time this year Middleton have done that, Mark. Like we referenced it as well in the Blackrock game, that their tackling is really, it's good. It's timing. They're getting the shoulders in, and they won a great free there.
Yeah, and Conor Lahan is, after all importantly, putting it over, pushing it out to 17 points to 1-9. 31 and a half minutes in old money elapsed, so just about a minute and a half of the second half here. Poor old Mark Landers is looking longingly at the cups of tea that are flowing past us here in the commentary box. A bit of a tap there on Cormac Walsh, I think, caught it in the rib cage. It looked to be David Noonan that was the aggressor on that occasion, and end result is another free, and it's another chance for Conor Lahan to push things out. Not exactly the start that the Glen would have wanted.
No, and again, who started off the brightest? Cormac Walsh over in that left half-back position, won the free, won the second ball when he came in off the break. He's been very, very bright, and started the second half the way he finished the first.
Yeah, it's very significant off camera. You can see there's about 10 players, and they all have their hand up in front of their eyes because they can't see. The sun has gone very, very low, I would say, and it's going to be very difficult from the middle and puck out for their forwards in the second half, because that sun is certainly piercing their eyes.
Yeah, is that something, Shawnee, back in the day when you'd be inside corner forward playing here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh with the ball coming in with that sort of a sunlight?
Well, you'd hope to affect the corner back more than you anyway, Colin. You might get away with it if you dropped it, more so than if he did.
A free there, Patrick Horgan being pulled and dragged by Luke Dineen, and it's going to be a free end, and that's an easy free one there. As thankfully somebody was listening to us anyway, and a cup of coffee has been dispatched up to Mark Landers. Maybe
yeah, and Colin, there's a couple of text messages after coming in. People are saying I'm yawning at the television as well, and it's not for the standard of the game, and I can tell you this is very good.
And Patrick Horgan driving that one straight and true and over, and it's 1-11 now to 18 points, 33 and a half minutes gone. 1-10 should I say, not 1-11. Breen Saunderson, poor puck out by the goalkeeper, and that's exactly what Glen Rovers want. Adam O'Donovan bursting through. O'Donovan is trying to get it in towards Horgan yet again. Has a runner outside him, but he's going to go himself, but takes a very heavy hit. A very heavy hit of a hurley there from the wing back. I think it was Kiervek Smick that caught him, and I'm sure a yellow card is on its way to the young defender.
Yeah, what preceded actually, Colin, it was actually a decent puck out. Sorry to come across you. It was actually a poor second ball from Paul Hockney. He had created great space, and without even looking, kind of pucked the ball sillily, criminally across his own line.
I apologise to Breen. It was the sight of the hot chocolate and marshmallows here for Mark that had distracted me. So apologies to Breen Saunderson on that one.
He's got a good PA. I've got nothing yet.
So if anyone is in close location. Would you believe that as we were talking
there
there,
you are now, Shawnee,
has been delivered to Shawnee? I hope it's the rich tea is on the way. Patrick Horgan with the resultant free, slamming it over. Now it is 111 to 18 points with 35 minutes gone.
And the funny thing, Colm, there's still only 4 points in it, and Midland are still probably doing all the hurling at this moment in time. But like, if Midland can get a goal, I think they'll have one hand in the cup.
That was a wonderful paw there by Conor Lahan, bringing in Paul Hockney. He's lost it though, and it's Glen Rovers coming down. A lovely ball being played in towards the corner for the wing forward, should I say, Luke Horgan. And Luke Horgan from 45 yards has popped it over. We saw some classy scores from the likes of Ross O'Regan and Pa White in a similar position in the first half, and Luke O'Horgan doing exactly that there. And
just to finish off my point, Colm, about Midland getting a goal, we all know that if the longer the Glen will stay in this game, the better chance they're going to have.
Conor Lahan spills away from him, but Pa White was perfectly positioned to take the breaking ball, and takes a hefty shoulder as well as he goes past. And it's going to be, is it a sideline or a free? Free in the end, yeah.
And back to the score again, Mark. In fairness, it's exactly what Luke Horgan needed. I mean, he has a good Cork year, say, with the under-20s. He played some great games, was kind of out of the game today for long spells, but that was a great score off his left, and just before it, Brian Moylan showed great experience and composure to give him a ball down the line.
Thanks to Kevin and all the crew here for ferrying us the cups of coffee and the tea here, and badly wanted as well. And that was a badly wanted score for Middleton after that little mini resurgence from Glen Rovers.
And a difficult free as well, out in the sideline as well, county final. You know, they're not easy frees.
Dropping down on it, foot brace is on, and it's Tommy O'Connell who's trying to get down on it. O'Connell, the centre back, at the second time of asking, but there was a foul committed. I think the referee was saying that there was a touch on the ground, and there's a bit of an old-fashioned schmozzle breaking out, as famously one said, where you wouldn't be growing too many heads of cabbage. But they're all back on their feet anyway now, thankfully.
But Tommy O'Connell was going back to his own goal, and he tried to tap the ball into his hand, and it didn't come off, and it's didn't flick the ball on the ground, but he would have been better off to put his 2 hands down and put his 2 hands on the hurling picker, going back to his own net, his own goals, and secure the ball, which is the most important thing to do.
Patrick Horgan flinging it over.
And now with only 3 points in it, you get a sense now that it's going to be a shootout really from here on in. And again, back to the score and the free. I mean, it was either cuteness out of the Glen or silliness from Middleton, because I actually think it was the second man, not Tommy, that gave away the free, which was silly really.
Kieran Smith standing over that one, was lucky, I think, not to get a yellow card for that little collision a little earlier. But it's kind of gone a bit broken yet again. I'm not sure, is it the Glen who have upped the intensity, or whether Middleton's first half endeavours and efforts have caught up with them a small bit. Conor Lahan there with a strike from right along the sideline. That is an effort and a half, but it's just gone wide. Would have been an absolutely incredible score if he'd managed to get that one over, given the tightness of the angle. Cathal Hickey, powerful puck out yet again by him, well beyond midfield. Struggling though to find a man down there. Eventually though it's picked up by Luke Horgan. Horgan and Tommy O'Connell bustling and battling for possession. And it's gone off a Middleton defender, Owen Maloney, and gone out over the sideline. Middleton look a small bit rattled.
Just a small. I think the Glen half forward line, particularly Luke Horgan, are starting to come into the game and just making it hard without doing anything extravagant or brilliant or plucking big massive balls out of the air. They're just working hard, they're pulling it on the ground, and they're just making sure that Middleton don't win clean possession.
He's not going to go for a score. He's looking for somebody to come to him so he can play it short.
Well, not that short. It only went as far as Sean O'Leary-Hayes, right into the hand there. Conor Lahan somehow has managed to bring that one down, but Downey getting in ahead of him, I think, and getting it out for Owen Downey, eventually getting it out for a sideline. There's a substitute coming on there for Glen Rovers.
Doris, you mentioned him earlier on, Shani. 60 caps, I think, for the Glen.
Yeah, and
he's
average,
a game changer, isn't he, Sean?
Yeah, and like Conor Doris, I mean, again, I love the stat stuff. I think he's averaged nearly 2.5 to nearly 3 points a game for the Glen. So over 50-odd, 60 games, that's incredible score. And we saw in the last 2 games the scores that he got, particularly the semi-final one off the left over his shoulder. He's a real match winner.
The man that's nicknamed, I'm told, Van Doris. An employee of Dairy Gold, our sponsors this afternoon. He's one of the veterans in the team, but with scoring stats like that, he's a welcome addition. That little short interplay yet again by Middleton, taking from the Newtown Shandrum playbook. Eventually gone to Cormac Walsh, and Cormac Walsh, the wing back, after taking it from Conor Lahan, and Cormac Walsh has driven that one wide.
Be disappointed with that one now. We had a similar situation in the first match, where some of the opportunities, when the game is really on the line now, both teams know, if they can up their game slightly, they're going to take home the cup.
Kieran Smith, he's only a teenager, but wow, is he playing like an experienced campaigner this afternoon. Another experienced campaigner is this man on the ball, Luke O'Farrell, jinking this way and that way, getting the shot off. He's driven that one out. It's gone out, it's been touched. The defender is saying he didn't make any connection. They're all running in to have a word with the umpire. The goalkeeper, Cathal Hickey, is in there as well. But kind of surprised me, though, that Luke O'Farrell from an angle like that wouldn't have gotten a cleaner connection.
But sure, I suppose the error that he made was he had the man beaten on his right hand side. He went back in to go on to his left hand side, his preferred side, and I think David Doolan got a great hook on him.
And the referee, Mark Maher, has overruled his umpire.
Isn't that good? That's good to see that happening. But that sun is very difficult down on that side of the field, and maybe the umpire might have been blinded.
Yeah, well, as you said, good performance by Mark Maher in the opening half, and he's continuing that here in the second half, overruling his umpire there. There was doubt over that one, and Middleton losing the opportunity of a 65, but Middleton chasing after possession here, but they want to have it down on their own end when Adam Lynch is there cleaning up stuff back into the wing back there, Owen Downey. Downey, first time ball, but it's Tommy O'Connell racing out for it, and O'Connell was being fouled, and that's going to be a free. This is surely beyond Lahan's range. I'm sure he's offering himself, baby.
He's going back for it anyway, Colm. It'll be just about on his range, to be honest. But the form he's in at the moment, Colm, it wouldn't surprise me if he put it over the bar.
And he gained an extra yard there, but the Glen were very quick to point out to the linesman down below us here to pull it back. Interesting to see, though. And again, maybe with the sun, maybe the way the sun is, a ball like this dropping in and around the square could be very, very dangerous. Here's Lahan.
No, that's 3 or 4, Mark.
Had the distance, not the accuracy.
3 or 4 wide the last couple of plays.
We've a sub coming on from Middleton. It's Paul Hockney is making way, and 25, Seamus O'Farrell is coming off. Of course, Hockney impressive in the opening spell, but had a yellow card as well too. The 30-year-old making way, and it's Seamus O'Farrell wearing number 25 who's on in his place, and O'Farrell there chasing out after that ball there, but had gone out over the sideline, and it's going to be a quickly taken sideline there to Glen Rovers. Dean Brosnan working very hard trying to get on it, but they've somehow managed to lose the ball. Gone back as far as Adam Lynch. Lynch is blocked by Conor Lahan. Lahan 45 yards out, looking for a runner. He's got one inside him. It's the corner forward, Sean O'Mara. Oh, that's a wonderful piece of interplay there by, was it Downey that McDonald that got on it, showing all his experience to cut out the dangerous pass.
Well, that was the goal scoring opportunity, definitely, that presented itself to Middleton. An unbelievable play by McDonald. At the last second got in a stick to intercept it.
Huge play, and I think what's kind of intriguing is that both full forward lines are being starved, and both cornerbacks and fullbacks are doing really, really well. The battle between Luke O'Farrell, Dave Dooling and Cormac Bazang and Stephen McDonald has been absolutely brilliant. And again, it's the off-camera stuff. When ball is going out from the Middleton half-back line, to see the foot race between Stephen McDonald and Cormac Bazang 20-21, Mackie 31-32, and he going toe-to-toe with him. In fairness, there's great credit due. So,
resultant free, and Patrick Horgan has driven that one surprisingly wide.
It's a big miss now in the context of the game, and a tight game like this. With your ace marksman over the ball, you would expect Patrick to score them. He's always scored them.
Oh, interesting to see where Brian Saunderson is going to go with this puck out. He's going to go off left. I see Kiervek Smith was racing, looking as an option there. He's kind of pushed up from his wing back role. It's gone back towards the other wing back down there. Cormac Walsh can go backwards if he wishes. Eventually finds its way to Tommy O'Connell, the centre back. One would want to watch himself there with Patrick Horgan cutting across it. Almost found the centre forward, but instead broken down, and it's all perfectly positioned now with Dean Brosnan. Dean Brosnan for Glen Rovers going in towards Patrick Horgan. Horgan forced to realign, and eventually Patrick Horgan getting the shot off, planting it right over the crossbar. And we were talking about interplay and inter-exchange of Middleton and praising it. The class and the experience of Dean Brosnan there. Looked up, didn't like what he saw, looked over, saw Patrick Horgan.
Brilliant, very unselfish play. And again, though, in addition to that column, the Glen backs now are on top. It's noticeable the last couple of puck outs. Oh, just as I say, it's a great take.
Wow, that was Sam Quirk sailing through the air there.
Yeah, but it's noticeable that the Glen have upped their intensity and they're winning all the 50-50 balls right now.
Mark Dooley getting the ball in there towards, it's eventually found its way towards Simon Kennefick. I don't know, was he the intended target, but Kennefick has it, and Kennefick has it over the bar.
Complete momentum shift, exactly what the Glen wanted. Crowd on their backs, bench jumping up and down, back to a point game. They've really upped it. Nothing more really other than just massive intensity and work rate.
46 minutes elapsed here in the Co-op Superstores Cork Premier Senior Hurling Championship Final. It's Middleton's Conor Lahan who's taking the shot from 60 odd yards. Has he got the range? He hasn't the accuracy. It's gone wide.
And in the first half column there, we're going over the bar, and a couple of opportunities there now. That's 3 on the bounce from Midland that have gone wide.
And Cathal Hickey, very quick puck out from him to get the ball rolling again. The shot eventually coming off there. Is it from Luke Horgan over on that far side? The huge cheer that's coming across. Simon Kennefick was it, sorry, in the end?
Yeah. Simon. And he has scored some magnificent points in the championship so far this year, particularly against McKilly in the quarters.
We talk about momentum changers and momentum shifters. There's Cormac Bosang, has been relatively quiet this afternoon. Still Bosang getting the pass off to try and bring in Par White. He's lost it, but it's going to be a free in. First time we've really seen Bosang at speed this afternoon.
Yeah, when he puts on the burners, he's very good. What's noticeable as well, Colin, is that some of the aerial stuff is very good, particularly from Middleton. Their clean catching is excellent. But again, back to Mark's point and Sammy Kennefick. Again, Mark with the stats. I think this is his 17th championship game. Himself and Cormac Bazang have played the exact same number of championship games, and they've more or less scored the exact same. So, I mean, again, on a head-to-head, Simon today is probably a little bit more efficient and better, even though Bazang set up a great score there. But Simon, for 16 games, is on nearly 3 points a game. He's already got 2. So another, you'd expect 1 or 2 to come from him, and the last 2 certainly have been massive scores.
That's a massive score there now as well from Conor Lahan, coming just before the water break. And time for us to head down to the sideline, to Patrick, to Ger and to TJ Ryan.
Huge turnaround, lads. I suppose the Glen fixed all the things that were problems from the first half. Half back in the game in a major way, plenty ball going in, back to 1 point. They'll be very happy. I suppose the Middleton one, Ger, is they were scoring freely in the first half and play. They scored 4 points in that quarter, and all 4 came from frees.
Yeah, definitely, as the lad said at commentary, the intensity from the Glen has definitely, they've gone to a new level completely, and they've tightened up completely, especially in the back line on the Middleton forward line. This is the Conor Lahan show from Midland's point of view today. He's on everything really. Every play is involved with him. Everything they tried to find him from puck outs, and his general play, laying off the ball, could have been a brilliant goal there. Halfway through the first half, there they walked the ball in, and an unbelievable interception from Stephen McDonald, showing all his experience to get that vital touch. Glen will be really, really happy with that performance. Like, they've brought it right back now to a point, and unlucky to be a point was Patrick missed a free that he normally would get. So they've brought it right back down to a point, and it's all to play for. The Glen have huge momentum. They've got into the game. They're in a place where they really want to be. Middleton have done all the hurling and only a point ahead, so all to play for.
Yeah, and you'd have to say Simon Kennedy looking dangerous on the side with the last couple of balls.
Absolutely, he's got 2 great balls in, so if they can feed them inside there. You know, the Glen have been here before. They've lost the last 2 finals. Will that be enough? Will that hurt from the last 2 years be enough to push them over the line?
It usually is.
Back up to the lads on commentary.
Okay, thanks very much, TJ, and to Ger down there pitch side. So there are the viewpoints there,
It's
Mark.
finally pies now. I mean, like, look, if you said before the game there'd be a point in it with going into the last quarter, and like Midland had a lot of the play, but all the Glen momentum is there at the moment, but it's just fantastic. The game actually has become a way better spectacle, Colm, since half time.
Oh, certainly has lifted up in pace and in intensity, and absolutely wonderful to be bringing this game to you on our Irish Examiner live stream this afternoon. The Co-op Superstores Cork Premier Senior Hurling Championship Final, with thanks to the Co-op Superstores, the sponsors of the championship. That's Sean O'Mara trying to work something out there, has got a runner, and that's Cormac Boisang. Cormac Boisang from 40 yards. Cormac Boisang with the point. We were talking about Cormac being in and out of the game. Well, now's the time to be in.
But they've moved him to wing forward, which I think is a big thing, and Stephen McDonald had him well marshalled earlier on, even though he'd got a limited supply of ball. He's out in wing forward now, and that has certainly helped him.
Dean Brosnan lost the ball. Tommy O'Connell did ever so well. Brosnan chased back then, and he's after committing a foul on Conor Lehane. And Lehane now, another score here, will certainly steady, or try to steady, the Middleton ship.
Yeah, and coming down the stretch, to Mark's point, that's exactly what Middleton will hope they'll get now. A bit more of a return from Bazang and a bit more of a return from maybe Luke O'Farrell, who's been fairly quiet to date. Bazang score, again, Lehane at the heart of this free, so these are two massive scores.
Yeah, shot from Conor Lehane, and it is a massive score.
With 3 points, Colm, like, you know, and a lot of these lads, the Midland lads, have no county medals, and, you know, I suppose the end line is coming, and it might be starting to stutter a small little bit. Those 2 points are a great G up for them now.
Oh yeah, but look at that for a fantastic catch there by the corner forward, Mark Dooley. It's gone in towards the wing forward. Eventually it's Luke Horgan, I think that's after, or is it Kennefic again? Simon Kennefic, sorry.
He's on fire.
Yeah, and like, Adam is a fabulous player. He's been a fabulous player for the Glendale through the years, but he did much better there now than the first half. And he aimed the shot in the first half, then ended up into the goalie's hand. Great take from Mark, great back pass, and a brilliant ball in from Adam.
Conor Lehane gone in towards the corner. It's the corner forward there. It's Luke O'Farrell, still Luke O'Farrell. The shot from O'Farrell. And the point from Luke O'Farrell. For a second there, it looked like it was opening up for him.
Yeah, he'd be happy with that. The most important thing is to keep the scoreboard ticking over. He went back again on the right and left. He has that jink all the time. Good finish.
Ball being played in towards Kennefic. He's been unmarkable the last couple of plays. On this occasion, it just spilled away from him. And it's found its way out as far as Sam Quirk, hoping to add to the family collection of county championship medals. He's dad, Cormac, a medal winner 30 years ago, a goal scorer, would you believe, 30 years ago. There's a foul being committed there. I think Ross O'Regan was the man that was fouled in the end. You can see the cornerback down there, Adam Lynch, questioning the decision with Mark Marr. But I don't think I've ever seen a referee overturn a decision.
No, and a correct decision, I think, as well. But like, we have to compliment the Middleton sideline now. Ross O'Regan has gone into the full forward position. Cormac Boisang has gone out wing forward. He started actually in the north stand side. He's now here on the south stand side. So Midland are starting to rotate their forwards as well, Colm, which possibly is helping to break down the momentum of the Glen half backline, because they had certainly had a stranglehold on the Midland forwards in the first quarter or the second half.
Another point there for Conor Lehane, adding to the tally. I can see Mark has the abacus outgoing. We've a sub coming on there in a few moments' time for Middleton. It looks to be Garen Manley that's coming on, trainee teacher. We'll keep a track on that. Kiervak Smith there, for a young man, is getting on quite a lot of ball, and a ball has been pumped into Lehane. Lahan on a great battle there, eventually being taken up by the fullback Stephen McDonald. You can see that
brilliant.
You can see that class, can't you?
Yeah, it's brilliant between the two of them. They're both were sprinting flat out. Lahan tried to flick the ball back through his legs. McDonald wasn't having any of it. Won the 50-50 then, and was foul coming out. Great play by McDonald.
Darren Manley is on, and it's Pa White, number 12, that's making way. Free while all of that was taking place. The resultant free, and Cathal Hickey has made his way out for this one. Shawnee, would you just keep Patrick where he is, or would you try and move him a bit farther out to make something happen?
Yeah, you said earlier in the first half maybe bring him out, but with Simon so busy inside, it mightn't be any harm if Patrick does come out, and even if Simon becomes the focal man inside, because everything that goes in, he's just busy, he's action, he's buzzing, and sometimes when you're buzzing, just keep feeding him, a bit like Cormac Bazang in the semi-final. Like all Ben did in that game was he left Bazang inside and he peppered the ball in. Again today, maybe bring Patrick out to that half forward line. He can score from any angle and just feed as much ball in as possible to Simon Kennefick.
And keep one target man inside.
Maybe, exactly.
Sideline there, Owen Downey, good connection, but great tenacious defending there by the cornerback Sean O'Leary-Hayes to win it somehow. It gets foot to it, knocks it out. It's going to be another sideline for Glen Rovers here. 53 minutes gone. This is the Co-op Superstores Cork Premier Senior Hurling Championship Final, being brought to you live and exclusive and free to air here on the Irish Examiner website. Delighted to have your company around Cork, around Munster, around Ireland and around the world this afternoon. Massive crowd here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh. Wonderful atmosphere. The opening game, the Senior A Hurling Championship Final, going the way of Kanturk after a momentous battle with Father O'Neill's, and of course Kanturk will be chasing a double in about 2 weeks' time. What a game that's going to be against Newmarket. Just about 5 miles of road separating the two of them. But we're here talking hurling this afternoon, and we're here watching Adam O'Donovan. That's him there on the sideline, about to take this sideline. His side trailing Middleton in the county final. Can they manufacture something down the stretch? If anyone's going to help them do it, is that man on the ball, Patrick Horgan. He has been incredible this afternoon from place balls, and scored the game's only goal as well.
Yeah, but Middleton went to concede easy frees. Now that was, I would consider, an easy free there. They right to stand him up, put him under pressure. Like, he's going to score everything he gets from a free. So Middleton had enough men around him. They just need to continue to swarm him and make him play the ball.
Tired bodies don't tired minds. That's often the case for those type of frees. Puck out from the goalkeeper. It's kind of squirmed away from the corner forward from Mark Dooley there, but somehow Glen Rovers getting it back. Dean Brosnan getting the shot off from just about 65 yards, and Dean Brosnan, that's a bit of a momentum killer there, Shawnee.
Yeah, these are huge scores now coming down the stretch with 5 minutes to go. I mean, you know, Dean has been a brilliant server for us. I thought his experience and his ability would have clipped it over, but as you said, tired minds, tired bodies, and with 5 minutes to go, you know, they've put in a massive shift so far.
Breen Saunderson, a fine big puck out from him. It's Rob Downey, who's our own Downey. I think Rob Downey eventually, one of the Downeys is after getting it. Cormac Bosang punting it in towards the corner. Is there a chance trying to forage its way back here with the centre forward? A shot! What a save by the goalkeeper, Cathal Hickey. What a save by the goalkeeper. Absolutely wonderful. I think it was Ross O'Regan that got the shot off, but cat-like reflexes by Cathal Hickey to stop that one.
A fantastic save by Cathal in the goals. First time that I think he's been called upon today, and he has delivered in spades. He's outstanding for the Glen for the last number of years, but he's certainly kept the Glen in this county final, and has, I think, probably his momentum on his shoulder maybe from the Midland corner forward has knocked him out for a 65, which I'd say he probably disputed fairly significantly with the umpire, and he's happy. He's going to be given an autograph now to the referee.
Yeah, and very similar to the semi-final, Mark. I mean, it was 5-2, I think, when Sars got through that time, and Luke Hackett had a big shot, and Cathal made a brilliant save. So similarly today, with 3 points in it, that was a massive save.
Incredible save by the goalkeeper onto his left. I don't know how he got to it. End result is 65.
Which is a critical 65 now, because it pushes it out to a 2-score game if he gets it. No, he hasn't.
Big wide.
A lifeline, will we call it that?
Well, there'd probably be 2 minutes of injury time you would be expecting. There's 5 minutes left in the game, and it's still only a 1-score game. Everybody will tell you, push it out to 4 points, make it 2 scores.
Adam O'Donovan with the delivery, and they're aiming it in towards Horgan and Kennefick. That's Patrick Horgan racing after it. Conor Lehane, though, getting a little touch in it. How crucial will that be? Lehane still trying to get it back up under huge pressure down there. Middleton first to go backwards with their wing back, Cormac Walsh. Tommy O'Connell eventually getting onto it, and he's brought it out all the way to Seamus O'Farrell, the substitute that came on a few moments ago, and Middleton have somehow managed to squirrel it away. It's Luke O'Farrell chasing out after that one. Luke O'Farrell getting a push in the back, referee not calling it as a free. Play on. It's back with Cathal Hickey. Huge save by him a few moments ago. Great ball out by him, out as far as his wing back. Down here in front of us, here comes Adam O'Donovan. O'Donovan gone route one yet again, as you would expect with the game in the melting pot. It's Luke Horgan gone all the way back, and the shot that's eventually coming off from the substitute, Conor Doris, and he's driven that one wide. There's another substitute coming on for Glen Rovers. It's Calvin Healy that's coming on, and it's Luke Horgan who's making way. Shawnee.
Yeah, Calvin is a really busy player. He's probably going to run midfield just to get some energy into that Glen sort of middle third area. He's been a fabulous player down through the years for us, like Calvin, and he'll definitely, as I said, inject that type of energy into play now.
Glen made a big move as well, because Rob Downey has been moved from centre back up to centre forward. So even though there's only a goal in it, Shawnee, that's a statement of intent that they think they need a goal at this stage to win it.
Cormac Bossang with the shot from out near the sideline. Cormac Bossang with the wide. It's kind of a rushed effort by him. Another substitute coming on, and it's a Middleton substitute that's coming on. It's the man number 20, Aaron Mulcahy, is coming on, and it's the corner forward Sean O'Mara, number 15, that's coming off. We're down the home stretch here in the Co-op Superstores Cork Premier Senior Hurling Championship final. Lads, I'm not going to even talk about man of the match for another few moments here, given the drama that's certain to unfold here. I can see another substitute. It's Daniel Morris that's been warmed up there by the Glen. We'll keep a track on that. I think there's a treatment there. Is it Adam Lynch?
There's actually Dave Dooley. He did it.
I'd say his hamstring. I'd say sprinting out. I'd say he's probably gone. But just the line-up now at the moment is that Patrick Horgan is inside with Simon Kennefick in a two-man inside line. Luke Deneen is picking up Kennefick, and Sean O'Leary Hayes has gone back to pick up Patrick Horgan. Downey's gone centre forward, and he's been picked up by Tommy O'Connell.
Yeah, and to Mark's point, it's a huge statement from the Glen. If you remember Mark a couple of years ago, he played full forward for the Cork Minors, so he has that forward ability, that forward nous, and he's well able to get a score.
Just coming up on the hour mark, but obviously all these extra substitutions and stoppages, we will have a couple of minutes of extra time to play here this afternoon. It's Owen Maloney on the ball, going in as far as Ross O'Regan. Ross O'Regan from 60 yards. Ross O'Regan off the post. Goalkeeper Cathal Hickey for a second there. You could hear Middleton fans willing that one over the crossbar. Would have been a crucial score. It's gone out for a sideline over there, and it's going to be a Middleton. It's going to be a Middleton sideline. 3 minutes at least. Still enough time though for Glen Rovers to come back and rescue the situation.
Absolutely. Any bit of time will rescue any situation, because there's only a goal in it. The most important thing is that Glen don't concede a free here to push it out to 4 points. Keep the ball in play and get it up to Patrick Horgan.
And that's the main man that you need to be getting the ball up to. The shot that's coming from Cormac Walsh, the wing back.
They've had some wides, haven't they?
And that's another wide.
Yeah.
That's another, and they're all momentum killers, especially when you've got the pinpoint accuracy of Cathal Hickey on a restart. Hickey going down, looking long, looking for Downey. But it's that wall, that defensive Middleton wall. Kiervak Smith though blocked down, and a poor ball, and it's gone over the head of Seamus O'Farrell. It's going to be a sideline to Glen Rovers, and it's going to be that big man Robert Downey who's going to take this one, and you can imagine who he's going to be targeting in there. 61 minutes gone, 2 minutes remaining. Just to remind you, there is no extra time this afternoon. This game will go to a replay if we are level at the end of the day here this afternoon. Shot off, it's dropping in on top, and it's flicked on. Oh, and it's just couldn't get the connection on it. And it's the cornerback, Sean O'Leary Hayes, that's clearing up there as far as Cormac Walsh.
Well, it's enthralling, Colm. It's enthralling viewing now, because everybody knows the game is still in the melting pot.
Again, very much in the melting pot there, and it's Glen Rovers on the attack yet again. It's bobbling up there, and they're just trying to come back here on numbers with Seamus O'Farrell. He's got a runner outside him at the second time of asking the shot from 60 odd yards. has gone wide, and that's another poor wide from a Middleton perspective.
Like that 7 wides in the second half, but the last 3 in a row have gone wide.
Aaron Mulcahy was the man responsible for that wide. It's Dean Brosnan going all the way back there to Owen Downey, or to Stephen McDonald, should I say, excuse me. Stephen McDonald going in towards the corner. Kiervek Smith racing out after it. Had that poor block a few moments ago, but getting it out over the sideline, hitting it off Ben O'Connor's leg down there. 62 minutes gone. There's a goal between the sides.
To be fair to Kiervek, that he didn't do great there. In fairness, he cleared his lines, but in general, I think for a young lad, he's had a fantastic game today.
18 years of age,
absolutely
Sean.
Brilliant.
Not sure what you were like at 18.
Certainly not in county finals, Colin. He's had a fantastic performance, in fairness to the chap.
Dean Brosnan standing over this, and lads, I want you to be thinking about man of the match. We're going to wait until the final whistle before we pick who it is. Luke O'Farrell is half blocked. Eventually it's Dean Brosnan again. He's going to go all the way back. It's Owen Downey who's going to deliver it in, and yet again the Middleton defence standing up, and it's their full forward, I think, Cormac Bosang, who's on the run there. Bosang from just outside, 65 yards out. Bosang has driven it and driven it wide.
He should have kept going.
The pitch was opening up in front of him.
He should have kept going, Colm. Brought it inside the 45-yard line and tapped it over and finish out the game.
Regulation time is up now. It's all at the discretion of the referee. That's Mark Maher, Lorna Barca. Middleton trying desperately to scramble the ball out, trying to get it into the danger zone. Can they rescue something down the stretch? Dean Brosnan, he's going to drop it in low. They're all coming out for it. Up they go. There's a big hand in there. There's a shot. It's in. Oh! Just squirreled just wide. Conor Doris. Shawnee had talked about him beforehand, and for a second there we were just expecting to see the back of the net rippling.
And just the way the play had developed, it ended up a 2-on-1 situation.
And that's it. The final whistle. Middleton are county champions.
Unbelievable finish to the game. Magnificent victory for Middleton, obviously. They carried their form through from the Blackrock game. They got, I suppose you have to say, Colm, you know, the third quarter they really struggled, but the last quarter they were fantastic. The Glen will be really disappointed, particularly when the opportunity fell to them with the last puck of the game. But it's just very unlucky. In fairness to the Glen player, pulled in the ball first time and just went to the left-hand side of the post and wide. But it's a brilliant advertisement for Hurling. Two great teams played out a really sporting final, and it was well handled by Mark Maher in the middle of the field. No complaints, I think, from either of the two teams and the referee. Fantastic outcome.
Okay, Shawnee, we'll have more from you in a few moments' time, but we need to find out who our man of the match is. Your thoughts?
Well, I suppose there's been a couple of contenders. I think, in fairness, Tommy O'Connell was excellent in the backs. I just mentioned it before the end. Kiervek Smith had a fantastic game. For the Glen, obviously, Patrick Cork got scores. Simon Kennefick had a brilliant second half. But look, I just think for his overall contribution in both halves, his frees, his scores from play, his set-up play, I think Conor Lehan was an absolute revelation, and for me he's man of the match.
Okay, I can see Conor's been swallowed up by the crowd down there. We're going to be going pitside in a few moments' time to Patrick and the rest of the crew there to get a quick word with our man of the match, our Co-op Superstores man of the match in a few moments' time. Incredible scenes here in the Co-op Superstores Cork Premier Senior Hurling Championship, and Middleton are the winners, and Patrick is down pitch side, and I can see Ger Cunningham and TJ Ryan as well. So Patrick, if all is okay with you down pitch side, let's hand over to you, and all importantly, our man of the match, Conor Nahan.
Man of the match presentation taking place on the field, and a Co-op Superstores man of the match for the senior hurling final is Middleton's number 10, Conor Nahan. Liam Ryan, head of agribusiness from Dairygold, presents the prize to Conor Nahan. And Conor, what a successful day and a big day for the Middleton J Club. First title since 2013.
Yeah, look, it's no, it's like I can't even describe the feeling at the moment. Like it's just relief, you know. Sorry.
It obviously means a lot to you to be. Look, it's been such a tough years for you, but this year your season has turned around and you've been a real true leader of the team.
Yeah, like it's the thing about it. It's not just one leader. Like it's 30 lads. It's the backroom staff. It's absolutely everyone played their part. Like it's never about one. It's about the unit. And I think that was the difference with us. The changes as a team. We just really came together as one. And like this is one award, but it's for everyone. Like it's not. I'm not trying to be cringe or anything, but it's true. Like it's everyone that's involved.
You showed true heroic efforts in the quarterfinals and the semi-finals. A real tough, hard performance against the Glen team today, but you pulled it out right at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like, the Glen have just been the most consistent team in the last 10 years in the championship. They've been outstanding every year. And like when it comes to a final, anything can happen. But like the fight in them is unbelievable. And look, it's one of those days where we came out on top, like, and we're just so happy.
Congratulations to Co-op Superstores Premier Senior Hurling Championship Final. Man of the match, Conor Lahan.
Patrick and to Conor Lahan for their time down there. We'll be joining back for the presentation in a few moments' time. Shawnee, looking out onto that pitch there, what's the thought in your head?
I think, look, for me, I suppose it's disappointing as a Glen man, obviously. I'll try and be as neutral as I can because, look, I'm a hurling fanatic, and I think from a neutral's perspective, if I could wear a cap like that, it was a very, very enjoyable game. The hurling was very, very good, albeit I suppose there were a lot of wides from Middleton that they'd been disappointed with, and if they lost, they'd have been absolutely gutted with all the wides. I think the Glen had no right to be in that game. Middleton were the better side, and the Glen just showed incredible fighting spirit to stay there. Simon Kenneth came in and had a great second half. From a Middleton perspective, I think fellas like Tommy O'Connell, look, they've put themselves in the spotlight for, positions maybe on that Cork senior panel. I thought he was brilliant today. Kieran Smith was absolutely outstanding. Around the middle of the field, Sam Cork worked away hard without being, terribly, influential. He still worked really, really hard. And when the going got tough and they needed scores, I thought Luke O'Farrell got into the game and Cormac Prazang really came into the game. But just to reference Conor Lahan again, I mean, look, I'm a huge fan. I think his scoring rate for Middleton, he's over 20-odd championship goals. His scoring rate for Cork, when the stats are looked at, he is still a 2-3 point a game player. For me, he's a super, super player. I love watching him, and I think the award today is richly deserved.
Okay, we're going to be heading over to the presentation area just now, and Mark Sheehan, the chairman of the county board, and the man we just saw a few moments ago, Conor Lahan, our man of the match, also our Middleton captain this afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Cork County GA Board, I'm delighted to welcome you to Páirc Uí Chaoimh, a full Páirc Uí Chaoimh, well, almost full certainly, and certainly full of energy for this, the Cork County Premier Senior Hurling Final, sponsored by our sponsors, Co-op Superstores. I want to compliment and congratulate both teams for their outstanding performance in this fantastic game in the most significant competition in Cork Club Hurling. I want to warmly congratulate Monaghan on securing victory, first time since 2013 in this most prestigious competition, and I know they're absolutely thrilled. To Glen Rovers, I compliment you as ever. You have brought energy and fire to this championship, and I know you were disappointed to come out the wrong side this evening, but I think certainly we will all agree that the afternoon of hurling belongs to Middleton. Just hold that for a second. I want to thank our referee, Mark Maher, for coming Barnefa, and his officials, and indeed all our referees for their sterling work that they have done for us in all our championships, both hurling and football, over the last number of months. I want to acknowledge the sponsorship of our competition sponsors, Co-op Superstores, who are represented by their board chairperson, John O'Gorman, and their chief executive officer, Jim Wolfe, here today. We thank Co-op Superstores for their championship sponsorship and also their man of the match sponsorship. I want to acknowledge particularly our voluntary stewards, both here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh and in Páirc Uí Rinn, who have worked so diligently with our event control team over the past number of weekends, particularly when we've had a huge volume of matches in both our stadia, and I thank them for their voluntary efforts and their huge contribution to the organisation of the Games. I take this opportunity as well to encourage everybody in the context of the COVID-19 situation to celebrate safely and to have regard for our needs of our society in that regard. Today belongs to Monaghan and I want to warmly again congratulate them. They have a wonderful record in senior hurling in Cork County, and I know that the Sean Murphy Cup will rest very easily and very, very happily in the great East Cork town of Middleton. So today belongs to Middleton, and I want to congratulate their captain and all their players. And I'd now like to ask their captain, Conor Lehan, to accept the trophy.
I'd just like to say congratulations to Middleton. Have a look at them over, and I give you a great pleasure on behalf of the board to present the cup to an outstanding captain, Conor Lehan.
Two of them. Very good. First of all, I just want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the backroom staff of the Middleton team. We've got Burr Cotter, we've got Brian McCarthy, Micheál Cahan, Owen Collins, Pat O'Brien. Look, there's one man I want to especially mention. I think he's the definition of a man you'd want to win a county for. He's one of the greatest clubmen I ever met. I think you all know him. We know him as Donny Gann. I think he deserves a big round of applause. Let's move on to our management team. We've got Jennifer Hayes, we've got Stephen Kane, we've got Terence McCarthy, Ian Kennefick, our manager Geoff Fitzgerald, and our coach, the great Ben O'Connor. It's easy to say this now, but going through the year, there's not one team that they didn't help to provide for us throughout the year. They had our backs from day one, even after a tough year last year. We still came forward, they brought them the best that they had, and we can't thank them enough. Just on Ben, I know he's an outside man, but he really dived himself into being a Middleton man, and I think for this year we've accepted him as one. They say never meet your heroes, but that doesn't certainly apply to this man. I'd like to also make a special mention. I know in the last couple of years there's been people, really important people in the club who's passed away, and today would have been an incredibly important day for them, and special day, so I'd like to acknowledge them as well. I do want to pay special attention to the crowd for coming today. I know COVID's been very tough with games, not having a full team and not everyone can going. But seeing a crowd here like today, there's no words that can describe it. I know I'm on my own up here, but I think I speak for everyone in the club and everyone on the team. We couldn't be more thankful for coming up today and having our backs throughout the year. Lastly, I just want to pay special attention to Glenn. Like I say, look, it's easy to say up here now and say hard luck, but it's true thing that the last 10 years you've been the most consistently performing team in the championship. You're always an incredibly tough team to play against. I was like to say, if I was a club man from the Glen, I'd be incredibly proud to have you presenting us. So lastly, I just want to give 3 cheers to the Glen. Hip hip, hip hip, hip hip. And we see you back in the club.
Scenes down there, pitch side, as Middleton celebrate their county senior championship, when we'll be heading back down in a few moments' time to join Patrick, TJ and Ger and some special guests there, but glorious scenes. A fair result, Mark?
I think it's probably the popular result. I would say put him in the balance this way. Up in the third quarter.
after they got 3 points without reply to push it from 1 point out to 4 points, and I think that was the key part to winning today. I think in the overall context, even Conor Lehane got man of the match, and he was truly outstanding, I'd have to say, and he spoke fierce well in the interview and on the speech as well. He was outstanding, in fairness to him. But I also thought that the Ross O'Regan's, Per White, Sean O'Mara, the 3 of those lads contributed, I think, about 8 points from play between them. And that to me was the difference. Even though Conor got the plaudits of being the individual, I think the 3 of them had a huge part to play in Midland winning today. Shawnee referenced it about maybe the 3 lesser names in the Glen team. They wouldn't have scored a whole pile today. But those lads got 8 points. And that, if you were told that before the game, you'd be fancying your chances. I'd have to say the Glen, Clyne, I think, lost 3 counties in a row. Glen have now lost 3 counties in a row. It must be heartbreaking for them to lose them, but fair play to them, great credit due to them to keep coming back, and they never gave, even though the Midland probably were very dominant in the first half, the Glen never gave up, and they stayed right in at Cullum, and then they got the opportunity for the equalising goal at the death, which, if it was, like we say in the championship, can it be any more enthralling? But it probably is a proper result, as it turns out, that Midland have won the game. But the Glen will be really, really disappointed to lose a third final, but to not get the opportunity to go to extra time will probably gall them.
How psychologically difficult is that to come back from 3 finals in a row? And as Mark said, Conor Doris, if he had, and it's no blame whatsoever on Conor, but if he had put that in, we were into a replay, etc. Psychologically, how hard is it to come back from that?
Yeah, I don't think you can. All you do is you adjust yourself down, Colin, when you go again. I mean, the Glen went from 89 to 2015 without winning a county, which is 26 years, and I played in a lot of those years myself, and I never went into a Glen dressing room where we didn't feel we could win a championship game, because the mentors and all the guys involved adore the jersey and they give everything for the cause. So, the Glen will be back and they'll dust themselves down. They were beaten well by Douglas in the first round game. They met the Sunday morning and they had a big meeting for an hour and they sorted a few things out. So that would never worry me, I think. And I don't just say that as a Glen man. I think if it happened to any other club, what can you do? You just have to go back to the drawing board and have another rattle off it. In the game itself, back to Mark's point, Middleton were better and they deserved it. But again, the Glen had no right to be within a whisker of getting a draw there. So that's testament to their effort. And just to go back to the goal chance itself, I don't think there's been a better player, club player in the scene, particularly out in the Glen, better than Conor Doris. So I would definitely hope that there's no negativity or anything cast or any aspersions cast on Conor. He's been an absolutely brilliant player for us down through the years. He was desperately unlucky and he'll be back to fight again, no doubt about it.
We mentioned time and time again the Ben O'Connor factor. Just how important was that?
I think it is a significant, and it's probably the first time I think that Midland have gone outside the club to get a coach or a stroke manager. A coach, I suppose, is what he is doing. And that was a big decision for Middleton to do that, because they have had fantastic mentors down through the years. Dennis Mulcahy, Sean O'Brien, just to mention a couple that would have went outside to train teams and were very, very successful. And they have a huge tradition. You look at the likes of John Fenton being on the best All-Star team for the last 50 years. Magnificent players. And the fact that they went outside was a big thing. And I think certainly the performance in the semi-final and the performance in the final today was brilliant for Middleton, and a lot of that is down to the hard work that Ben has done.
Okay, we'll come back and we'll talk a bit more about that in a few moments' time. Let's go back down pitch side to Patrick Mulcahy. He's got Jim Wolfe, CEO of Dairy Gold, the sponsors of our coverage and sponsors of the championship, and we'll grab him for a quick word now.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Colin, and Jim does join me beside me. Jim, I was just a speech about the spectacle. The place is covered in black and white magpies.
Absolutely, it's a tremendous occasion, and for the 21st day of November, 3 weeks into November, it's superb, to see all of this. A really joyous occasion for the people of Middleton, and they can be certainly proud of what they have achieved this evening.
How big of a move was it from a Dairy Gold point of view and the Co-op Superstore's point of view, was it to get involved last year with this championship?
Well, I think there was an awful thing going on together. We were investing in our business and we were reshaping, and we had a lot of money put into our brand and our new stores and so on and so forth. and really the championship then was being reformed into what I considered a much better operation on the group format, where every game was important, and it was a real championship, good for both the player, the club and the sponsors as well as the county board. So there was a lot of newness around it, so there was a very attractive proposition. And of course, look, there's no doubt hurling has gone from strength to strength. We've seen it all through the year. We've seen that group format, every game counts. You know, today's game, the quality of the movement, the ground conditions, the ball, everything was right. So look, a great affinity between us and the co-op, which is a very, very much member-centric organisation, and the GA community, which is equally member-centric, club, member, player. You know, there's an awful lot of what you would call is kind of, you know, similarities in the context of stakeholders.
And speaking of this crowd and the spectacle, what a final we had. Middleton come out on top, and of course one of your biggest stores is in the Middleton town.
Absolutely, yes, of course. Look, silently, of course, you'd like for where we have already a footprint in Middleton, and a very successful trading store, great support from the people of Middleton and the surrounding area, and you know, this is good. This is good for business, it's good for sport, it's good for hurling. So delighted with the day and the outcome in one sense. You know, commiserations naturally enough to Glen Rovers, but you know, Middleton, on the basis of 24 scores to 19, you'd have to say that they were the better team on the day.
And we should mention finally, it's your last year as CEO of the company.
Yes, that's right, yeah. Almost 43 years completed in the business, and I hand over, pass on the baton at year end to Conor Galvin, and I'm looking forward to the next stage of my career or my life, if you like, you know.
Well, look, we wish you well. Thank you for the sponsorship for the county board and the Irish Examiner. It's a great partnership, and we wish you best in the next chapter.
Absolutely, and thank you to the Examiner. You've been tremendous in the context of the coverage. Tremendous partners in both the Cork GA and the Irish Examiner, and thank you for that. The great work that's being done in getting, I suppose, the sport back into the living rooms of so many people who can't get here, and that's a great credit to Tony Lean and the full team and the Examiner and yourself. So, good
on, Jim. Let's go back upstairs to Colm.
Okay, thank you very much, Patrick, and indeed our thanks to Jim Wolfe, the outgoing CEO of Dairy Gold and the Co-op Superstores. The sponsorship of the championship has been absolutely fantastic last year, now this year, and of course assisting us as well too with our Irish Examiner live streams. Looking out there, a question, and I'm going to put this one maybe to you, Mark, as the resident East Cork expert. You know, is there a feeling that Middleton and unfulfilled potential go in a same sentence?
Well, I would say they've had a huge amount of underage success, Colm, for a long time, and I think John Fenton referenced in the Examiner there yesterday that when they won in 2013, they would have expected that panel of players would have driven on and would have won more counties. They only got to one county final, and that was in 2018 when the McKillie beat them. So, like, for a big town, they probably would be expecting a lot more success, I think, at senior level. But you know, it just shows that counties aren't one easy column, and you know, no matter how much underage success you have, you still have to bring it through, and there's a lot of hard work goes into bringing underage success. And it's a bit like the Cork team as well. Like, we've had massive underage success with minor under 20s. How long is it going to take for that to come through to the senior team? So it does take time, Colm, and you know, fair play to them. They've won a good championship. They were the outsiders of the four at semi-final stage, and they have hurled out of their skins in both matches, the semi-final and the final, and now the whole county will be getting behind them to go into the Munster campaign.
Well, I'm not sure will all the county be getting behind them, Shawnee. In terms of the Glen, what positives can you take from a day like today?
Look, I suppose spirit and fight, one thing. You know, the morale in the camp obviously will be down tonight, but they showed fair spirit and they kept going right to the death. I think Simon Kennefick showed that he has definitely got something. I mean, he's been scoring regularly for the Glen and showed great spirit in that second half to kind of throw the game and take the game to Middleton. I don't know, I think Stephen McDonald was one of the best defenders on viewing for me. I wonder, is there still a Cork place there for him? I mean, he outraced at times Luke O'Farrell and Cormac Bazang and those guys, so he had a great game. Patrick obviously got his scores and was very, very good again. So there was lots of positives, and I suppose that midfield area, I mean, Paul Hockney was substituted, which was a reflection on how well Dave Noonan played. So there was plenty of positives. Cathal Hickey made a great save there when they needed it from Ross O'Regan. So there are just a couple of names that spring to mind. Look, they'll be disappointed, Colin, no matter what way you dish it up. They'll be very, very disappointed. They came here to win. As Mark said, it's a bitter pill to swallow when you lose 3 in a row. But look, at the end of the day, Middleton were better, and you just have to dust yourself down and accept it.
But just looking through the age profiles there, you mentioned like the likes of Cathal at 33, Stephen at 33, Patrick at 33. Is there a kind of a feeling that these lads can't keep going on forever and ever?
Oh, I would say so, yes, obviously. The age profile isn't probably in their favour, but I mean, we're doing okay underage. We won a minor county this year, and we're in the under-18 competition. So you fellas like, young Stephen Lynham and Owen O'Leary and these guys, they're just names that we know around our club, and hopefully in a couple of years' time they'll be reeled off as noteworthy names when it comes to club championship stuff, when it gets to senior grade stuff. So we've plenty going on at underage. We're working really, really hard to get the next generation through, which every club has to do, Colin, whether you're winning counties or not. You just have to make sure that when the age profile gets to a stage where you get some guys retiring, that the next generation coming up are capable and able. So from that perspective, we're working really, really hard. But you're right, I mean, these fellas are aging a little bit, and it's Father Time is catching up with them, but they've been incredible servants, and when it comes to back training next February or March, they'll probably be, knowing them all, the first to put their hand up to say, hey, I'm not going anywhere.
Okay, well, we're looking out onto the pitch here. There's still, I was going to say, a few stragglers, more than a few stragglers. Middleton celebrating the county senior title success. It's been 2013, the last time that they savoured this, and I think everything that's been going on around the world, around the country over the last while with COVID has added to the hope and the expectation of celebrating and enjoying days like this. There's lots of hugs and kisses and everything going on down there. Before we go back down to Patrick, pitch side, the standard in the championship this year, Shawnee, you've seen a good few games. Do you think that the new system is bringing games up and the standard?
I do, and I think in general over the last couple of years, if you think about a column like the Glen won in 15 and 16, then you had your 3 in a row from O'Kelly 17, 18 and 19, you had new winners last year, and now you've got new winners again. So that's sort of 4 different teams that have been winning the county championship over the last 6 years, which is evidence alone that the standards are even. The standards between teams are very, very close. I think all the grades have been good. The earlier game in the Senior A was excellent. There was an excellent Premier intermediate game yesterday between Ballinhassig and Castlelyons. That'll be a great final next week against Corsi, or between them and Corsi Rovers. The winners were Castlelyons yesterday. The lower intermediate game was a good win for Lisgould against Kilbritton. I saw that as well, and that was an excellent game. And even if you go down further, fair play to Ronan Dewan, what he did with Ballygiblin, and they had a fantastic win as well in the junior championship. So all in all, I think it's been an excellent game. The standard has been really, really good.
Okay, time for us to go back down pitch side and join Patrick Mulcahy.
Yes, and TJ and Joe, we're going to wrap up here from the two bios beside me, and I suppose, Joe, better team on the day, really, 24 scores to 19.
I think there's no argument there, Patrick. I thought they were really good today. Middleton were outstanding from the get-go, really, when the game went in. And in the end, I think they probably made it hard for themselves. They had opportunities at the end of the game for scores to close the game out, really, and take the pressure off themselves. But they left the Glen hanging there, and in the end, they could have paid for it, really. The last one that Conor Doris missed, that could have been a replay, but by far they played really well on the day. 24 scores. Top class, I think, well deserved, and fair play to them. When the pressure came on, semi-final and final, they've turned it on.
TJ, you're the neutral voice here. The quality of the final first, what kind of standard was it?
I'd have to say it was very high quality. In the first half, Middleton were exceptional. Some of the scores they got from play were as good as you'd see in any county, to be fair. You'd have to credit the Glen the second half. They came out, they fixed that half-back line, they closed them down, they got themselves back in the game, and as Ger said there, probably maybe were disappointed on the day in the way they played, but they still gave themselves a chance to get a draw, get something out of it. Middleton probably could have tacked on a couple of more scores, but I will say on the day, Middleton deserving winners.
So now they move forward to a Munster semi-final in a fortnight, 3 weeks.
3 weeks against Kilmallock, and it's a Limerick venue. I think it's going to be on the Gaelic grounds. And I was at the Limerick County final. Kilmallock are good winners, but Middleton have nothing to fear. Their forwards are exceptional. I was really, really impressed with that half-hour line in the first half. And Conor Lahan, he's a high-class forward on the day, just unmarkable in that first half. 5 points in play, brilliant.
So you've seen both teams now. How do you see it going?
Yeah, 50-50 game. I know it's an defence. I said it to Mark already. Look, I suppose the home advantages, and Kilmallock have been there before. Like, I'd probably be just saying maybe Kilmallock. But look, Middleton will have nothing to fear. They're a good side. I was impressed with them today. And maybe the goal chance in the 44th minute, they got to tack on a couple of more scores. They could have ran out impressive winners today. So we've been maybe talking differently about them. So I give them a right chance, Middleton.
In turn, though, Glen themselves will rue a couple of goal opportunities that they did have.
Yeah, they did. They will look back in it, and when you review all the games, you look back to see where the small moments were, what could have been. But I think in the cold light today, when they analyse it, Patrick, I think they will. It's not easy for any team to come to a county final. They would have, probably the last two were in the back of their mind. They couldn't do anything about it, but they wanted to give their best today. They wanted to go down to win and not to lose 3 in a row. But I think, as I say, in the cold light today, they look back to say Middleton were the better team on today. Thought they played really well. They were hungry. They were lively. Played some great hurling, and I think they were the best. They were the best on the day. I think the best team won. Hard luck to the Glen, but a great county final.
Sure was indeed. There's more reaction that will come, but the two buckles are heading off. The podcast is going to be done for tomorrow morning. We'll catch up with that a little bit later on, I should say, but let's go back up to the commentary box in Cullum.
Okay, thank you very much, Patrick. Yes, I was just going to mention we have a bumper podcast tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll have plenty to talk about. It'll be interesting to see, has TJ's experience of Cork's Little All-Ireland, has it lived up to all the expectation and all the hype that Mark has produced about it?
Well, just for a comment before I forget it, our old buddy Dalo is down at the moment, but he just to wish him the best of luck. He's just had a small. I'd say working too hard over the last couple of days. He's to take a rest, but Dale, I hope you get better soon, and we'll talk to you soon. But I think the Little All Ireland was very, very good today now. And as a Cork man, I was delighted with the standard of it. I was delighted with to see the middle and how well they hurled. We knew what the Glen were going to bring. They weren't going to roll over either, and it was fantastic that they came back into the game and certainly probably nearly eked out a draw at the very, very end. But it would have been unfair, I think, on Middleton, because I thought they did most of the hurling for the game. But the standard was good, Cullum, and 24 points is big shooting. And the standard of the Senior A game was very good as well. So I think overall, today has been a fantastic advertisement for Cork hurling. And, we have the template now of a very, very good championship at all grades. And I think all clubs are delighted with the way the championship has been played. And the fact that the split season is coming now as well. We know the club player now is being taken care of. He was a forgotten man for the last 2 decades as far as I was concerned. And the championship in its old format was a killer for clubs. But now the club player is getting all the same rights as the inter-county fella. And I think it's better and better and better. We're getting, and to also add to that, the referees have had a huge part to play in the standards as well, and they're a bit like the county board. They get a fair bit of stick, the referees, but in fairness to them, they have upped their game big time.
Shawnee, we were down pitch side as well too. We had minors and under 20s as well, so we've beyond the club game. The county, admittedly it didn't end as well as we had hoped in the All-Ireland final, but still got to an All-Ireland final.
Yeah, absolutely. It was disappointing the way it finished, but we got there, and as you said, the minors and 21s have been outstanding, and there's plenty of them. There was a few on view today, and there's a few more that will catapult themselves, I'd imagine, into a senior panel next year. Just very quickly to echo what Mark said about Dalo as well. Best of luck, bud, and best wishes. And I think what I liked about today, and even in the first game, was because at times in the first game there was a lot of ball being sent into Cantork's full forward line, and Mark O'Keefe stayed where he was. They didn't bring a man back. And again today, both games actually were very traditional. There wasn't too much, obviously there's tactics involved, but there's not too much of double tacking or 2 men marking the 1 man, which teams have a tendency to do with, like Patrick. Go for broke. Ben put Luke Deneen, you could say an inexperienced player on Patrick, and went for broke. And the Glen kind of did the same in fairness when it was 2 inside. There was one period in the second half where Middleton had 1 man inside, and the Glen just left Steve McDonald inside and go toe-to-toe man on man. And for me, I just love that. I love to see fellas going battle on battle. It's like the old style when the national anthem was started. You were inside in the corner, you had your cornerback breathing down your neck, and you knew there was a battle ensuing. So for me, I love the styles, to be honest, that the Glen play, and I love what Ben has brought to the game. He's brought an intensity, the tackling, and he's allowed fellas flourish. Like Mark said earlier, the Ross O'Regans, the Sean O'Maras, who mightn't be getting all the limelight, he allows them to go and express themselves. So as a spectacle, it was excellent. As a kind of type of style, it was brilliant to view. And as you said, Colin, with the players on view today and what's happened with the minor and the under-21 over the last couple of months, you would say the future is, fairly bright for Cork Hurling, please God.
Yeah, I concur with everything that Sean said. And the big thing now is that Midland have won the county. They need to go out now into the Munster campaign, and they need to make a statement now as well that we are able to compete, because it has been a problem for a long time that we haven't won a Munster campaign. I think Newtown Chandram, off the top of my head, are probably the last team that have won a Munster, and I think Midland actually are quite capable of, their performance has been improving, and if they produce what they produced in the semi-final and the final against whatever opposition they're coming against in Munster, I think they could actually rattle the Munster campaign, to be honest with it. I would give them a great chance now. But again, it's about enjoying the moment tonight. The other thing is the crowd that came out onto the pitch after the game. There was a massive crowd here for Middleton, and that support that you're getting, from your locality is brilliant. And I think the players will get a big boost from that as well, because there's a lot of praise being given to those players now. They've got a fair bit of knocking over the last 4 or 5 years that they haven't won a county since 2013 with all the talent that they have. But they've produced it on the biggest day of the year for the club, and I hope that they will make a big statement in Munster now as well.
Okay, I think, Mark, that is where we're going to have to leave it, because we have to keep some stuff for the podcast as well too. You're going to be on duty straight away after the match here, and it'll be going on air across our social channels tomorrow from about lunchtime. Well, what an epic afternoon of championship hurling here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh. The Senior A championship title, it's on its way to Kanturk. I'm sure it's there at this stage. The late great Jim Forbes, wonderful to see a cup in his honour, and that's gone the way to Kanturk following their victory over Father O'Neill's. And then in the Co-op Superstores Cork Premier Senior Hurling Championship final, it's Middleton, our champions, defeating Glen Rovers. First time since 2013 that the all-important trophy is heading down to Middleton. That is where we're going to have to wrap up this afternoon. I'm being told we have one more. Yes, just getting it in my earpiece. I was just about to say our goodbyes, but I can see Patrick Mulcahy is down pitch side. He's got Ben O'Connor alongside him. Let's go down to join the two of them now.
We have to wrap up the show with the main man of the show, and Conor Lahan might got man of the match, but the coach of the year undoubtedly is the lights in Páirc Uí Chaoimh just drop out. Ben O'Connor. Ben, you've got a big smile after that final victory.
Yeah, Patrick, look, I'm delighted. I suppose we started back training on the 14th of May, and we said, look, the goal was to win the first match in the championship, and we did. We won the second one, we got a bit of a hidey in the third, and we had to get back to brass tacks again after that, and we did, and we've taken a step forward every day we played this year. And we said, look, we want to be in the county final, and we'd see where that would take us. And look, it is mighty we were after winning. And look, we could have been beaten there for a finish or draw right at the end. But I thought overall we probably deserved it with a lot of bad wides there towards the end. And I suppose it could have cost us. But look, I'm just delighted for the boys. I'm delighted for Conor Lahan. I'm delighted for Boozer. I'm delighted for all the fellas that there was questions asked of. I'm delighted that they came up trumps.
You must have hit a setback really with the third round defeat to SARS. How did you regather the troops to get in for the Erin's Own quarter-final win?
Yeah, I suppose we did a bit of practice for that. We played the 20s of last year. We played Impact in Páirc Uí, I suppose it was in June, and they gave us a right hockeying. And we thought we were going well at the time, and they gave us a fair hockeying now. So we had to get back to the drawing board after that game. So after being beat by SARS, we just kind of went back to the same plan as we had after being beat by the 20s, and we worked on from there. And anything that was asked of the boys, in fairness, they've done it. Even there for the last 2 weeks, like we trained at 5 o'clock to get the extra bit of hurling in the light, and there was no fella missing for training or anything. So like fellas have day jobs to do, and they've a lot on their plate, but they still turned up. So it's just a great credit to them, and a great credit to their families that they were able to get over the line today.
You've had a busy couple of years, a couple of great years with Charleville, 2 fantastic years here with Middleton, and it's not done yet now because you're entering the Munster Championship to face the Limerick champions in Kilmallock.
Yeah, I suppose, look, I'm with Charleville, I had a couple of great years there, and after a couple of mighty years here with Middleton as well, but I suppose the main thing is that you have to have the ingredients, and in both places the ingredients were there only to put it together. Like, I suppose one of the big differences that we probably had this year is we had Jennifer Hayes in with us, a psychologist. Like, and when people see psychologists on the programme, they say, oh, what are these fellas at? Like, but like the way we looked at it, if we could get any extra bit out of fellas, it was worth getting her involved. So we asked her at the start of the year to get involved, and it was a one-off meeting, and as it turned out, fellas were mad for us, so she ended up being part of the backroom set up after that. And I suppose, look, the way I looked at it is that you train physically, you train hurling, so why not train the head? In between the years is all part of it. So Jennifer got involved, and in fairness, she made a fierce difference to us. So look, she's a big part to play in what we've done there today. And as you said, in 3 weeks' time, we've Kilmallock now blowing the Gaelic crowns. We'll enjoy tonight and enjoy tomorrow, but by the weekend we'll be back into the swing of things again. And look, hopefully we're not finished yet.
You were fierce worried when the Glen went down for the last ball just went wide, and you turned around and leapt in the air as if you won the All-Ireland yourself.
Yeah, look, I suppose, look, my heart was in my mouth when the ball went down at that stage, like, especially after all the wides at this side. The game should have been over at that stage, but lucky enough it went wide down here, and look, we partly guessed that the referee had to blow it up at that stage. It was 45 seconds over and above, so look, I was just delighted. It was a blow up of emotion, I suppose, by the time the end of it came, like, because they've so much put into it. And just for the boys, I'm just delighted for, we've about 35 or 36 on the panel. I was just delighted for every fella involved, all the backroom as well.
Look, congratulations, you've won the championship, and best luck going forward in Munster.
Thanks, Patrick.
That's Ben O'Connor, who we thank for joining us this evening. We might get Kevin O'Donovan a word with Kevin as well, CEO of Cork GA, who started out the programme earlier this morning, and he's going to finish the programme this afternoon. Kevin, what a day this has been here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh.
It's been a special day. When you think of Steve Collins, to the minors and the 20s, to the Jubilee teams, to the stewards, to the Gardaí, to all our people here, but most importantly to the players. You'd be heartbroken for players that go home today beaten. I'd be thinking of them tonight. It's a long day for everyone else, but they have their lives invested in it. So it's all credit to Middleton and to Cantork. They'll be celebrating for Father O'Neill's in the Glen, already counting down the minutes. We hope we'll have them back next year.
What a difference 12 months has been. Only 200 people here last November, or last October even. It was over 10,000 here today. The atmosphere was electric across the afternoon.
A special day, and look, we've had a great championship, and we've more championships still to play out, and we had that last year as well, but the crowds give it an extra bit of sulphur on the day. There's a bit extra bite there, but again, it's the players. I'd be so proud of them. I thought the effort from both teams today in the second game, as I missed a lot of the first game running around, but the second game, the effort to the players, they'll be the ones that are crying tonight, they'll be the ones that are celebrating tonight. I think we've got them on track now with a proper county championship format. I think we'll only go from better to better after this. And the football next week, already same again next week, brilliant games. We'll have our junior final here next weekend. We'll have the Premier Intermediate Hurling final the weekend after. We've double finals again. So look, with Cork, with the quality of the clubs, with 250 clubs out there every day, this is just the very in point of all that. We recognise that we come to the party at the end of the show. They do the hard yards night after night. We already know of club meetings for next year, players meetings saying, when are we starting training for next year? It is easy for us to roll out the games.
Look, Kevin, thanks a million for all your work and all the work that your team have doing. And look, we look forward to seeing you again next week.
Thanks. Onwards and upwards. Thanks.
Back upstairs to Cullum.
Okay, thank you very much to Kevin and to Ben and to Patrick down pitch side for their efforts there. Well, the lights have turned out here, but looking over on the left-hand side there towards the marquee area, all we can see is the twinkling red lights of all the cars as they're leaving the ground. Final word to you, Mark.
Yeah, I suppose just a magnificent weekend of hurling, Cullum, for me. I suppose I'd have to mention a huge weekend for East Cork as well. I'd say Lisgould, Castlemartyr, both having won counties already this year. Both came up a grade and both won their new grades as well. So 2 counties going back to East Cork along with the Midland one. Castlelyons winning yesterday by a point against Ballinhassig. They're in a county final. And Father O'Neill's just coming up short in a cracker earlier on. The last of Declan Dalton probably in the end got to them. But I just would have to say it was a huge weekend of hurling. and Hurling is the big winner for me. And Kevin O'Donovan has quite rightly said exactly what I'm echoing there. We now have the format, we now have the template for the club player, and I think Cork will get stronger and stronger. And as a hurling man, is really, really delighted to be here with the Examiner. Last year when COVID struck, the Irish Examiner, along with the other sponsors, the Bon Secure and the Co-op Superstores, came on board with the county board and live streamed an awful lot of matches into the living rooms, as Jim Wolfe has mentioned. Brought the hurling back into has brought the I suppose the sport back into the living room with people. So I think that is the big thing. Fair play to the Examiner.
Okay, right, Shawnee, Mark, an absolute pleasure for your efforts and your hard work here this afternoon. TJ Ryan, you might have just spotted there wandering past in the background. He won't be up for any Oscars on the basis of that performance. These Limerick lads, they always want the limelight.
They don't get out too often.
They always want the limelight. And Ger Cunningham as well, to our thanks to him and to Patrick Mulcahy. Well, that is where we're going to have to end our broadcast. An epic broadcast for us here on the Irish Examiner. We've never attempted something of this magnitude before, and I must say huge thanks to Raf and a team of technicians and camera people and everything here who've been working since about 9 o'clock this morning putting this production together. Our huge thanks to everyone involved. Our huge thanks to all of you at home for watching. And our huge thanks as well to our teams this afternoon, and our final congratulations going to Kanturk and to Middleton, the county champions, after an epic afternoon here in Páirc Uí Chaoimh in the Co-op Superstores County Championship Finals. That's where we're going to have to wrap it up. Thanks indeed to everyone at home as well for your company, and hopefully you've enjoyed it as much as we have.